Okay. Let me back up. Yeah. There we go. How about that? Sound back on? Let me know. Let me know in the chat. Sound on. All right. Awesome. There we go. Little technical issues. You always got to roll with the technical issues, but welcome back. Rise and shine, everybody. How is everybody doing out there? It's great. I'm feeling good. This is the second birth, the day 2 of the S.E.E.D Metamorphosis conference. I hope everybody had a good time last night. It was really, really fun. It was really informative. A lot of great presenters, a lot of great speakers. Such an honor to be a part of this community and just to be working with such loving and wholehearted and wholesome spiritual beings out there. Today we have a lot of great presentations coming for you. And we also have some live performances by Grant again, who brought some amazing, esoteric, and very knowledgeable music to the table yesterday. And as always, we're here to end slavery one heart and mind at a time. That is the goal. That's the ultimate purpose for the S.E.E.D Metamorphosis Conference, is to plant seeds of truth into the subconscious minds of individuals all around. So make sure to smash the like button, share this presentation to everybody that you can, or share this event with everybody you can. I know that some people were asking about day 1. Unfortunately, YouTube does not archive, live streams over 12 hours. So we will have that back up ASAP. I'm downloading it right now and should have it back up tonight for anybody who missed out on anything. So yeah, today we have a wonderful and good friend of mine, Leslie Powers, who's going to be speaking on some great topics. It's going to be amazing. She is a nature-loving, truth seeker, clinical social worker, and mental health counselor with a passion for holistic health and natural law principles. With a lifelong dedication to learning and inspiring others, she aims to help people lead healthier, happier, and freer lives by integrating her expertise in social work, psychology, and personal growth. She is a co-host of Dissolving the Divide podcast, which is an amazing podcast. And you can find her work at alivethrive.life. That's alivethrive.life. Her presentation today is Reviving Sophia, the feminine journey of reclaiming ourselves and the world. It's going to be amazing. I cannot wait to watch this with you guys. Make sure to get your questions ready for the Q&A afterwards. Seems like people were a little lackluster with questions yesterday. Get your thinking caps on. Come on, challenge these speakers. I want to hear some good questions, make them work for this. We're out here doing this. It shouldn't be easy. Anything worth fighting for doesn't come easy. Anything worth having doesn't come easy. And freedom is one of those things. And we have to sacrifice for freedom every single day to bring about a better world and end the chains that are binding us, because we are under duress by our governments. That is the absolute truth. And until people recognize that and are willing to face that and get out of denial, then we're not going anywhere. We have to recognize the problem first, and then find a good solution for it, which is ultimately natural law, living in accordance with natural law, and then actually spreading that widely as possible and setting up better communities with people. All right, without further ado, let's get right into Leslie Powers' presentation.
Hello, everyone. This is Leslie Powers, and I'm really happy to be here at S.E.E.D Metamorphosis Conference. My website is alivethrive.life. The title of my presentation is Reviving Sophia, the Feminine Journey to Reclaiming Ourselves and the World. Let's begin. Sophia, from the Greek Sophia, skill, knowledge of, acquaintance with, sound judgment, practical wisdom, cunning shrewdness, philosophy, also wisdom personified. Sophia in Gnosticism is a feminine figure analogous to the human soul, but also simultaneously one of the feminine aspects of God. Through her human experiences of both joy and suffering, matter and soul become united into existence. She is one of the many names of the divine feminine. Her journey is dynamic and often tumultuous. Falling into physical reality, forgetting her true origins, she often walks right into trouble. Rarely walking a straight line, she swirls and spirals like deep ocean water, sometimes like the raging rivers, and often like the peaceful pond or lake. To ascend into her true nature, she must remember that she is made of spirit. And this means that she must walk through her fear and step courageously into her pain. And then find and befriend her disconnected parts, scattered and split from painful experiences and a world that doesn't allow her true expression. Through embodied experiences with all things felt and a knowledge of her spiritual nature, Sophia reintegrates and becomes a higher version of herself. James Hillman said, "She is the Sophia of wisdom, the Maria of compassion, the Persephone of destruction, compelling necessity and fate, and the muse." Shakti has two faces, one of absolute unity, and the other consisting of billions of diverse realities. In involution, she hides the first face in order to reveal the second. The many faces of Sophia on our spiral path of transformation. She is everything. I'm going to start with the story and then share several more. The first story I'll share is the myth of Sophia. This version is from an article titled "The World's Soul is a Woman, the Gnostic Myth of Sophia" by Robert Kopecky. In the Gnostic myth of how the world works, Sophia, the feminine personification of wisdom, lives happily with the spirits of light, including her twin brother, in the unified, limitless potential of her father's radiance. She's so dizzy with love for the creative source that when she sees a brilliant shimmering light below, she flings herself down into the darkness, mistakenly following what she believes to be her father's radiance, fooled by a mere reflection. There, in the abysmal, unrealized potential of the world, she is trapped, separated from the light, the spiritual realization of gnosis, the knowledge of transcendent unity. There in the underworld, in material form, the powers of the underworld have their way with her, using, abusing, and exploiting her until all she knows is sadness and the struggle to return herself up to the light she has lost but not forgotten. She gives birth to a bunch of bad boys, demigods called archons, including the worst of them all, the demiurge who becomes the creator of this world, infecting it with pride, ignorance, fear, and his lust for power and pleasure. But Sophia remains present, and in her resurgent power, she brings great beauty and spiritual potential to the earthly realm and its inhabitants, witnessing the irresponsible creation of the world by her errant offspring. Sophia conceals consciousness in the body of the demiurge's first man, Adam, and then brings it into the world as Eve. Finally, Sophia breaks free and ascends back up to the true light of life, raising humanity with her ever so slightly. But she refuses to abandon the sad world of humans, and so she divides herself, keeping a part below, ever present and available for the enlightenment of all. And back, safe and sound in the celestial realm of spiritual light, Sophia discovers gnosis by joining her twin brother in a marriage of reunification, balancing the masculine ego of unrealized potential and uniting it with the sacred feminine, made even more powerful by adversity, for she is changed after her journey, a complete person, full with the knowledge of the transcendent, unified light. This path can lead us to self-realization and an understanding of the feminine heart and soul of the earth. For it is only in the feminine, the channel of creation into the world, that humanity finds the power and the compassion necessary to overcome the darkness of ignorance. The figure of Sophia is equivalent to Mahashakti of the Vedic and Tantric philosophy. She is the goddess of everything, divine feminine power. She is the innate power in reality, the power to be conscious, the power to feel ecstasy or pain, the power of will and desire, the power to know, and the power to act. Shakti takes form as the biological processes of our body. She acts through our thoughts and the interplay of our emotions. We are all made of Shakti. She is a force that moves us toward the evolution of our consciousness, with which we must align when we seek conscious transformation. Shiva, Shakti live in eternal union, like Sophia and Christ. Shiva, the male counterpoint, the masculine energy, and Shakti, the feminine, and together they are everything. Shiva is the great awareness, and he encompasses everything. Shakti, the formless source of everything, can take form. Personifications of the different energies that make up the multiple dimensions of existence and of our own consciousness. She is responsiveness. She is dynamic energy. And this information I gleaned from Awakening Shakti, a book by Sally Kempton. In Awakening Shakti, Sally quotes, "True power arises from an inner feminine source, from Shakti. Shiva is the inner masculine and is the source of consciousness or awareness. We need the stability of linear focus, the masculine quality, to merge with the feminine quality of energy. But in order to act, to stir, he must take energy from the inner feminine. He is the one that is goal-focused, while she is the energy that drives his action." There is a theme of separation versus unity that suggests that this is all about a relational dynamic. And when we talk about the feminine, very much so, it involves relationships, relationships to ourself, relationship to each other, relationship to the world, relationship to information, relationship to nature. From Awakening Shakti. The Tantric sages often say that Shakti has two faces, one of absolute unity and the other consisting of billions of diverse realities. In involution, she hides the first face in order to reveal the second. Later, she will dissolve all these forms back into herself and reveal her face of unity. But now, stage by stage, she takes on increasingly dense forms. And what are the two faces of the goddess? One, the face of separation. Shakti creates the experience of radical separation, manifesting as the compelling diversity of our inner and outer world. She blinds us to the basic unity of life. Her second face is that of grace. Because it is Shakti that has created the illusion of separation, Shakti has to free us from it. Grace of the one from whose energy it was made. And Shiva remains outside and beyond all this, the unchanging knower, the witness, awareness that both observes and contains the dance. At every level of consciousness, the masculine and the feminine, Shiva and Shakti, steadiness and dynamism, awareness and bliss, stability and transformation, being and becoming, complete and complement each other. Here we recognize the goddess is in everything, and this will help us to pop out of our trap of polarity. We are not just matter, and we are not just spirit. We are everything, and here we find peace. Healing ultimately comes from the integration of all our parts, the integration of the masculine and feminine, the integration of the steady and the dynamic. To integrate it requires an attitude of curious acceptance and calm understanding. From this place where unconditional love presides, those wounded expressions will settle down and transform. There are uncountable goddesses in the mythologies from around the world that echo universal themes, including the story of falling from grace and descending into the underworld before rising back up into wholeness or embodied wisdom. The bigger-than-life goddess personas are beacons of knowledge about aspects and potentials of ourselves. They demonstrate the warnings of how we can devolve and the wisdom of how to evolve, the wisdom of how to create unity or how to separate. And with every form we take, there is an impact on the world and a consequence. The vicissitudes of life and death, with its many hardships, help shape who we are. We fall into heartache, depression, anxiety, shame, isolation, loneliness, confusion, addictions, resentments, immobility, self-condemnation, cruelty, addictions, and insanity. These hardships often catch us off guard and spiral us into personal crises. These events serve as opportunities or initiations with the potential to propel us back up into wholeness, complete with our new wisdom. With courage, we can face our darkness, and the many faces of the goddess can help us along this journey. She is in you, and you are in she. So we have some themes to contemplate. In the story of Sophia, we see that she is quite innocent in her love for the divine. There's a naivete to her story where she misconstrues the light, takes a blind leap of faith, only to be fooled and to fall into darkness. Now, we all have blind spots in our life. In fact, we're all born innocent. And it is only through life experiences that innocence fades. But it doesn't happen all at once, typically. So there's a process here, and it's not a straight line or a straight path. It is a spiral path. And while experiencing life, we move forward thinking that we have learned something, and we make choices, often to be shocked about the blind spot that we didn't see. And often, we think we know something when we really don't, because our blind spot is darkening the truth just behind it. We become ignorant of what's really going on around us. And there are, as Sophia demonstrates, tricks of perception and inversions of what is true. Sometimes we look at a thing thinking it's one thing, but it's really another. Sophia describes her disconnection from her wholeness. And when she fell into this underworld, she was confused. There was a lot of chaos going around, and she was pulled right into it. She became disconnected. Violation of the feminine, the violation of Sophia, and the using and abusing of her innocence and her formlessness turning into form through their abusive actions. So there was a great exploitation of the feminine. And there were a lot of negative consequences. She had to deal with the fact that she was the mother of these evil dudes, and she was changed by these experiences in a variety of ways. Her story is one of triumph, one of breaking out of the wrongdoings and the irresponsibilities into a harmonious place. But she was motivated by her pain and her suffering. She was motivated by the lack of light and the darkness that she was in. She had a vague knowing that there was something more to her than this material realm of pain and suffering and joys and, the circle game that we experience from day to day. And that was a motivation for her to reunify, to become whole by finding a sacred masculine energy. And without him, her life is a struggle. So she rediscovers her spiritual nature, recognizing the transcendent unity, the spiritual union of feminine with masculine. So like Sophia, we all become lost and we drift off course. And no matter what your hardship, the goddess archetype is here to assist you in your healing and transmutation. There is an archetype to represent your best as well as your darkest self. There are 3 or more ways we can look at these archetypes and what they represent. 1, the elemental presences in the universe, the powers within the wind, the ocean, the fire, the earth. Also, the inner qualities of consciousness, the powers and qualities of your higher self, generosity, patience, fearlessness, humility, vigor, compassion, inner steadfastness, love. Or your lowest self, hoarding, being untrustworthy, jealousy, revengeful, narcissistic, fearful, irresolute, despairing, like unbending, despairing, despondent, empty, apathetic. And then these archetypes and these goddess images can also reference specific aspects of the mind. For example, the Vedic goddess Saraswati has been depicted to represent the balanced right and left brain hemispheres. Some of the god and goddess mythology has been very dramatized and sensationalized anecdotes of our actual descendants and reflections of actual history and folk practices. They can be teachers. They can teach us about what's right and wrong. They can teach us about what could happen if we continue to engage in hurtful, violent behaviors. They are guides as well to the process of our personal transformation. Deepak Chopra said, human beings aren't a thing, but a process. So we must keep in mind that our lives are a process. The feminine is about process. Archetypes, he said, are born of the collective soul, enacted by individual souls. Archetypes are life models, images, and ideals that guide the direction of your life toward the soul's ultimate destiny. Each person is hardwired to enact or model archetypal characteristics. It's an interesting thought. In a way, we are fractals of the whole. In the story of Sophia, there's a part where she also has some compassion for the earthly figures below, and she takes parts of herself and she gives them to every human on earth so that they can have this knowingness of spirit within them, so that they, on their journey and their search, find it and know their origins. Joseph Campbell's hero's journey must be at least referenced. He depicts a circle where there's a call to adventure and some supernatural aid. There's a threshold with guardians there holding a gate. And when we go through that gate, we enter the underworld and the unknown. Often there's a helper or a mentor along the way, but there are definitely challenges and temptations, often leading us to a crisis in the abyss, a death, and then a rebirth through a revelation with a transformation and some atonement or recognition of where we were off course, of where we sinned, of where we were wrong. And then we reach the next threshold of return. And there's something he calls the gift of the goddess. The journey shows the transition from the realm of the known to the unknown and back to the known, transformed. The hero receives a gift from the goddess or a high-level woman, such as a queen, a princess, a priestess, or a goddess. But with this gift, the hero returns enlightened and a different person, ready for more adventures. So some journeys are long and laborious, broken up into multiple acts or thresholds, and other journeys follow a simpler path, but all of us have journeys. Over a decade ago, a priestess friend said to me something like this: figure out what myths you're living and then change the ending. I didn't know what myths I was living at the time, but I held on to this advice thinking it was wise. And I want to say thank you to Grail Corsini, director of the Goddess Temple of Ashland, for being one of those goddesses that gave me a gift at the threshold of my awakening. 3 stages of transmutation that we'll be highlighting: descension, integration, and ascension. The descensions can include innocence, naivete, and ignorance, such as we saw with Sophia. This can be compounded through trauma, or what I'm calling descension into the underworld by abduction. We'll explore the story of Persephone and Demeter to demonstrate that. And then we see the story of Inanna in Erishkigal, where she enters the underworld by conscious choice to do her self-work. And finally, we'll explore the story of Isis and Osiris, where Isis enters the underworld out of love and expands the love for her divine, sacred, masculine partner for the love of the world. And she provides service to others in their journeys into the underworld. This is the descension through agape. There's feminine symbolism in the Kabbalah, which I'm just beginning to learn. This is some quotes from an article by Dovber Pinson called "What is Kabbalah? A Basic Introduction to the Kabbalah." He says, the Kabbalah is more about losing ourselves than about finding, becoming more other-centered and less ego-centered. The literal translation of the word Kabbalah is that which is received. To receive, we must be receptive. This is a feminine quality. We must open ourselves, creating a vessel in which to absorb that which we wish to understand or grasp, and in turn become part of the Kabbalah, the tree of life. To open the self to a higher reality, to view the spirit within the matter, to raise our consciousness to the point where our perception of reality is completely changed and the divine within all creation is revealed. The tree of life symbolizes God flowing down to man and a way for humankind to reach back up. This path is called the lightning flash. The symbolic use of the lightning flash on the tree of life has also been called the flaming sword. In order to know the full knowledge of God, one must work through this lightning. In the same way, the lightning flash moves through the air and is believed to clean and purify the air. It is believed to move through humans in order to clean and purify the heart. So here's another way of looking at the entrance way to the divine mystery, the V. The letter V corresponds to Vav or Fav in the Hebrew alphabet, meaning a peg or nail. It is the link connecting the human and the divine. V also symbolizes the vulva of a woman. Spiritually, the eye is the symbol of spiritual insight that guides us toward the path of enlightenment. So the eye, the spiritual insight, is in between the shape of the V. The third eye, the pineal gland, by awakening this gland, our body is filled with light, which allows us to enter into the realm of flight, the world of the unseen, the unknown, the darkness, the mystery. The light of the body is the eye. If therefore thine eye be single, thy whole body shall be full of light. Matthew 6:22. At the base of this, one might see a death, or base consciousness, or unconsciousness, the blind spot, and the not knowing. And that brings us to Shila Nagi. Shila Nagis are stone carvings of naked women with exaggerated vulvas, which open into a circle of darkness. They are often seen as Celtic fertility symbols and a symbol of survival of a people. She represents the entrance to the unknown, the mystery to the potential, a gateway to life and death. This is the place of transformation and the creation of new life. Here's an interesting model of an ankh showing its correspondence to, again, the feminine reproductive organs, the entranceway into the womb. So the feminine is associated with cycles of birth and death and rebirth throughout time. Here are some more symbols of fertility. There's Ostara. Ostara eggs are a symbol of the ancient Germanic goddess Ostara, who presided over fertility and rebirth. And then there's Palkana. And it is really vital to the perpetuation of our species to recognize that this is a very sacred gift. And this is something to protect. The feminine is associated with cycles, rhythms, and seasons. Pagans regarded death as a phase of a non-linear transformation process. Death is the ultimate transformation and a natural and unavoidable part of the turning of the wheel. The darkness or the underworld is associated with the fall month and the holiday of Samhain. Generator, organizer, destroyer, and rebirther, maiden, mother, mage, and crone, the seasons of nature, the seasons of life, the phases of the moon. We must tend the fire of life. It's really vital to keep the fire of spirit and life burning. With this, we see the goddess Hestia or Vesta, the goddess of the hearth, the home, and the family. She brings in the fire element of cleansing and purification, the fire of spirit, spiritual power. Home is implied to be the center of that spiritual fire. Here's Hebe, goddess of youth. She represents our excitement and spirit to live life and search for the Holy Grail. This is a quote by Elizabeth Seraphine from the Priestess Path. Instinctively, we know something needs to be found. Often when we're young, we search outside of ourselves, looking to others, to lovers, to far-off lands for the answers to life's mysteries, only to return to ourselves over and over again. Until this quest goes on, until there is nowhere else to turn but within, to honor and claim the holy vessel that you are. And one day we realize we are a vessel that can be filled with the golden light from within. The quest for the Holy Grail, the sacred vessel that held the blood of Christ, can be likened to the quest to fill our own sacred vessel with light. As the legend goes, when the Grail is lost, the kingdom falls into ruin, desolate and bleak, a wasteland. Only the return of the Holy Grail will heal the sick land and restore the king and the kingdom to life again. To fill the cup is akin to the fulfillment of the divine feminine, or her return to wholeness and her gift to humanity. We seek to fill our cup through life experiences. We fill it with a myriad of emotional expressions. Through living life authentically, embracing and expressing ourselves emotionally, we revive the colorful tapestry of our true state, remembering the spiritual tools of our ancestry and unifying our splintered parts. The maiden Estrella, virgin goddess of justice, innocence, purity, and precision, referred to as the star goddess or star maiden, she represented all that was good in the world. Later on, though, she symbolized the fall of humanity and the hope that a new age of innocence would one day return. And this brings us to our second story, that of Persephone and Demeter, descent by abduction and human-made trauma. Zeus gave secret permission to Hades, the god of the underworld, to take Persephone. However, neither Persephone nor Demeter had any awareness of this, nor did they give their consent. One day, Persephone is in a meadow communing with some flowers, with some nymph friends of hers, when all of a sudden, out of the ground comes a chariot of black horses driven by Hades, shocked and Afraid, she doesn't have time to run before Hades grabs her and starts dragging her down into the underworld. The girl screams loudly for help. Hecate, the goddess of witchcraft, and Helios, god of sun, hear her cries, but do nothing. Her mother, Demeter, also hears her screams, but she's too far away to do anything about it. Demeter is terrified. She asks for help, but nobody can tell her. And she's angry, and she's distressed and distraught, and she cries and wails, and she becomes angry, wandering over the earth with torches in her hand, looking for Persephone. She doesn't eat, she doesn't bathe, and so the earth begins to dry up. Demeter decides to go ask Helios, the sun god, since he's up in the sky all day and he basically sees everything. Helios ends up telling Demeter the whole situation. The sun god actually tries to let Demeter know that she should leave matters well enough alone. She should be passive, that Hades will be a good husband to her. And he's an important and powerful deity. Don't get him mad. Well, Demeter doesn't care about that. She's more sad than before, and she's furious with Zeus, and she vows that she will not set foot on Mount Olympus, and that she will not let anything grow on earth until she sets eyes on her daughter again. As a result, a terrible famine assaults the earth, and people are starving everywhere. It's spreading around the whole world, bringing misery to everyone. Seeing this, Zeus sends Hermes, the messenger god, down to the underworld to order Hades to let Persephone go. Hades slips some pomegranate seeds into Persephone's mouth and tricks her into eating them. Hermes and Persephone then fly out of the land of the dead and greet Demeter, who is so happy to see her, but immediately recognizes that something could be wrong and asks Persephone if she ate anything while in the underworld. And it turns out that if you eat something while you're down there, you generally have to stay there forever. And it's said that the pomegranate seed is the fruit of the underworld. And every time someone eats it, even a few seeds, then after a while, they miss the underworld and they want to go back. They yearn to go back. So Persephone reveals that Hades tricked her into eating these seeds, and Demeter is completely in despair and anger and rage, and she says that nothing will ever grow on earth again. And just then Hecate shows up and a deal is brokered, and it's decided that Persephone only has to go spend part of the year in the underworld so that the people of the land do not starve. They convince Demeter to allow the plants to grow and the flowers to fruit. And she reluctantly agrees with this, but says that when Persephone is in the underworld, nothing on earth will grow. And I wonder in this story if eating the pomegranate seeds also implies a certain sexual union, a breaking of innocence, a breaking of the hymen and the blood, which can then create a bond with a young girl, a young woman, and is devoted and dedicated to their abuser, creating like a trauma bond where her abuser becomes her savior in a sense. And so she becomes willing to go to the underworld, willing to engage in this relationship. And certainly this has happened many, 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 many countless of times throughout humanity. There's so many traumatic events in the mythology of the gods and goddesses. Hera was raped by her brother and later husband Zeus. Ora raped by Dionysus while she was drunk. Demeter raped by her brother Poseidon in the form of a horse when she was trying to escape from him. Europa abducted by Zeus in the form of a white bull, then raped, resulting in the birth of Minos. Medusa raped by Poseidon. Cyrene raped by Apollo in the form of a wolf. There's a poem that I want to read. It is called The Way It Is by William Stafford. There's a thread you follow, It goes among things that change, but it doesn't change. People wonder about what you are pursuing. You have to explain about the thread, but it is hard for others to see. While you hold it, you can't get lost. Tragedies happen, people get hurt or die, and you suffer and get old. Nothing you do can stop time's unfolding. You don't ever let go of the thread. And I see this as the thread of principle that will help keep us on a path of truth and right action. And the more of us that do that, the freer we become. So the Norns weave the webs of time, and the Norns are central to understanding natural law, because the Norns weave the thread that we can follow that will help us to understand the principles of cause and effect. So we're going to talk about some stories from the Greek and Roman tradition that really, from my point of view, are highlighting to us the cause and effect of violence and violating natural law. We start with Hera. Hera was the queen of the gods and the goddess of marriage, family, childbirth, and women in the Greek pantheon. She was the wife and sister of Zeus, originally raped by Zeus. Hera was known for being a goddess of marriage and birth, but she was also known to be jealous and vengeful toward her husband's many lovers and their many children. Many of her most famous myths center around her jealous retributions to Zeus's infidelity. Zeus was a real playboy and very disrespectful of Hera's feelings. And there are so many stories of him having relations with other women, both goddess and mortal, and Hera seeking violent revenge with murderous and treacherous retribution. Hera had many powers, including mind control, driving people insane, altering the weather, shape-shifting, and turning people on Earth into animals or even monsters. Zeus and Hera remind me of Bill and Hillary, and it's a reminder to me, the similarity of how myths are recreated, and that by studying the myths, we can start to see these myths playing out in real life in our world. And we can see how we are repeating patterns and staying stuck at the bottom of the trough, at the bottom of the cup. So there's so many tragedies. And here is some stories of connected figures, the tragedies of Hera, Leto, Artemis, and Apollo, and Niobe and all her children. So basically, Leto, the goddess of motherhood, childbirth, and modesty, she suffered greatly because of her relationship with Zeus, which caused Hera to be jealous. Hera then cursed Leto so that she could not find any solid ground or any island of earth to give birth to her children. Her children are Artemis and Apollo. And finally, through some kind people, she was able to find a place to bear her children. Finding a hidden island, Leto gave birth to her two children, Artemis and Apollo. Artemis, having to grow up very quickly, in fact, in like just a few minutes, having to grow up quickly under the conditions of her mother's duress, witnessed and helped midwife the harrowing birth of her brother, Apollo. Hera had placed an evil spell on Leto, making her birth especially long and difficult. The children endured many struggles along with their mother, as Leto was exiled and chronically harassed by the jealous and revengeful Hera. Artemis was so negatively impacted by witnessing her mother's experiences and the cruel acts of the gods that she vowed to remain a virgin and never marry. And there are multiple stories of her killing men who showed signs of disrespect or cruelty towards a female. She was somewhat of a vigilante. From seeing her mother suffer, she grew up wanting to protect women and their virginity and their children. She was one of the deities who could not be affected by Aphrodite's powers. The goddess could not make the hunting goddess fall in love. Her heart became so hardened and protected from the traumas of her life that she didn't allow love in. She became splintered off within herself. One particularly tragic and gruesome example involves the goddess Niobe, who had 12 children. Niobe, in a moment of cattiness, taunted Leto for only having 2 children. Angry at this insult to their mother, Apollo and Artemis took it upon themselves to kill all Niobe's children in revenge. Apollo killed her 6 sons, and Artemis killed her 6 daughters. Niobe was transformed into a stone, where she brooded over her sorrows. Her heart hardened. And so the wheel of pain continues turning. The circle of hurt expands and multiplies. One wrong leads often to many more. In the myths, we can see these extremes of the female nature, the women under stress, women under duress and pain, and the trauma of the Greek and Roman Empire, marked by many, many wars, bloodshed, slavery, division, ultimately leading to the collapse of both civilizations. And there is a rippling effect of all of that violence when we look at these stories of women, including some very ugly ones. And I bring this up because I think it's very convenient to focus on the positive aspects of the feminine or romanticized version and bypass the acknowledgement of women's participation in the evil. And just to remind you that women can be very evil, here are examples. Elizabeth Bathory captured, tortured, and killed countless peasants and servants over the course of several decades. Historians estimate she murdered hundreds of infants as well during her lifetime as a baby farmer. Queen Ranavalona ruled the island of Madagascar from 1828 to 1861, and during that time she murdered more than half of her citizens. So the sickness exists, and it is a thread weaving through the reality of our world. The corruption of the goddess is shown through the mythology. Women under stress, such as Pandora, she opened the box and unleashed evil in the world. Kakya, the Greek goddess of vice and moral badness. Lamia, grief-stricken and insane, Lamia began stealing and eating other women's children. Her actions caused her to turn into a literal monster. Eris, the Greek goddess of discord, who revels in sowing discord among gods and mortals alike. And Nemesis, the goddess of indignation against and retribution for evil deeds and undeserved good fortune. Women under stress, women reacting to trauma by creating more trauma. And that is the circle. One person acts out of their unprocessed and unmanaged emotion, not taking responsibility for themselves, and does an evil act, which then has a rippling effect to the people around them that causes real damage that then they perpetuate through their own actions, through their own wounding. And unless people do what we're calling the inner work, which is the work of the underworld, inside ourselves, the world of emotion, the world will continue to repeat these patterns. Wrongdoings create wrong, create hurt and mental suffering. And so we have the goddess of mental suffering, Oasis, the Greek goddess that personifies the spirit of misery, anxiety, grief, suffering, and depression. Her Roman name is Miseria. Algae were the personified spirits of pain and suffering, body and mind, grief, sorrow, and distress. They were the bringers of weeping and tears. The algae were related to Oasis, the milder spirit of misery and sadness, and Penthos, the god of mourning and lamentation. Their opposite, Melino, from the Greek, the daughter of Persephone and Hades. She is a nymph of nightmares and madness. Eris, the Greek goddess of discord and strife. Discord is her Roman name. She's the daughter of Zeus and Hera. She is known for causing small arguments to become more serious events, including war. She's also known for being insatiable for chaos and mayhem. The opposite goddess is Harmonia, or Concordia for the Romans. War and death. The Morgan in ancient Irish mythology was a triple goddess, also known as the Phantom Queen. She would often appear before a battle in the form of a large raven. Enu, goddess of war, fierce. And then the Keres were female spirits or daemons of violent or cruel death, including death in battle, by accident, murder, or ravaging disease. So the feminine is seen in the evil of the world as well as the good. After a while, the spirit of Kali will rise. Kali, the blood drinker. She is the frenzied, battle-maddened demon slayer who comes into the world at moments when dark forces or demons threaten civilization, and especially the feminine. She appeared out of Durga's eye when her extra force was needed to defeat the demons, Chanda and Munda. She's like the heavy artillery. Later in battle, Kali confronts the demon chief, who has a magical power. When drops of his blood spill, they turn into warriors. Kali, with her long tongue, licks up his blood before it can touch the ground. So she is a mitigator of evil. She's fierce. Remember the goddess's dual nature as both the force that binds us and the force that sets us free. Her sword is the force that slices through delusion, ignorance, false hope, and lies. Things have gotten turned upside down. The Hanged Man card. It's time to walk through the fire and burning out what is not us. Here we have a couple of fire goddesses to help us. The shadow work involves dying to self in order to find your true self, which already exists within you. Like our spiraling hips, we are called to keep churning up our emotional energy and compost it, creating an alchemical process of transformation in ourselves and our world. When we come to another story, we're starting to recognize that there's something more going on inside us, that we are tired of this perpetual cycle of pain. And we recognize that we are carrying a heavy burden inside of us, and it must be dealt with. And this brings us to the story of Inanna and Ereshkigal. I'm going to read the story that is represented in an article called Inanna and Ereshkigal, an ancient myth for the modern times, a lecture by Sue Gebhardt on Scribed. The thing about Inanna that is significant from my point of view in this talk is that she enters the underworld consciously. And in fact, she demands entrance because none of us want to do this. It's uncomfortable. It's so much easier to ignore the pain than to face it and the tragedies and the grief associated. But yet, Inanna, goddess of heaven and earth, great warrior, lover, creator of poetry and song, decides to go visit her sister Ereshkigal, queen of the underworld. Before she begins the descent, Inanna instructs her faithful handmaid, Ninshubur, to raise the alarm if she hasn't resumed after 3 days. Inanna arrives at the first gate of the underworld and demands to enter. The gatekeeper goes to consult with Ereshkigal. When the queen of the underworld hears this, she is furious. She slaps her thigh and bites her lip and takes the matter into her heart. She finally agrees to see Inanna, but Inanna must be brought to her naked and bowed low. Inanna has to pass through 7 gates to get to Ereshkigal's palace. At each gate, she is forced to remove a piece of her regalia. When Inanna objects, she is told the ways of the underworld are perfect and they may not be questioned. Finally, she comes before Ereshkigal naked and bowed low. Ereshkigal fastens upon her the eye of death. She strikes her, and Inanna is turned into a corpse and is hung from a hook on the wall, a piece of green rotting meat. When Inanna does not return after 3 days and nights, Ninshubur sets up a lament and beats the drums. She goes to 2 of the sky gods and begs for their help. They refuse, saying Inanna was asking for trouble and she deserves all she gets. Then Ninshubur goes to Enki, the god of water and wisdom. He takes pity on Inanna, and from the dirt under his fingernails, he creates two little creatures that are able to fly through the cracks down to Ereshkigal in the underworld. Now, Ereshkigal is busy. She's busy with either mourning the death of her consort or giving birth. She's moaning and wailing in her pain. The little creatures sit with her and they mirror her pain. Oh, my poor heart, she wails. Oh, your poor heart, they commiserate. Oh, my poor belly, she cries. Oh, your poor belly, they cry with her, and so on and on. Finally, Ereshkigal stops. She looks at them and says, "Why are you moaning with me?" She asks, and then, "I like you. I will give you a gift." The creatures ask for Inanna's body. Ereshkigal agrees, and they take Inanna and restore her to life. But before she ascends to the upper world again, the judges of the underworld demand that she send a replacement. Inanna agrees to do this, and as she ascends, at each of the 7 gates, she puts on her royal robes. When she returns to the upper world, she finds everyone in mourning for her, except for her husband, Dumuzi, who's sitting on her throne, eating and drinking and making merry. Inanna fixes upon him the eye of death and decrees that he shall be her replacement in the underworld. He is terrified and tries to flee, but he is pursued by the fierce Ghana from the underworld. He begs for help. Dumuzi's sister, Geshtinanna, who loves her brother so dearly, goes to Inanna and offers to take his place in the underworld. And finally, Inanna decides that they shall each spend half the year there. When one returns after 6 months, the other must make the descent. So let's look at a few of the things in this cool story. So Inanna has come to a point where she recognizes that she has some pain to deal with. She pretty much has to demand entrance down to Ereshkigal, who doesn't want to let her in. And we could think of all the characters as being part of her, and that Ereshkigal is her own splintered off part that is dealing with her trauma and pain inside her. And that part is protected and doesn't want to open itself up to the grief. But Inanna knows in her wisdom that if she doesn't process this pain and deal with it directly and feel it, that she will only incur negative consequences in her life. She will lose her powers. And so she has to use a lot of willpower and courage in order to go into the underworld. And clearly we see why, because it's very scary. She became numb and frozen and unable to pull herself out by herself. But because she knew that this was scary business, she made sure that her witness self was paying attention. So the part of herself that is like the handmaiden represents is her witness, and that which keeps her feet on in her identity outside of the underworld. And then the people in the community, when asked for help, a lot of them turned a blind eye. They said, she's done a lot of bad stuff. She has a lot of weight in her heart. It's her own deal. I'm not going to help her, which is a sad reality. And so Enki, who is a wise god in this story, the god of water, feminine symbol and wisdom, allows her an opportunity to become free. And he takes the dirt from under his fingernails to create these 2 little creatures that basically represent the empathy. They represent the mirroring her pain, mirroring the emotional pain is very powerful for healing. And their commiseration just softened Ereshkigal just enough to let Inanna go, to release her, transformed. Now, what was it about the dirt under the fingernail? I think that it represents earth and grounding. It's the power of being grounded as a human, of being reminded about the value of life itself. And Earth is able to be healing to her in this way and to provide her with a reflection so that she could feel seen and not so alone, not so isolated. After her mourning was complete, she was able to go up transformed. And so when she got up, she saw her husband differently. She saw his narcissism and she saw his sister's codependency. And she's like, you guys need to go do some shadow work, and sent them down. Inanna's descent was by conscious choice. She was prepared and had forethought. She kept a guard or witness. She willingly stripped off her clothes and power symbols. She stepped away from her earthly identity to enter the halls of the underworld to face the unpredictable and raging emotions of her sister, the queen of the underworld. Removing her garments is taking off our roles and identities in our earthly life. It is stripping down to be like a child, to open up to the wounds of the child within, without all of our defenses blocking us from getting to her. The more atrocities and separation, the more garb you need to cover up the vulnerability underneath. The more intentional and demanding you must be to go into the underworld of yourself. Your layers of protection will resist. They will numb you from feeling the enormity of your accumulated pain. And your veils will trick you that everything is fine as you are, but don't be fooled. There's work to be done inside, and there's consequences if you don't do it. And being a queen is heavy work, and we are all ultimately our own queen or king, and this is our work. Being your own witness, it's very essential so that you don't drown in the pain of the emotional water. There are helpers along the way, such as Kali, the great destroyer, the goddess of revolution. For the really serious shit, she's the one that pops out of Durga's eye to help you out, to slay the demons, because it comes from love. And then Hel, or Hela, she presides over the underworld realm where she receives a portion of the dead. She's also a loving, nurturing mother who shows us our darkest shadow self while holding us from falling over the edge of destruction. When we feel like we can't handle the pain a second more, she's there with her dark arms wrapped around us, showing us ourselves. She's holding us there so that we don't disintegrate while we're clearing away the suffering. Be not afraid to enter into the depths of darkness, but caution, prepare yourself. The journey is not for the unprepared. The feminine in her dark form is daunting and very powerful. It is best to do some preparation for your journey, for she holds all of your unfinished pain. And beneath the surface, like the frozen waters of a glacier, of an iceberg, there's so much that we don't see, that we stuff down below: the frustrations, the anger, the worry, the rage, the hatreds, the jealousies, the guilt, the insecurity, the powerlessness. These are the emotions that when we spiral in them without transmuting them, keep us very heavy and in suffering. And it is through the process of going into the cave of the underworld, into the womb of our transformative psychological process, that we can move this spiral, get this heavy waters of the deep ocean turning and moving in the other direction, upwards towards positive experiences and positive feelings. It is a spiral path. Nate Cap, in his funnel presentation 2023, quoted, "The spiral is the bridge from the circle to the dot." And we need a bridge to rise. And it is this spiraling motion that helps us to move the heaviness of our emotions, our heavy, dark emotions. Spiral, related to the word spirit, animating or vital principle in men and animals. Breath, breath of God. Hence inspiration, breath of life, hence life. So we see the connections in these words. And Sophia is a soul's journey. Soul, a substantial entity believed to be that in each person which lives, feels, thinks, and wills. The spiritual and emotional part of a person, sometimes said to mean coming from or belonging to the sea, because that was supposed to be the stopping place of the soul before birth and after death. So we have all these associations with the feminine related to the soul, the spiral path, and spirituality, and the water, the ocean or sea. The feminine way of circular movement, assisted by the masculine focus, the point, the goal, the purpose, the linear influence. A circle becomes a spiral. We spiral towards our goal, spiral up or down the pole, circles versus lines. It's not a linear path. It's a spiral path, and it's the aim of the masculine that creates organization or structure for the feminine energy and assists the feminine to progress back upwards into pure spirit. The spiral energy creates life. It moves us. It is the power of emotion. The deep ocean waters move in a spiraling motion, deep and heavy and powerful, living waters. We can learn to ride upon her ways as a way of mastering the deep. There is cause for thoughtfulness and perhaps even caution for the unleashed powers of intense emotion. But do not be frightened of your own feminine power. Instead, honor her within you. Look at her with compassion as she returns that compassionate gaze. Check the force of pressure that you have dammed up inside you. See her. Take time to go inward and see her. Find ways to compassionately release the waters of fear and grief and longing. Embrace misery as she sheds her tears. Feel the cord of grief that connects us. Allow her to transmute your pain. Connect with the compassion of the green Tara and feel the deep love of Venus. Trust the transformative power of Kali. Visit the halls of Ma to remember the core wisdom of truth and natural law, and seek the wisdom of the crone for your personal healing. The inner standing of your emotions is through your body, through the deep, dark cavern, this watery place of your soul, of your emotional body. Victor Schauberger, he says that the water is the blood of Mother Earth. In Greek mythology, the algae are the personification of sorrow and the bringers of weeping and tears. They were daughters of the goddess of strife Eris and had many siblings. The algae were related to Oisis, the spirit of misery and sadness, and Penthos, the god of mourning and lamentation. We invite the weeping, for her release will awaken the frozen waters within us. Connecting, weeping together, we generate power to heal the buried pain of our communities. We know we are connected by our shared grief. Moving our grief opens space to feel all of our feelings and experience a renewed love for life, and to awaken the sleeping giants of inner wisdom. Sing, wail, weep, yell, allow her to be released. Allow the weeping to come naturally and gradually, but allow the weeping. And here we highlight some goddesses that represent this weeping. Sal, the goddess who cries frequently in folk songs. She cries in the face of injustice, and when a grass snake is harmed, her tears turn to amber as a reminder. Goddess Freya cries tears of red gold for her husband, the god Or, who's frequently absent. Niobe, the goddess whose neck is wet with tears below her weeping eyes. And we can cry for them. We can cry for her. Grieving and releasing our tears is part of this healing work. Unexpressed tears do not go away. Their sadness resides in our bodies and souls. They are an outward expression of inner pain. Demeter, Isis, and Inanna, their stories all progress with them crying and wailing in their grief and their suffering, indicating a power to their tears. The expression of emotions, the water element, has a power of transformation. It can bring you help. It generates empathy or the power of emotion in others. And unified, this power can affect big change. Emotion moves matter. And yet passion unregulated can be dangerous too, and needs the masculine element of containment and direction. We can see the power of crying, of tears, of grieving. Women have traditionally been expressors of grief. And there's a tradition in Ireland called keening, where women cry together publicly or at wakes, expressing the deep hurts of the world through their soulful wailing. The power of the feminine includes accessing the power of emotional expression. This helps transmute our suffering. Keens are said to have contained raw, unearthly emotion, spontaneous word, repeated motifs, crying, and elements of song. This is the foundation of empathy. And this awakening of emotion by mass through the feminine expression can be very, very powerful and life-changing. And interestingly, in Egypt, at funerals, there is a theatrical element where they have two women acting out the roles of Isis and Nephthys, and they are paid, I guess, professional grievers, and it takes this vibrational energy to sort of crack open the walls. They're like the dirt under the fingernail that gets through the cracks and touches the hearts of people who are very closed off. The Valkyries notice and reward the courageous. They pick up the bravest and of the wounded or dying soldiers, and they take them to Valhalla, where they recuperate and are celebrated. Then they fly back and forth between the bloody battlefield and Valhalla, land of plenty and ripe abundance. They're on alert. They have ongoing discernment, but more importantly, they reward courage. And going into the underworld journey to heal ourselves is an act of courage, and it is analogous to the bloody battlefield, especially in our world. So Durga, the warrior, cosmic protector, and empowering mother with 6 arms filled with sacred objects and weapons. And Parvati, the goddess of the sacred marriage, the divine yogini who embodies the power of creative will. Kali also represents the holding of strong boundaries and the use of the powerful word no. She confirms that force is sometimes necessary. For something new to be born, old structures must be destroyed, whether in nature or in society or in our personal life. She guides us to the actions and the behaviors that need changing. Because if we come up from this underworld work and we have not changed, then we have not done the work properly. But the feeling and the facing creates an integration where our splintered parts become unified. And from that place, then we can discern and decide what changes need to be made in our life. So now our final story, big story, the story of Isis, the goddess of the underworld. She represents the descent through the power of love and service. Isis, in her wholeness, helped restore the broken masculine. She recognizes women as midwives of birth and death, of healing. She's a guide for others' underworld journeys. She shows us the power of tears, the power of empathy, the power of love and service. She is the priestess and the healer. In this story, Osiris is murdered by his brother Set and cut him into 14 pieces and spread those around Egypt. With Osiris dead, Set became king of Egypt with his sister Nephthys as his wife. Isis In her anguish, she cried and wept and wailed. And Nephthys, her sister-in-law, felt sorry for her, and seeing Isis weeping endlessly over the loss of her husband, Isis, who has great magical powers, decided to find her husband and bring him back to life long enough so that they could conceive a child. And Isis, with the help of Nephthys, transformed into a bird and roamed the country, collecting the pieces of his torn apart body. She recovers 13 of the pieces, all but his penis. And this is obviously an important part to complete her mission of bearing a child. So she creates a new phallus for him. She uses her magic powers to reassemble the parts of his body and make Osiris whole again. She breathed the breath of life into his body and resurrected him. Once resurrected, they consummate their union and she conceives Horus. She hides in the papyrus thickets of Egypt's delta to hide the knowledge of her pregnancy and to give birth to him. She feared that Set would kill Horus to prevent him from ascending to the throne. Osiris becomes a mummy, bandaged and neither living nor dead. He becomes the ruler of the underworld and grants people life after death. Isis becomes queen of the underworld and dedicates her life to helping others come back out from the underworld. And Horus one day becomes king. So this is a story of love. It is a story of valuing the sacred masculine. It is about recognizing that we're in this together. And it shows that the divine feminine has a healing influence on the masculine. And she represents agape, the love of all humanity and the valuing of all people. And it's really reflects the value of family, of home, of hearth, and of children, and the Trinity that creates life. She's the high priestess, the guardian of the unconscious, and beckons the traveler to the world within. She represents the contemplative study of your inner world, as well as nature and spiritual mystery. The high priestess location between the two pillars suggests that it is her responsibility to mediate between the depths of reality. She is the third pillar, the path between. Knowledge is to be learned from both worlds. The nighttime scene suggests that the world she protects and guards is one that may seem frightening, but she has the potential to lead us safely into the underworld and back, resulting in the growth of the soul. She breathes new life into those who do their shadow work, a spiritual journey into the underworld to become transformed. She can represent the friend that sits with you when you're grieving, the therapist or counselor, the mother who holds you when you cry, or father. She is the midwife of our journey of healing, and her presence can be internal as well. You can draw upon her energy, the archetype within yourself, and be your own high priestess as you go in and do your own shadow work. And here we see another figure related to the water and who helps to empower her masculine counterpart, the Lady of the Lake. And Vivian, Lady of the Lake, appears to be based on older Celtic goddesses associated with water, such as Curidwen, who possessed a magic cauldron or kettle. She made a brew with herbs and water that would grant wisdom to whoever drank it. According to legend, Vivian lived in a castle beneath a lake surrounding the mystical island of Avalon. She raised Lancelot and gave Arthur the magical sword Excalibur, which he treasured. When Arthur was near death, she saved him by taking him to Avalon. She lives underwater in a hidden realm, causing her to be a symbol of mystery and magic. So now we're looking at the forces that help us to heal, the forces that help us to ascend and to embody ourselves fully, and ultimately to recognize our value as a spirit. Brigid or Breed was a goddess who kept watch over a well or many wells from which a prospective king had to drink in order to receive his place on the throne. The well and lake are symbols of our inner world. The feminine is most present in relationships, both our relationship to ourselves and with others. Ironically, it is in loving that we experience our greatest heartache and disillusionment. It is usually something that occurs in the context of relationships that sends us spiraling into the underworld. So the real journey involves a dynamic dance between joy and pain, and the masculine and the feminine. One woman's story is an echo of every woman's story, each uniquely formed by the energies of nature and the thread of cause and effects that impact them in their lives throughout their lifetimes and encoded in our DNA. The gods and goddesses are more than interesting objects from stories. They represent our ancestry, potentially, our potentials for expansion and growth, and our paths to downfall. They also give us clues to the way back up, the journey of ascension back to our wholeness, arriving transformed and embodied with wisdom and knowledge of who we really are. Their stories give accounts of how the feminine can become separated from herself and from the masculine, and the myriad of consequences to this separation. It's not all rainbows and sunshine, to say the least. The feminine was under attack, and the resulting confusion and chaos within the female heart has been devastating. We see the effects of societal violence, destruction, chaos, and confusion. We see the defenses in people grow stronger from their pain and the many splintering off of goddess identities in the world. It seems as though every goddess at some point has the label, and she's also a war goddess added on to her. The goddesses exhibit a quite distinct separation in their personas, and we have forgotten, I would think, as women, the potential of our own self. And we can be reminded sometimes looking at them. It's not just the feminine that has been attacked, but the masculine as well. When the feminine is not well, the masculine cannot be well. And when the masculine is not well, how the female responds is of great importance. We could see from Demeter that she had more power over the crops than did Helios, the sun. She was able to turn the world dark despite him. He needed her power in order for the sun to really shine upon the crops and grow the food. Worst of all, the spiral tumble into hell has turned men against men, women against men, men against women, and women against women. Who suffered the most in this hostility, chaos, and confusion? There's no human untouched by the oppression and trauma of history and the current day chaos and evil that has grown from it. And yet, who really suffers the most from this hostility? It is the children, who have been largely forgotten as the sacred beings that they are. And again, the children represent the feminine. They are innocent. Ultimately, we are to discover that we are each multifaceted beings with both the potential for great suffering, the downward fall, or great triumph, the upward journey. And that ultimately we can realize the god and goddess within each of us and return to source in wholeness. First, we are compelled to be honest with ourselves about the many ways we have, as well as our ancestors have, contributed to the destruction of good. Healing, integration, and ascension. We can turn to the crone for her wisdom, and we can look to the tools and the elements and companions of the goddess to understand even more deeply the power of the feminine, for she is the earth, she is nature. We have fire, water, earth, and air, and all sorts of animal companions, tigers, lions, snakes, birds, cows, horses, dogs, and cats, you name it. Sacred objects like cups, wells, swords, bow and arrow, books, weapons, armor, jewelry, amulets, charms, headdresses, gowns, helmets, magic cloths, veils, belts, girdles, veils, daggers, feathers, talismans, so much. We have skin markings and tattoos, sacred helpers from like fairies and spirits. We have the recognition of the feminine in the earth, for we are nature. We embody wisdom, like Mother Gaia. Like her, we are resilient and ever renewing. The goddess is in the landscape. And there are many goddesses of healing, like Ermed, also known as Ermith, Celtic goddess of the healing arts, a member of the Tuatha De Danann, the most ancient race of deities in Ireland. And just as they did, she had a great magical powers. The herbalists, the midwives, the nurses, and all this protected by Brigid, Breed, Breedy, the Celtic goddess of spring, the dawn, and the fertility. She protected mothers and children. And of course, this story, she lost her own son and was unable to protect him. Her grief, like Isis, turned into love, where she protects the hearth. She's the goddess of agriculture, watching over the livestock, goddess of music, poetry, and knowledge. She's linked to metalworking and smithery, metalsmiths. She's connected to the sun, the fire element. And she's also connected to the water, the wells and rivers, the healing waters. And of course, she's a fighter when need be. Live in your body, dance, learn martial arts, connect with your sensuality and your sexuality, garden, study plants and herbs, sing, ritual theater. These are healing. Goddess embodied, Homage to My Hips by Lucille Clifton. These hips are big hips. They need space to move around in. They don't fit into little petty places. These hips are free hips. They don't like to be held back. These hips have never been enslaved. They go where they want to go. They do what they want to do. These hips are mighty hips. These hips are magic hips. I have known them to put a spell on a man and spin him like a top. And this is a picture of another mentor of mine, Sedona Sophia, who I've learned a lot from. She is Shakti in all her forms, balanced and wise, as well as imbalanced and chaotic. She is like the dynamic and ever responsive and changing energy of the natural elements. She is in you and me, unified within herself and unified with her divine masculine counterpart. We can internalize the divine mother. And then there's Lakshmi, a goddess of abundance and good fortune. She represents the embodiment of wisdom, the skills of success, the goddess of sustainability, the preserver of life. She teaches about reciprocity, reciprocal relationships, mediator, and a balancer in families. And Freya, the Norse goddess of love, fertility, and also death and war. She's known for her ability to predict the future and teach others the art of prophecy. Just as Isis cared about the divine dance of creation, knowing that both masculine and feminine are required to consummate the birth of a new reality, so can we in our feminine energy. We can, with our feminine compassion and love and patience, help put him back together and invigorate masculine strength in our world. The feminine healer can be like the Valkyries, who acknowledge the bravest warriors and assist the recovery and transition from death to rebirth. We can fly together to a place of renewal and celebration. We can bring spirit back. And like Freya, we can also receive the slain warriors not chosen for Valhalla and assist in their healing through love, truth, and beauty. For without both forces of feminine and masculine, we do not have life itself. And to live well in this physical existence, we most definitely need each other. The last thing I want to emphasize are the goddesses of justice and sovereignty. And there are quite a few of them as well. I'm going to focus on Ma'at, the goddess of truth and justice and conception. She's a goddess of balance and order. Okay. She stands for that which is straight or true. She personifies cosmic order and harmony. She's a teacher of natural law, and once we align to her principles in thought, feeling, and deed, our lives will reap the benefits of her wisdom. We will live harmonious lives. She is the mother of morality, and she is the guide to what is worthy. And this brings me to the word worship, which, as I was studying some of these goddesses and their horrible deeds, I was feeling sad and kind of appalled, actually, that these deities from the Roman and Greek pantheon are worshipped. And I want to make clear that I am not talking about worshiping goddesses. And I don't believe in worshiping anyone. So the etymology of worship, I thought would be interesting to look at from Old English words, condition of being worthy, dignity, glory, distinction, honor, and ship. What I think of dignity that we carry on our ship. What is worth carrying on our ship, our body? And what is worthy of worship are not people or gods or goddesses, but principles and qualities. And so in our study, I think it's important to recognize the qualities and the principles which bring good, that help lighten our path, that help us to ascend and to recognize our spiritual nature, what we value, how we act, doing what's right. Is it making us light or heavy? It's hard to lift. It's hard to carry a heavy load, especially if you keep adding more weight. We need to become as light as a feather in a moral sense, in a spiritual sense, so that we can rise. Only through discipline, effort directed by wisdom and law can he rise again into the sphere of his spiritual completeness. Because of the depth of our wounds, it is sometimes hard to bear the truth of how things really are. It is easy to lose connection to the origins of our pain. These memories become occulted within us. We can look to the gods and goddesses to assist us in decoding and de-occulting our inner world through the understanding of where we came from and what we can become. They are energetic templates or portals to know thyself. Archetypes can become our mirror, our guide, our inspiration, our warnings, and our teachers. The raising of consciousness is the goal. There's a visible shift that happens when consciousness rises. Healing our hearts transforms us from stone weights to light feathers and eliminates the illusion of separation, raising us in the knowledge of unity and love.
Well, that was beautiful. That was just absolutely stunning. A great way to start off today. The resurrection of the goddess energy. Thank you so much, Leslie. Welcome to the table.
I'm really glad to be here. Thank you, Brandon. It's exciting. I've been so nervous.
Let's see why. That was
I don't
that was a
know.
home run.
Oh, thank you.
But stand confident in that feminine energy. You got that going. That was good.
There was so much work, months really of thought and ideas popping into my head, and it was really hard to integrate all of these ideas. I had like information very scattered, and this kind of, I think, unwieldy vision in my head, and there were a lot of challenges along the way, but I'm satisfied. I feel like it came together pretty well, so I'm really happy. It was a really, really long process of editing, and had to cut it down from a lot longer. So you can
Yeah,
kind of see that,
like
but
there's a
it's
lot
good.
of extra material in there. Are you gonna do an extended version of that?
I don't know. We'll see.
Right, right. Well, it
We'll
looks like it
see.
would be worth it. It looks like everybody in the comments really enjoyed it. I
Glad.
took a lot from that. It actually correlates to a lot of the work I think that will be coming up with maybe like Nathan's presentation and my presentation. So it's really nice to see such a powerful, female like yourself speaking out in the world, because we do need more feminine energy coming to the table. It's this community is mainly dominated by masculine, faces. So we do need more female speakers out in the open. And I think this could be a big inspiration to them to, stand proud in that sacred goddess energy and to resurrect that, because that's really what we need, is the resurrection of that love spirit.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I agree.
So
Yeah.
if I may ask, what got you into this work? How did you end up, uh, you know, awake?
There's no simple answer to that, Brandon. It's
Oh,
been
I know.
a very long journey from being a young kid who just was inquisitive and questioning to, um, having various challenges in my life that propelled me to want, to just seek truth and seek something beyond what I understood, and this desire to know, and then brought me places. I also went through a pretty intuitive process, though, of really like meditation and really attuning into like nature itself, and look and really looking for responses from the universe. And I found myself on this whole synchronistic journey where all sorts of information and people were put in my life that expanded my awareness of things, ultimately leading in 2018 to Mark's work, where I felt like all the pieces were put together. And what the piece in his work that really turned the key for me was taking some of the rose-colored glasses off and really recognizing that there's evil in this world, intentional
Mm,
evil, not just random
right.
wrongdoing, but intentional evil, and the mechanisms of mind control. And that like totally blew open like the last bit of like this holdback that I had about the world, and lit up a fire in me around this material. And and prior to that, I had been, in Oregon, kind of exploring some of the goddess, movement, I guess, and
Mhm.
material. Yeah,
Well, that's amazing. It's so beautiful. Mark is good at kicking us in our asses to get us moving, that's for sure.
yeah,
And there's no doubt about that. I think everybody here has been influenced by him one way or another. So,
yeah.
what inspired you to do this topic specifically?
I have been, an idea had popped in my head about something I want to do to help women, and
Mm,
the reviving Sophia theme just sort of, I mean, it just popped in my head. I don't know, it came into me as an important metaphor for journeys, and for women in particular, having, gone through a lot of dark relational experiences,
mhm,
and becoming somewhat lost, and losing myself in some ways, and then finding ways to revive myself and find myself and become more whole, and more of myself, really becoming myself, in some ways later in my life. So I want to, and I work as a therapist. I'm a psychotherapist. I'm a clinical social worker, and so I work with a lot of people, women and men, but probably majority women. And there's, this is, I feel like, a life calling, life path that I'm on.
that's awesome. Do you see that there is a giant disconnect between the sacred feminine within the female gender?
Yes, for sure. I think that. we've been hurt a lot. Many women, most women have been hurt. And what happens when you're hurt is you go in, those pieces go inward. They become hardened. The shells become thicker. The boundaries that we're afraid to be vulnerable, and we have to. And a lot of the experiences with the wounding of the masculine has really required the feminine to have to become more of their masculine to survive. I was a single mom for quite a while. I'm still a single mom, still a single mom. And that experience creates imbalance, really, where you have to put a lot of the feminine energies kind of on the back burner to take care of your kids and pay the bills and all of that. So, and the relationships with men can become very complex, and it's hard sometimes to crack that shell and open up again and bring out that feminine energy.
Right. So were you always this astute with mythology? Mythology has always been a super fascinating subject of mine.
Not really.
Right,
yeah,
right.
no, I was, and I consider myself to be very much a beginner.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, mythology is extremely complex, especially Greek mythology. And I think you did a wonderful job of synchronizing a lot of the myths, especially when it comes to the sacred feminine. It looks like we have a question for you here. If you'd like to read that on the screen.
Yeah, it says Wake of Truth says, Leslie, I was looking into Elizabeth Bathory recently. Do you have any sources for the baby farming thing? Unfortunately, I really don't, other than the references I put on, to the slide. There is another woman there. I cut out, edited that little story out, and she's another one that was part of the baby farming. But yeah, sorry, I can't help you anymore. And I don't know Heath. Yeah, the origins of Heath and Errol, I don't know. Like, again, there are millions of goddesses, millions, right? And so we could spend a long time, reading and learning about them all. I think it'd be fun, for people to continue their own study in the area that they're called, and we can bring together that information. We can share it with each other.
Yes, I think mythology has such a profound effect on our not only conscious mind but the subconscious mind, and the way that we can, interpret what we're experiencing currently, and also let's just say media as well. You can find so many different mythological references in movies. One that stood out to me was that you were talking about Niobe, and Niobe is a character in the second Matrix movie. And we also find that Morpheus is also a mythological character as well, a god of dreams. And, so I think that a lot of people are just not taught these things from an early age. And it's so important when you get in tune with, let's say, like the hero mythos, right? So that's really cool that you brought that to the table. It's really cool that you and Indica both kind of started out with that on both days. I was like, wow, this is so synchronistic. This is
totally. Your whole layout of speakers and their order has been so perfect and synchronistic. And even like in the roundtable last night, the things that you were bringing up were like, oh my God, my presentation is a perfect takeoff from that,
Yeah, I'm so impressed with that. It looks like Indica has a statement here. This was so powerful, Leslie Powers. Love the sacred feminine, getting attention, learned so much by watching. Wow. So she
thank
loves
you,
your work.
Indica. I really appreciated yours as well, Indica, in the creative way. I had all these ideas in my head of doing something theatrical like that, like what she did. And I'm so glad that, Indica, you brought that, because I couldn't get that into mine too. It was just too much.
Yeah, well, I really enjoyed the background sounds. I thought that was a creative touch, and it did feel super feminine and super spiritual in between that. Like, so whenever you change your slides with the owl or the heartbeat, like somebody said it felt like you were getting a reward from that. And after they said that, I kind of correlated that, and I was like, oh yeah, I do feel like this energy coming from that sound. And I think that's a really cool technique that maybe some other people may want to use in their presentations. I think that was really subtle, but very powerful.
Yeah, I'm glad I could weave something in, because part of my doing this was I wanted to add things and grow in ways that I haven't done And so I had some help, like Chris Jansen really helped me with my frame, and he helped me use OBS, which I've never done before. And so that it also was a practical thing to have a sound, because as a signal to move the slides. And I got all kind of goofed up as I was going through in the order. I had a really hard time, in a way, putting together my order. And so it wasn't perfect, but it worked out really well to have those little hooting owls and things.
Yes, I think that's really good. And I would like to add that obviously the voice is a sacred feminine force, right? So you were talking about singing and weeping. And I think that's really important because in ancient pagan traditions and in the nature cult, singing was taught to all of us, especially the men. And sometimes the men would take up the roles of the females during fertility rituals, and then the females would go out and pick their mates during these certain rituals. If you look at Native American cultures or like Japanese cultures, they do this still to this day, which is really interesting. And the men would sing, right? So singing, obviously, vibration is a wave frequency, a sine wave. So that is curvature. So it's sacred feminine. And then the other thing I wanted to bring up is that the female with the sword, such as the Lady of the Lake, we find that often in esotericism all over the place. And I found that the sword is placed into two positions usually. And one is with the sword down, facing downward, the tip facing towards the ground, which usually represents some sort of tranquility or peace or state of just no conflict, equality. And then when the sword is up and she has the sword up, it means this is a call to action. It's time. We need our forces out on the ground. We need boots on the ground. It's spiritual war is really what it's talking about,
Yeah.
And I find that we see two depictions of this with natural law within the tarot. Some versions the sword down, some versions the sword up. So I thought that was really powerful that you brought so much about the Arthurian legend, because a lot of people don't talk about that. I will be speaking about that. So that's so awesome that you brought some stuff to the table with that. And I really loved your sacred grail, the Holy Grail breakdown. That was really, really good. All around, it was just so beautiful.
Thank you. Yeah, I feel relief. I'm so glad that we got this done.
Right. I was worried about you there for a second. I was like, oh no, she's asking for, an extension.
More time.
I know how it is. Trust me.
Yeah, I know. It was like wore me out a lot. I was like, oh, I'm not doing another one for a long time.
Yeah.
but
That's
then
how I
afterwards,
feel every time. You
right,
got
already
that.
I'm feeling a little, it's like having a baby and you're like, well, I'm not going to do that again for a while. But then after you have that baby, you look, it's like, oh my gosh, this is exciting. Let's have more.
Yeah, right. You get the kind of euphoria from it, That's for sure. I think you've done a great job with this. And thank you so much for being a part of the S.E.E.D conference.
This is
You've
wonderful.
you've made this such a beautiful starting to the second day. And
Thank you.
there's no place in my soul that I couldn't express, the gratefulness to have you being here with all of us.
That means a lot. And I love all of you. I really enjoy being here and really appreciate. I mean, I'm impressed. I'm like, how am I even a part of this with you wonderful speakers and knowledge keepers? Is amazing. So thank you.
The universe brought us together for a reason,
That's right.
It's synchronistic. Yeah. We're all aligning on that goal of truth and justice and love and freedom. So this is what happens.
It feels so good. The energy, you can just feel in the unity and the people in the chat talking and laughing and having fun with each other, like people showing up before you even got on, it's really good. We got to keep it going, people. Come on.
Absolutely. Keep it going. That's right. Well, thank you so much, Leslie. And hopefully we'll see some more work from you in the future.
You will.
Okay, awesome.
Bye.
Bye. So that was Leslie from AliveThrive.life. And she did such an amazing job. Such a beautiful presentation. So next, we have our musical ecstatic freaking master over here, the reggae master. I love this guy, Grant Presence, and he will be doing 2 songs for us. Super excited to have him back. Make sure you support his work. Check out his website. I'll put it down in the comments below. Let's get into it, Grant. Let's get the vibes going, man. I need this energy,
Thanks, Brandon. Stoked to be here. This next song is called Reaching Humanity, featuring my soul sister, Elias Clay.
It's presence and Elias Clay. No, we know I know propaganda.
Pay attention to the voice inside. Don't seek direction from the world outside. Cause these illusions fool once, fool twice. But I keep coming back to the light. I lose my patience and I lose my way. In different paths, different colors, but we bleed the same. I see you shining and I've got to say, amplifying this reflection, gonna spark a flame. I feed the fire and I call the rains. Critical mass we at last attain. The 100th monkey taking off the chains. Cause once you see the game, the world don't look the same. I see through the lies, the lies that shape my mind reality. I see through the maze and the ways they lay to shape society. Break through the chains and the grit they built to keep an eye on me. Fly through the storm, singing my song, reaching humanity. I see through the lies, the lies that shape my mind reality. I see through the maze and the ways they lay to shape society. Break through the chains and the grit they built to keep an eye on me. Fly through the storm, singing my song, reaching humanity. Observing several synchronicities, exploring the mystery for the memory of something great, a connection to my creator. Sense the history might be contradictory. Maybe there's some trickery involved as I dissolve. I'm a fierce meditator, conscious penetrator of non-linear reality. Collect nuggets for my masterpiece. Your plummets as I ascend to the summit, oversee new frontiers. I'm an engineer, passionate for art that feels intricate and infinite. Once took a visit from some extra-dimensional beast that scattered their unconventionality, developed a new rationality which affect my personality dramatically. Systematically set me greetings, meanings, teachings lasting more than an evening. Best part, they weren't preachy or greedy, but seem generally concerned with my development as a force of intelligence. Select a frequency of highest resonance, spread enough of benevolence. Hey, and I call the rains. Critical mass we at last attain. The 100th monkey taking off the chains. Cause once you see the game, the world don't look the same. I see through the lies, the lies that shape my mind reality. I see through the maze and the ways they lay to shape society. Break through the chains and the grit they built to keep an eye on me. Fly through the storm, singing my song, reaching humanity. Share my mind reality. See through the maze and the ways they lay to shape society. Break through the chains and the grit they built to keep an eye on me. I fly through the storm, singing my song, reaching humanity. It's presence and the lights play. Making music every day, I say. We eat some mango and banana. No, we no want no propaganda, yeah. No propaganda at the S.E.E.D conference, you know. All right, this next song that I'm going to play is my claim to fame. This song was censored off of Spotify within 1 week of its release. So if you think Spotify is a free, open platform for music to be expressed openly, you are incorrect. This song is called Scam. Said we're living through a scam, yeah. I said we're living through a scam, yeah. I said the COVID is a scam, yeah. We break down them walls, said we got to unify. Differences between us make us beautiful and divine. You know that the politician, them, they use that difference to divide. I know who I am, my heart is in alignment. Standing up to the tyrants, no need to live in confinement. Babylon crumbling before my eyes, I'm not surprised yet. Every breath I take in the oxygen, I'm optimizing. My health is my true wealth and no vaccine will compromise it. Needles injecting into the ship, but they genetically modified. Installing the operating system, 5G comes online. If death by toxic chemicals or heavy metals ever make the headlines, blame it on the virus which they never purify. That's right, because we're living through a scam, I said we're living through a scam, a scam, a scam. Said the COVID is a scam, okay. Yo, there's a new type of Nazi on the block. Political correctness is the branding on the flock. Operation Warp Speed coming with the vaccine. When the needles come at me, there's only one who takes a shot. Hey, I got a 12 gauge in my closet, 357 on my bedside. Block on my appendix, I'm athletic, train myself right. Contact tracers, come at me, your medics won't be too sight. Own this human body, self-defense, it is my birthright. Indoctrination from cradle to grave, I'm the living under a slave state. You figure that the criminals can only rule you through religion and hate. Authority held in belief, a majority for nothing more than a spigot conformity. Outnumber them, 1001. Wait for my stomach, the basilisk one, yes. Because we're living through a scam, I said we're living through a scam, a scam, a scam. Said we're living through a scam. Yo, we will reclaim, we will reclaim, we will reclaim our sovereignty. We're growing stronger, we're growing stronger each day. Hey, 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 we will reclaim, we will reclaim, we will reclaim our sovereignty. We growing stronger, we growing stronger each day. Okay. Election is selection, let the rod get your attention. Every 4 years people are enough of it in the throne with no objection to aggression, no oppression. Violent tax collection, true democracy is each individual making their own selections. 51 thinking they own the 49, not small brew. Dialectics to distract us, even divide, it's not cool. Time for us to each become the master of our destiny. Individual sovereignty is the way to reach society. Rise up and take the power back, yo. Rise up and take a stand for love and peace. Rise up, cause your silence is compliance. So let your word shape your future destiny. Hey, rise up, a counter-attack, yo. Rise up and take a stand for love and peace, yeah. Rise up, there's no more playing small now. The time has come to choose to be free, cause we living through a scam, and we know that no politicians control us, cause we living through a scam, we're free in our minds and in our hearts, so we living through a scam, we practice self-ownership, so we living through a scam, and you know Jah love always prevails in the end. Thank you guys so much for rocking with me. My name is Grant Presence. You can check out all my music for free. Share it, spread it far and wide at presencemusic.com. Hope you all have a beautiful day, and I will see you at my later spot this afternoon.
All right. Thank you so much, Grant. I don't know what was going on in the background there with those guys. I just took control. That was awesome. All right. Love that last song. You nailed it. Man, your lyrics. I love stuff where the lyrics just hit off, you know. That's the kind of music that I really, really love to listen to. Okay, so we're having a tech issue in the back. He's going to fix that. Looking forward to your next couple songs, Grant. I will make sure to share your music far and wide. I'm going to share that shit as much as I can. And you are on my website. I'll make sure to give an affiliate link on there as well for you, man, because I like to support people like yourself. We don't see enough music like that. I don't think we can hear you, but it's all right. All right, good to go. Awesome. Awesome. All right. I hope everybody's enjoying that. Hope everybody was enjoying that music. Make sure to give a shout out to Grant over here, man. He does some great work. I mean, we couldn't thank him enough for that. Very appreciative that I think it was Chris and Leia. Actually, I think Leia actually turned me on to Grant. So that's really, really awesome. So we have another great presenter coming up. His name is Brian Easterday. It's going to be epic. He presented at S.E.E.D 4. He did a really good astrotheological or astrology Vedic system breakdown at S.E.E.D 4, if I remember correctly. Oh, it's Sethicus. No, it's Sethicus. My bad. My bad. All right, I'm looking at the wrong thing here. Sethicus, thank you. Backseat. So we're going to Sethicus right now. So Sethicus Boza is the founder of Black Earth Productions, which offer ancient metaphysical wisdom, cosmic law, and high magic. This guy is an occult practitioner. There's no doubt about it. He shares so much good information. Really enjoy all of his stuff, especially the stuff on the Arthurian legend as well. You can find his work at Black Earth Productions with a Z at the end of that .com. So Black Earth Productions with a Z at the end. And his presentation is called The Aeon of Horus and the Thermogenesis of the Heru. So this is going to be really intense. I really love the intensity that he brings to the table. He is all about self-empowerment, self-sovereignty, and getting in touch with the occult mysteries, which is something that I advocate for so much. So bring on the blue flame from Sethicus Boza.
Welcome back, everyone. This is Sethicus Boza, Black Earth Productions, Blue Flame, Healing Arts and Occult Science, Temple of the White Dragon. Back again on another segment. And in terms of this, I'm going to be getting a little bit more committing what I'm going to be conveying here. We have now come into the time of Heru and crossed into the new Aeon via March 23rd of 2023. It is meant to be an aeon of self-realization, and it's all about decoding the possibility of one's true character and self-actualized, manifested, as well as growing interest in all things we are here to master as humans in order to come into aeonic maturity. This also is why the madness and the insanity has risen to the surface in light of the hour that we are in. People are so utterly blind to how they are even being without knowing the occult. Everything that has not been dealt with, it has risen to the surface to be dealt with. And there's going to be no bypassing this. not with anyone, whether it's physical, mental, emotional, spiritual, or temporal in nature. Certain things are being amplified, and you need to pay attention to those things. Now, many of us are aware of the agendas designed to offset the trajectory of our world. Again, this is why lockdown manifested itself the way that it did, and we are still pressed up many things that have worked to prevent the transcendence from happening, despite what has been anchored in terms of the ancient future. We are quite literally at war on levels some still cannot imagine, and some would even assume that it's not going to get better from this point forward. And I could even say it's going to get even worse in context still, because to that, there are too many people that still have not a fucking clue of what is truly going on, as with others, even at the forefront, on the levels necessary in order to cross these thresholds. It's our position to stand our ground and continue to inform and keep moving forward into the word Haru, unto its law and principle. It is to do what the rune was, which is the gateway through to the central sun of true intelligence to this. Haru is the bifrost in terms of what bridges the sun bonds recreated when the gold of consciousness is organically tapped into and integrated. As with the practical magic that is offered with the mystery school, the Nectar of Athanasia is meant to meet that process integration and greatly assists the physical body to go through this process. It is within this sigil, the fire letter rune, Ingwas, which reveals the diamond portal unto the higher force itself. Much has been discussed and even debated in terms of what the Aeon of Horus actually is. And with what has been revealed to me is that it's within the diamond heart portal that stands as the pentacle star of the four elements unto the quintessence in terms of the eternal spirit when it comes to the art and science of alchemy. This sigil in terms of the fire letter codex unlocks the tesseract, the cube within the cube, in terms of the 6-pointed star when it comes to star sequence ignitions. This, though, to the 6-pointed star, reflecting again the 1, 2, 4, 5, 7, 8, is the lockdown equation and mathematical reversal technology in terms of numerology to the checkerboard mutation that many are not getting past, let alone are they aware of it because of the high levels of ignorance that they are dealing with in context to proper knowledge and wisdom, and especially when it comes to the occult. Ultimately, this is to the point of integrating the eternal lotus in terms of star core sequence ignitions that take place within the template once the codex is activated. The goal is to reach the point of integrating the eternal lotus held to its multi-dimensional, geometric, and geomantic relevance once the lockdown is transcended. And this ultimately is what we've been cut off from, to the templating of our eternal spirits in context to the true will force of the eternal spirit to soul code, blood code essence in terms of the quintessence that permeates throughout all nature within the universe and is the substance of that which composes our cosmic and celestial bodies on a multidimensional level within our physical realm. Again, the question springs to mind. What is the true will force? How does one actually discover what the true will force is? And see, this doesn't just happen on its own in terms of an assumption. Everyone on the entire face of the earth has been programmed to the goddamn fucking hilt against this. And it takes dedication and fortitude in terms of developing the wanting to know how to discover that when it comes to the great work and initiation. Everything is available in terms of a level 1 apprentice full rights initiation into the mystery school. If you seek mentorship of the mysteries and to what that means in terms of the occult, this is not to be mistaken with some kind of inverted bullshit that people would assume that don't even know the difference. They want to assume all sorts of kinds of things about me. Well, I don't give a fuck. This is an eternal axiom to how things actually work. And given its forms and terms and all the ways that it is to make the point and action and practice. Realize that everything has its original reference. And this is to make the correction in context to being an actual magus myself in terms of teaching this for years on its own accord with me. My personal education in terms has come directly from my core intelligence and confirmed in terms of actual study and research otherwise, and also gaining access to a mente itself. And from my observations, it is the same to what revealed itself to me on its own terms. And in terms of the new Aeon, the Aeon of Horus, it's as I have been saying that I'm taking things back to the original teaching. It must also act as a principle in reference and context to fundamentals. All of this, of course, has been extremely twisted throughout the aeons. It's been case study after case study after case study I've taken on over the years. And the end result is the same with magicians that royally fucked up, let alone individuals that do not listen to right instruction when it comes to these matters, and as a rule of measure. Also to the disclaimer with the mystery school that is in the Black Earth Library. We do not deal in malevolence, and we are more terrifying than you could possibly fucking imagine. They're also not so obvious. If you're fucking with that shit, then you're not a part of what has been implemented. I want to make that very, very clear before I proceed. And all of you will be seen for what you are. And everyone out there that even assumes I'm anything to do with it, you can all go fuck yourselves. Or that I'm some kind of fucktarded moron. You don't even have the capacity to see it. And I don't have time to waste on willful ignorance and bullshit psychological assumptions to lies about who I am, let alone what I represent to my position. And regardless of insights to anything, few too many can even grasp to its principle unto themselves. And that's the point. And it does happen with those that do see, and it does happen with those that do hear. In contrast, it's the blind leading the blind otherwise, and those that do not see from the first eye of true intelligence. Truth reigns supreme, despite those that attempt to wield it, let alone fail in their own rites of initiation for cowardice. This has been seen countless times throughout the centuries, with far too many individuals that wanted to potentially become magicians, that did not have a full spectrum perception of what it was they were even seeking. If you don't know the true history of this, then you don't even know what the fuck is really going on levels necessary in order to transcend. Because if you did know, you would hear every single word that I share on the platform. There is still not enough proper knowledge and wisdom unearthed, let alone integrated with most people to know the difference. If you know the difference and you've been doing the real work and you've been getting the fucking results, then good. We're all standing side by side onto the great quest we have all been partakers of in terms of incarnation. But we are in different times now. And you fuckers need to rise the fuck up, something fierce, and stand your ground against this shit. Not placate to triangulation factors trying to pull me and everybody else into wanton fucking bullshit. Me and my kind don't have time for it. What we are focused on, what we are doing, the great work to implement, not only in our own lives, our own domains, in terms of a true purpose, reaching for higher ideas, hearing the call of the eternal return. This is your lives and also concerns the lives of future generations. And as I stated, it's case study after case study I've gone into. And also, as I've stated, that an occult reformation must take place onto the new renaissance that is before us in the face of the ultimate fucking evil that wants to devour our very lives unto existence itself. If you can't see what the fuck is going on or what has happened and implemented in terms of their grid works of consciousness, and you truly are fucking blind. The world in terms has gone into a place of absolute fucking madness, and regardless of warnings among other things, I've shared again and again the antidote, and it's everything to do with the true will force ignited via the gates of true intelligence, fueled by true care and authenticity in context to what love actually is, and has no tolerance for evil and insanity, and is the raw power to its magical formula otherwise. It is the logos of the new Aeon being accomplished by those who are partakers of it. And for those who have accomplished the gods via the Ra Hor Kahut unto Huru, who also has the blue flame of Ptah in terms of the ancient Kemetan arts that were the original alignment and were nothing to do with the corruption that came millions of years later to the crux of the procession of the grand cycle. It is through the ignition of your star core intelligence unto the higher force that shows you what you must do. And again, to gain leverage in all of the areas that we are working to master. Nothing that I have been sharing and teaching, let alone one-on-one over the years, is anything new. I am not the arbiter of it. I'm a template holder in terms. And it is the original teaching and how things actually work that you were never meant to know. And this is everything to do with individually discovering the true will force of the eternal spirit, actualized unto its dormant aspect within you to the gates of true intelligence. This is what the Haru is. That is what the Aeon of Horus is meant to actually bring us into. And we are all standing at the gates as the hearts of mankind are being weighed. So tapping into and integrating that which is the imperial self. Those of you that have been doing the real work here see how far you have come. As for those who are pretentious and have not actually done the work, you're all a bunch of idiot fucking morons that are passing up the greatest opportunity that has not only been addressed, but that which has been implemented with the mystery school. And it's a reflection of what did exist before what happened did. It's there within my templating. It's there within my codex. It's there within my lineage. And none of this can be refuted in terms of my position. See, what you still don't realize is that all of humanity has been conditioned to be cowards. And you can sure as shit bet that when it's all said and done, and when the actual truth hits you in the face harder than I'm even saying it right now, you will not be able to say that no one told you so. See, what you still don't fully understand yet is that this is coming from a place of authentic love, me being like this. This is how a true man should act and be to the hour that we are in, not some bitch that is going to allow his programming to dictate a goddamn thing. And this goes for everyone. And this is what the great work truly consists in, discovering what your true purpose is as a man or a woman in this realm. And what I teach with individuals, again, it's ultra specific in terms to actual templating and how this actually happens with an individual. And it's a specific formula and code and map and compass for you in terms of the universal laws of metaphysics and the eternal axioms. And if you don't like that, too bad. Keep going with your bullshit seminars and fluff bunny bullshit that has not worked on the levels necessary in order to transcend. It's never worked on the level, because if it did, then your life and the lives of others around you in the world would not be dealing with this bullshit. All of you out there are still blind to the veils that you do not see yourself enthralled to. You may have reached success on a very high level in terms of your physical prowess, in terms of your temporal existence. A lot of these fundamentals and principles are starting to go out more. And I know motherfuckers are listening to my content because I can see it going out. Whether acknowledged or not, I am not the arbiter of these things. This belongs to all of us and is a part of our birthrights in terms of incarnation. But when it comes to the mental, when it comes to the emotional, when it comes to the spiritual factors and context, that is the next level that I am definitely bringing forth in terms of this platform. And what would it take to the growth and expansion in consciousness and authentic care towards self-realization on a level beyond what you've been conditioned to, beyond what you've been programmed to, and realization of truth for the crowned and conquering individual who dieth not, nor is allegedly reborn, but goes forth radiant ever upon their way, having achieved the Haru. This is the Bifrost in terms of what the Nordic tradition revealed, and is the bridge gate on to the goal of consciousness itself. For so goes the sun, the central sun in terms. And as it is known that the night is but the shadow reflecting its warmth upon the earth for those that do not fear the unknown. But that's all you do fucking fear, what you do not know and what you do not understand and what you cannot comprehend yet still in terms of the limitations of the gauge of your perception to process and the actions that you are taking in life, wondering why. You fear death in terms of transformation, and is what we have to experience to the shadow within our bodies, integrated on a multidimensional level, traded out into a condition of an assumed identity and twisted will that operates from a false identity. That in terms of the soul spark being eclipsed, like I have explained for those that have been initiated into the mystery school, and how that applies to you as an individual. Because again, it's different. It's different with everybody in the world. And in terms of its contrast, veils actual wisdom from its bearer, let alone the ignitions of the heart of a potential master to an extremely high intelligence, pulling the intellect into alignment that cannot be fucked with and is sharper than Excalibur itself. We are in the time of Haru. The past is gone. We are living in the new saga in terms of the ancient future. And the time of the Ragnaroker is upon us. This has never happened since what happened did. And you don't have to like me. You can hate me and despise me all you want at the cost of not giving a fuck what you think. I go into myself for others. That is how this works. It is here now, and we have crossed the threshold into the new Aeon in terms of Haru, the age of Horus. It is here in terms of the procession of the grand cycle, and will continue forward in the face of the AI timeline trajectory. We as individuals are the ones who anchor the higher here on Earth, and its first flower may well be like this, that which is freed, the obsession of the ultimate doom, in denial of the true will force ignited the birthright of mankind. And as it lays in stasis, there within its eclipsed form, all of this dormant potential in stasis. Religion isn't going to get you there. Your beliefs are not going to get you there. Your opinions and assumptions about any of this, otherwise, to talk shit and slander and mock and fear, are not going to fucking get you there. And this is what the dark ones fear the most, that you will get it in terms of that being revealed and truly integrated on the level. You people have no idea what I have faced. And there is no creature on the face of the entire fucking earth I fear whatsoever. I know who my true enemy is, and that fucker was slain years ago on the quest that I was required to take to even be in the position that I am. No one is going to tell me otherwise, into the limitations of the mind programmed by skewed reasoning, let alone limited capacity. It is only the best men and women out there that set out with the eager eye upon the path of proper knowledge and wisdom. That is who we are, and takes us onto the mountain track of the goat. This is the pathwork of wolves and dragons in terms, and is the untrodden ridge that leads to the icy gleaming pentacles of self-mastery to our existence as humans here on earth. And until this happens, to the All-Father and All-Mother and All-Child on all levels of alignment across the world with all of us, you can kiss everything you even thought you knew goodbye otherwise to the hour that we are in. It's already been happening with those that didn't catch it. And you still have no idea what is actually upon all of us here right now, and is far worse than you can even imagine still. These are actual facts, and this has nothing to do with belief systems or my biased assumptions. I have very, very powerful evidence, again, laced within the Black Earth Library. This goes into actual occult history to our present hour, and a lot of other things that are happening now. This is not a time of peace, or a time to be passive, falling into pipe dream fantasy land bullshit. We are living the sagas to the ancient future right now. We are at war right now, and we need to be standing together and not only learning to remember and know who and what we truly are, but to truly realize this and our responsibility to it. It's actually to see clear what has been implemented, every idea that sets itself against what animism actually is to the true sacred power and purity with us as humans here on earth, which is everything to do with what the ultimate evil in this world has set itself against. This is to every mythos that was ever in alignment. And if you don't think the ultimate evil exists, then you are less than a half-wit, fucktarded idiot, and you are owned. You do not know reality, let alone who you truly are, let alone who you are among tribe in terms. You are a conditioned slave set against your own soul, surrounded by the same. See, again, I know who I am and what my position is and what is required otherwise, and also know what I need to do in order to be, and also know how I need to be in order to get it through to any of you out there. True care, which you are also conditioned against to your own indifference, because you don't really give a fuck, do you? If you did, then you wouldn't be acting a certain fucking way. You would hear the words spring forth the fire in his heart, reflected to you in terms of who the fuck I am. I'm an individual that has set himself forward to show others how they can break the chains that you've been conditioned to love, that lay waste to you and others in this world. The true will force of mankind has been circumvented. And it's to know how to actually tap that shit as individuals. And we must rise for fucking real. This can't become a slogan. This can't be something that we just say. It has to be fucking proven how to do this in terms of an actual formula and recipe that is tailored to the individual. This is not a one-size-fits-all thing, but in terms of basic fundamentals and principles when it comes to the universal laws of metaphysics and the eternal axioms, you're not even going to get to where I've taken things with individuals without that to begin with. And that's the point. And those that have done the real work to access this, taking on all of the challenges that come with it, get the actual results. There's a lot that I got going on over here, and I very much appreciate everyone's backup and support and communication and flow and network. You can't imagine how much I appreciate it. And I can authentically call all of you friends in terms at the very least. As for those that want to talk shit and gossip behind the back and assume things without actually taking a deep dive to inquiry, again, you can all go fuck yourselves. You're not authentic, you're fake as hell, and you're not the kind of people worthy of the status that our kind hold in terms of consciousness, which specifically is to do with a higher consciousness awareness integration first and foremost. There is a difference here. There is a distinction. There is a standard and there is a banner brought forth. And if you are like that, then you are not a standard bearer to it. You only reveal the contrast of what is pulling the world into the fucking abyss as we speak. Your petty material shit means nothing in the grand scheme of things except to be used the right way and should be used as leverage, making this world a better place. Not to compete for the fear of loss and not surviving, but to collaborate. Not to compete, but to fucking collaborate. You want to go into competition? Fine. You'll stay in the fucking thrall. The only person you're ever in competition with anyway is yourself. It's not to compare or contrast. It's really a question of what your values are. And if you do not value higher consciousness and awareness integration first and foremost, then no matter what your status is in context to the petty material shit means nothing in the grand scheme of things because you're not using it the right way. That's your obsession. And if anything, you use it to enslave other motherfuckers just as ignorant as your dumbasses are. I no longer have time or any fucking patience for low levels of willful ignorance. Nor do I care what you think of me otherwise because of what is backing me up on higher levels, let alone others who are in my networks. I'm a Magi Grail shaman, and we hold blood right jurisdiction over these things. I have my council, I have my crew, and if you want to inquire, then do so. That's the point. Anyone that messages me directly, I always get back to them unless they've been cut the fuck off. Because again, I don't have time for bullshit. I only have time for that which is real and moving things forward in terms of collaboration and reaching for higher ways of being, higher ways of living, and higher principles that we are applying to our lives. This is the age that we are coming into now in terms of the Haru. And if you want to study the contrast, all you got to do is look at the histories and what it's led to right on up to the present fucking moment. You need to stop acting like cowards and ask me directly instead of assuming some bullshit otherwise to your eclipse calcified egos. I'll correspond with anyone that gets a hold of me directly, like I said, if it's conducive to these things. Those that are ignited get it. And this is happening worldwide in the face of all of the insanity with my people. Yes, white people who hailed forth the Carpathian Mountains after the most recent cataclysms via the Great North to Udenmar. We are nothing to do with the Caucasoid in terms, and nothing is going to stop us as it has. The ancestors are awakening still, and this is what they are trying to prevent. That's why they did what they did in 2020. Realize it. See it for what it is. What can you actually say about your own culture and your own people who are ass over end deep, programmed to bullshit to the fucking hilt and blind to the hour that we are actually in? This is to all races and cultures in the world. You are at the very least 80 years late in the aggregate to the actual game played against your mind. And it's time to get your fucking skins in terms. I am he who holds the fire tablet. I am he who knows. I am he who cannot be contended with. I am he that will not relent for the sake of the birthright and for my kindred along with others. I have purpose. I am a man of meaning and inspiration. I made a vow and oath to the eternal return before I ever incarnated into this lifetime. And I know it more now than I ever have. If you think for a single second that you've seen something from me yet, even as it's been, as patient as I have been with the whole process of everything, you still have not seen anything on the levels to where things are going next, and will systematically continue to. Mark my words and mark them well. Many will not see it coming, and this cannot be stopped. And no matter what happens next, no matter how bleak it seems to the circumstance, no matter what challenges you face, always remember that you have the right to choose otherwise. That is what the power of free will offers if worked with correctly. Not to waste on bullshit and choose to live in fear of what you do not understand and what you cannot understand, let alone integrate. This also goes for anyone that assumes they even know who I am or what this is otherwise. It is a question in reflection to who you actually are, projecting itself in total fucking denial. If you want to know, then you can. But you must really want to know. With that, we pull the segment into a break. This is Sethicus Boza, Black Earth Productions, Blue Flame, Healing Arts and Occult Science, Temple of the White Dragon. I'll be back right after this. Again, this is Sethicus Boza, Black Earth Productions, Blue Flame, Healing Arts and Occult Science, Temple of the White Dragon. Now to continue with this segment. Manipulations don't work on a man like me. If you didn't incarnate to be a slave here, then leave a comment staking your claim otherwise, along with me and others that know. Declare it and mean it and live it, being the cause point. And to take it further now in terms of the segment, Lon Milo Duquette commented on the connection the Aeon of Horus had to the Age of Aquarius when he stated, quote, "The Aeon of Horus is coincidental to what astrologers and what songwriters call the Age of Aquarius and what millions of others refer to simply as the coming age. It would be a mistake to view this new Aeon simply as another tick on the great cosmic clock. The Age of Aquarius, profoundly significant as it is only one aspect of a far greater Aeon. And as far as I'm concerned to that quote, it's going to be decided what takes place coming into the new Aeon as we have in terms of the timeline trajectories that we are choosing. Knowing the difference in terms of what has been revealed to be an overlap with the Aeon of Osiris and Isis. As far as I'm concerned, these things are distinct unto themselves. The Aeon of Osiris and Isis reflected what humanity has been called in the last 26,000 years at the very least, to the most recent cataclysms, to all the bullshit that has risen to the surface to be dealt with. Haru, in terms of archetypal consciousness, has been working to get our attention. And throughout the centuries, many have risen in terms of its meaning. But it's never been seen on the levels necessary in order to override that which has eclipsed what the Haru represents, which is the true will force, ignited, the alignment of the gates of true intelligence. There are many alleged magical teachers out there, but in actual recorded occult history, we have only scarcely had nearly a few dozen actual magi in the technical sense of the word. Again, as I've been saying with my works, this has to be proven as unto the force, the higher force of the Jedi itself. And you can only actually wield magic correctly in terms of manifestation to it. True magic can be recognized through its evocation of certain messages formulated with a single word, at the very least. I very often go into Fire Letter Codex in terms of evocation, allowing my eternal spirit to speak forth, rather than using languages that have been used to enslave us as humans. It's not to say that you can't be effective on certain levels, but much higher levels when the Fire Letter Codex truly springs forth. Another technique, as I've mentioned before, is how to do sigil magic in context, knowing the power of words in context to actual spell casting. This is why it's also called a spell or spelling of words, and quite literally the true sense of what it means here. And if you cannot master your declarations and you allow whatever spew to come flying out of your mouths with no discretion or discernment or awareness of the condition of your heart in context, it's all too clear in terms of my observations. Everything I say here on the platform is on purpose, to purpose, and I am fully aware of how I am being at any given time, let alone why. If you don't do things correctly, then what you say will not actually happen. It will fall through the cracks, let alone on deaf ears, as well unto yourself. It takes absolute patience and focus to tap into the Haru, but with conviction of a burning heart that has been ignited, and with enough determinism to remain focused no matter what the challenges are, no matter what bullshit comes at you, to all of the many distractions and bullshit are pulling you in 20,000 different directions. Major issues come into play because most only want quick results. It takes patience and it takes focus. And as with alchemy, on both a practical and spiritual level, it takes a long time to distill and extract some of the smallest amount of a plant's true essence, which is also exactly what we are doing here unto ourselves when it comes to the alchemical rites of initiation and its integration processes that we experience. This is why fortitude is required of the practitioner, and our words and deeds must align to such integrity so that it literally overturns all existing belief systems and conditioning and reversal codes set against that which is in alignment. All of us deal with fear, some far more than others. There is no being in existence that does not deal with it in terms of the dynamic. And again, it's to state that fear is not a human emotion. It's a lower spiritual force that targets the emotional body to pull you into feedback loops with it in order to siphon your magic, in order to siphon your life force energy. And here is where we must transmute the energies into courage, into bravery. We must ignite, let alone destroy, the theologies and psychologies that promote a violation against the true will force, and in turn embrace the willful teardown of foundations that are rotting from their base so that we can start to build even better than what we have done before. If shit is fucked up, then you have to be willing to do this. And if you're not, and you want to cling on to bullshit, then that's exactly what you will remain in. Another factor to this also, if something is actually working, don't try to fucking fix it. You can upgrade certain things, but never try to fix shit and make up problems and allow what does work to expand into the outreach of correlations that correspond and are not going to fuck shit up otherwise. I've seen this happen again and again and again. Individuals that don't listen in terms of what actually works. And when it comes to certain things, there's a lot out there that needs to be gleaned from, that the ancients knew, that must be acknowledged when it comes to proper knowledge and wisdom. The ancestors were not some idiot morons in context. We're living in a time unlike any other time. Never has this happened in the thralls of fucking history. Yeah, it happened in one part of the region of the fucking world, but it never happened on the scales that it did in fucking 2020. And for aeons, the human races have thrived in the face of whatever fucking challenges we have come up against, let alone these lower forces that do not belong here on Earth. And with what is coming, we need upgrades when it comes to cosmology, of freshness, in terms of actual philosophy, and an actual standard of ethics and a code that we all actually live by to honor and integrity. As with those that do not live like this, there could be no collaboration. All you're going to get from these types, again, is competition. That is the lower way of being. It's a cause point for the divide and conquer in our fucking world. And in terms of this postmodern plague that has saturated the minds of those unwitted, everyone thinks they're right in their own eyes and cannot make the correlations even when it's right in front of their fucking faces. We need to be reaching for higher ideas and something that coordinates disconnected modern scientism and tear them away from what true science reveals in context to magic and spirituality in a very, very practical way on ground level. That's what I've done with the mystery school, into all of the things that pull everything into twisted forms of physics and psychology. One thing that I'm going to address here in this segment is going to go into what the psychology of narcissism actually is. First, though, I'll tell you exactly what it's not. It's not a fucking weapon to use against people you don't like. And it's sure as fuck not a weapon to be used to project what you yourself are in denial of onto another person or situation in context. And people that do that, well, you're pretty much just telling on yourselves, and everyone fucking knows it. You can all go fuck yourselves to it. Your parents fucking sucked at raising your stupid asses, which is a major reason why you're all fucked up on top of the losers that you've been hanging around with your whole life. And if you don't realize that who you surround yourself with is who you become, then you don't know how the law of correspondence operates. What we need is a coherent and consistent system and framework that is not going to allow these kinds of things to happen. As to the ancient future, and all the people going around using this shit as a weapon are actually a weapon for it. This is how manipulation and triangulation and reverse psychology tactics are being plagued on the mind, and also to a major aspect of how the checkerboard mutations operate. If you can't see this bullshit for what it is, then you need to strap the fuck in and stand your ground against these things and continue to do good and kick ass in life. Because even in terms of the age that we have come into now, there will be ages to come. And it is up to us what sort of mark we are going to leave in our lives, not only unto ourselves, but for others now, and for the future generations. Now, some things to look out for in terms of actual psychological narcissism. Pay attention to what I'm about to share with you, so that you can really see how the manipulations can happen, again, without knowing your own psychology as an individual. So the arts and sciences taught with the mystery school. These things become even harder to detect, let alone navigate, in terms of the actual psychological war that's being plagued on our minds. you first need to be aware of passing swipes that come upon you, whether with yourself or with others' projections coming at you. This is also nothing to do with being direct with people or people being direct with you. This is a very sneaky and destructive method that can be best described as quote-unquote clean hands. When the actual narcissist, the vampire, takes covert passing swipes at your character and slanders you or speaks contrary to the actual integrity of your character in an underhanded way, let alone overtly and directly do this. Over time, this is designed to break you little by little. And you need to watch out for this kind of bullshit, because when it comes to actual gaslighting, for this to be known for what it actually is, it's a term to describe a manipulation tactic that is often used by the narcissistic vampire to exert their pseudo power and control over their actual victims. And that's why we don't play the victim here. And we sure as fuck do not allow victim mentality within our ranks with the mystery school. We all have doubts and fears and insecurities, but we do not allow them to rule us. As with the vampiric narc, this involves making their alleged victim doubt actual reality, their authentic memories, and actual perception by providing false information, misrepresenting and twisting of facts, and also contradicting the shit out of what was previously said. No one is perfect, and everyone has quote-unquote narcissistic tendencies. That's not even close to the fucking same. But given to the actual mental disorder, psychologically speaking, this happens over and over and over again with these types. There's an actual pattern of behavior, and it is a destructive behavior that can leave long-lasting effects on the actual people that they do it to. It can leave them feeling broken and powerless. Again, all of you motherfuckers need to be aware of how you are first doing this to yourselves before you can start pointing your bloody fingers at other fucking people. This is also to accountability. And it's important to recognize the signs of gaslighting and how you have been conditioned to gaslight yourselves in terms of mind control. And if you need to, then reach out, get some assistance in terms of counsel with myself and others that actually get it if you must. All of us are in this together here on Earth. Another thing that you need to look out for is passive aggression. See, an actual narcissistic vampire is quite literally known to use passive aggression as a subtle yet incredibly damaging way to break you down mentally and emotionally. This manipulative tactic can leave their victims feeling confused, frustrated, and even unsupported. Passive aggression can take many forms as backhanded comments, making subtle digs at the individual's self-confidence, especially when you start to rise as an individual. They do everything they can to tear you the fuck down. This is what being passive aggressive is. And it's important to recognize and confront people like this early on and cut them the fuck off to prevent any further damage to your mental health. We do not take this kind of shit here in terms of the mystery school. We need to be speaking life and encouragement to ourselves and one another quite literally on a daily basis in terms of the actual code that we live by. And if you ever get the silent treatment, which a narcissistic vampire often is known for, this is toxic behavior and can be incredibly damaging to those on the receiving end with an extreme lack of communication and not being real about a goddamn fucking thing. Communication, it's important, and is the glue that holds a connection in place in terms of the law of correspondence. And if the narcissistic vampire intentionally withholds communication and attention, it can cause individuals to have a sense of being neglected, isolated, and rejected. And the silence can last for hours, days, and even weeks at a time, even years, leaving people feeling helpless and uncertain about certain situations and wondering what they have done or what they have not done to deserve such treatment. Realize this, that when you're dealing with an actual narcissist that has been diagnosed by a professional psychologist that knows the difference, it is essential to remember that the silent treatment is a deliberate tactic used to destabilize and control others. Granted, it's crucial to set healthy boundaries to have healthy relationships, but this is a whole other level of bullshit to ensure that you fall prey to their manipulation tactics. And I am not one that goes into silence. Silence is betrayal. And then come all of the actual attacks and also how they come flying out, playing the fucking victim. The narcissist will belittle, criticize, and blame you for everything that goes wrong in their lives as well, going out of their way to do whatever they can to damage the fuck out of your actual confidence and sense of self-worth if you allow that shit. See, people that are real, like me, yeah, we can be quite harsh in terms of what is actually fucking somebody up. That's different than what's being explained to actual narcissism, psychologically speaking. And when you do inevitably respond in terms of your rational capacity, the narcissist will deny any wrongdoing and claim that you are overreacting. And then you end up blaming yourself for the conflict, even though reconciliation is the action being taken. This is how I operate in terms of any sort of conflict I've ever experienced in my life. No matter what the indiscretion has been, no matter what the misunderstanding or misinterpretation or misrepresentation or miscommunication has been. It's where everything gets flipped on your ass by the narcissistic vampire. They get fixed into it, on an obsession, and use the cycle to keep you off balance in a constant state of self-doubt, ensuring that their pseudo power and control over you are kept. The thing is, though, they have no actual fucking power whatsoever. And you got to be able to spot this shit from the get with people, let alone false guilt trips that are being projected upon you. This is not the same as holding yourself accountable to a standard of being that is going to bring actual success in life. And to that, you're going to go through a brutal process of being forged out of fire and iron and steel. The true path is not for the faint of heart, and it is not for the weak or those that willfully choose to be slaves for being cowards. And that's exactly what the narcissistic vampire is, a fucking coward. Again, they use false guilt trips as a tool to manipulate you. And know that that's not the same as if you're actually guilty of something and being held the fuck accountable to your bullshit actions and behavior unjustified. And it's these types that like to prey on your emotion and make you feel guilty for not meeting their demands right when they want them. And if you agreed to something, then you need to fucking meet that demand in terms. That's different. But the actual narcissism in terms of its psychological diagnosis, when a certain demand is made that is unreasonable and not good for your well-being as an individual, this is where you fuck up. This can leave you feeling drained, physically, mentally, emotionally, spiritually, and everything of the sort. It's a helplessness that has taken these individuals over. The victim mentality plays so fucking deep, trapped in a cycle, projected in denial. Don't have a standard for shit. And if you can't meet certain standards, then admit that you have no one else to blame for your condition. You can change it at any given time if you make the decision to. All of us are responsible for that. And it's important to think for yourself and not allow yourself to be manipulated by bullshit. Another major thing that you need to realize, another person's behavior has nothing to do with you whatsoever. And you deserve to be treated with respect and dignity. Even when you're getting your ass handed to you in terms of the hot seat, so that the course correct in terms of a situation that has arisen to be addressed takes place. You're going to want to respect those that are putting you in your fucking place when necessary. This is what it means to be accountable. And I have my accountability and I have my counsel in terms. If you want respect, then you're going to have to fucking earn it in life. It's not just freely given. People that freely give it without any sort of code of conduct that they live by are fucking idiots. They're just wide the fuck open to the narcissist in context. And people won't respect you if you're some piece of fucking shit. And those that have no self-respect can even give it to others that actually deserve it. The way that we treat ourselves will always reflect the way that we treat other people. That way you're not going to be taking the way others are being too personally, being the cause point for your own life. And if the Aeon of Ma'at to the Haru arrived, then you can bet your ass that the hearts of mankind are being weighed at the scales of the procession. I was the first one in line, and I've already crossed the threshold, which is why I do what I can to confront what I must as a man that knows the difference and continue to weigh my own soul, what we have just come into. The Aeon of Horus is pressed up everything which is working to prevent us moving forward, locking us down into a narcissistic bullshit fucking paradox to the madness and insanity in the world. That is what those who are unwitted have been conditioned to on an unconscious level. And this is also why all of the fucking bullshit drip feed clickbait that's come out in context to the psychology of narcissism is being used as a weapon against your very soul. And you need to know the difference in terms of what I just said. And to the standard and the banner of how we live, seeing yourself through the lens waves of the higher force. Things to the double-wanded one as a principle are revealed for those that have crossed these thresholds. and we are they who shall bring the candidates into full rites of initiation. It's as I've stated, that I am 1,000 steps ahead of what is even present. And to that, I must continue to exercise extreme patience and fortitude to the hour that we are currently experiencing, meeting things where they are, along with all of you out there. And it's justice, which is the reward of the Ra, Hor, Kahut. And see, there's a division hither, homeward, and there's a word not yet known still. Our language and even spelling is defunct in terms of declarations. And to this, we need to hold our ground and raise the spell of Ra, Hor, Kahut onto the Haru. You really need to understand and understand that the Haru is a god of war and vengeance against evil itself, and in terms deals extremely harsh with it, and with those that choose evil to willful ignorance and apathy. We must stand our ground, fortify our fields, and ward it with the enginery of war. War has been declared on the human races, and has been on all of our doorsteps since 2020, especially on a psychic level, coming right the fuck through your goddamn television and internet, motherfuckers. See, this is where the battleground for your mind actually is. And you're either a player on the actual fucking field of higher consciousness, or you're just a fucking goddamn spectator. I'm on the goddamn fucking field. Spectators don't actually get to make any moves and be a part of deciding what happens in our world. The ones that don't give a fuck are enthralled to the area of every bullshit distraction imaginable, like I've addressed. And to the Haru, I will give you a war engine in terms, but with it, you need to smite this bullshit that stands before you, especially others that go the path of evil to willful ignorance. We cannot see these people as human anymore. They do not even act like true humans. This, again, is probably one of the most compassionate things you can actually do. And for some, it may seem counterintuitive because of their conditioning to slavery. But this is the law of battle to conquest in order to get the steel of revealing unveiled in your secret temple. And that temple is already outright disposed, as it is your Qibla forever. It shall not fade if you do the real work. And when so doing, a miraculous spectrum of color to the bridge shall come back to it day after day. This is a part of our ward, and revealing it forth in the locked glass for proof of it in this world. And we must fear nothing, even when we are overwhelmed. We must transmute and alchemize every single time it tries to enter your framework. We must not fear individuals, let alone the fates. We must not fear the gods. If something happens, then see it as an opportunity to rise. You have to make stepping stones out of these goddamn stumbling blocks, otherwise you're fucked. This is what it means to step up in things in terms of life and circumstance, not to any other alleged powers that be within the cosmos or upon the earth or under the earth. And see, Nu is the refuge of Hadet, your light being siphoned. And I choose to be a strength and a force of vigor against it. And everyone that falls prey to self-pity and apathy, you're only bringing about your own demise, physically, mentally, emotionally, temporally, and also spiritually. See, you have to go to the context of things in alignment with cosmic law. This is how quantum grammar and parse syntax operate in terms of the trivium, the quadrivium, the circle, the magician, all of the arts and sciences to actual initiation into the occult, along with everything else that lays the proper foundation. All of this is protocol teaching when it comes to the mystery school. The fundamentals and principles, when applied to your existence, you are going to get the results with them if you do the work. Without it, you don't got a standing goddamn fucking chance against what the fuck is coming against your ass, not knowing the difference to the original timeline trajectory. I warned about 2020 and I warned about 2023. And for the past few months, it's straight been kicking up in terms of consistent fucking warfare. When the fuck are you guys going to really get it? If you want to know the reasons why, then go back into the segment Archives on Black Earth Productions. Start at the very first video and then work your way up to this present one now. And if this is what you're dealing with, then you need to act accordingly and slay the fucking shit out of all of it. The most holy and sacred place that you occupy should be your mind first and foremost. It is our beingness in terms of our body politic. And in terms of actual psychology, let alone metaphysical astral psychology, that is what it boils down to. Do you know thyself? And why unto yourselves? We should move into places where we are untouched throughout the centuries. And those places do exist. They have always existed. And that's one of the main secrets that's unveiled in terms of actual initiation. And we must enter the new Aeon to fundamentals and principles that have laced themselves out through what the universal laws of metaphysics and the eternal axioms reveal to those that seek them and want to know the actual truth of reality. If you want to know how things actually work and manifest for yourselves and your lives, the alignment to which truth is achieved, the success that you are going to have to work towards in order to rise above all of this fucking bullshit and pull the alignment, then you're going to want to send me an email at blackearthproductions@hotmail.com. Go into the description, click on the link in terms of services to the Mystery School, and sign up for the Full Rites Initiation in terms of one-on-one mentorship with me. I will take you into the arts. I will show you how they apply to you as an individual so that you not only have the proper foundation in order to build the vision that you have set forth in terms of your own life, but so you eventually come to a place of thriving beyond what you can even imagine. Many of these fundamentals and principles are going out into the world. I even see it in terms of the networks that I am involved with, and I know that people are paying attention. Go to the Black Earth Productions website, blackearthproductions.com. Click on the services page and send me an email at blackearthproductions@hotmail.com. And with that, to wrap things up, the sound image of a tree, a word of mouth that cannot be, nor can a bird of wood see, but in our mind's eye we recite the four sagas of creation. Absent is the breath on fires of night, and nourishment of a flowing imagination. For this is what the tree has said. On a rooted bed, the individual sits to be fed. The ability to recite the word, the logos to thee in mind without speech, speaks of one sound image, to see and hear one's own phenomenon, because rather than the physical sound, the tree recites the word tree to thyself unto itself. Know thyself, said the tree, as the hawk had at last perched forth to sea. This is Sethicus Boza, Black Earth Productions, Blue Flame, Healing Arts and Occult Science, Temple of the White Dragon. I look forward to speaking with you soon.
Oh, wow. That was powerful. Man, do we love the blue flame. He always brings that righteous indignation that we're looking for, activating that divine masculine energy. And that's what we really need to stand up against the statist and the elitist, or the quote unquote Illuminati that is ruling the world, obviously. I really love Sethicus. Unfortunately, he cannot be here today for a Q&A. I'm not sure if he'll be here later. I'll reach out to him to see if he can make that for the roundtable tonight. So I hope you guys really enjoyed that. I can really resonate with everything he says. We have a deep, sensual bond at a spiritual level because of the knowledge that he holds in being an occult practitioner. And he advocates for the proper use of the occult mystery schools, which is something that I advocate for. And I do not see enough people talking about the mystery schools, which encompasses the natural law principles. And truly, the only way out of the suffering that we are facing is by understanding the mysteries, the ancient mysteries. And these have always been with us and they always will be with us. But it is our choice to either ignore them or acknowledge them and integrate them into our own lives. And another thing is that we should never ignore the negative, no matter what it is, or we ensure that we get more of it. And that's one of the problems in the world today, is that people are living in blissful ignorance. And you know what they say about bliss? It means that you are less, you be less. Break down the word in etymology, or in green language, I mean occult green language. It means be less or be less, you know. So that music was heavy, definitely woke me up. I needed that heavy metal music. I'm a fan of a lot of progressive metal, black metal. I think metal music really has an integral part in the occult. I think I find more occult knowledge in metal music than any other type of music, actually, especially when it comes to the allegory. And there's a reason why they've attacked metal music so much and they demonize it so much. And it's because it does activate that divine masculine energy. You know, there is a place where you need to have that aggression, that aggressive energy, and manifest that into the world. That is what we truly need. But it has to be tempered. It has to be in the right direction. It cannot just be out of control chaos, you know, seeking self-pleasuring hedonistic ways, or moral relativity, or solipsistic ideologies, or just egotistical attachments and desires. So we have another great presentation coming up. It looks like we had a couple comments here. I don't know if I can take a couple of them right now before we have time. We could probably pull something up before we switch over. Also, just so everybody knows, we are streaming on multiple platforms. I've seen a couple people asking where people are. Most of the viewers are actually over at my YouTube page. That's Seed Truth Academy YouTube. And there will be a link being shared. So if you are watching it on the funnel, or on Chris's page, Into Evil, or anything like that, and you want to engage with the majority of the people watching, then come over to the main channel. That's where most of the chats are coming in. That's where most of the people are actually are. So yes, we all need to do the shadow work. That's for sure. And I really love the theatrical occultism that Sethicus brings. That's for sure. Yes, speaks to the righteous anger Mark talks about. Absolutely. The sacred gift of anger. We definitely need more of that. Okay. So we have a guy who agrees with me on here. Absolutely. You know, there's no doubt that metal music invokes the occult mysteries. That is for sure. Ignorance is bliss. Yes, he was speaking about the narcissistic behavior, and I find that to be an extreme problem in our society, the dark triad, which a lot of people don't actually agree with the dark triad currently within the scholarly aspects of psychology, you know, Machiavellianism, psychopathy, and narcissism. But that is what government is. It is an abusive relationship between you and the father state and the mommy religion, there to comfort you, and so you can abdicate all your personal responsibilities onto them. And all we need to really do is take our power back, take our sovereignty back, and become truly responsible, become truly accountable for our own decisions by living in accordance with natural law. And the only way we can do that is by understanding natural law principles. Remember, this is a lesson that I learned, that all right actions without the correct understanding of natural law or the objective knowledge of morality are but accidents. How can they not be anything else besides an accident? If you do not know that you are actually, performing and manifesting a correct action based upon the objective truth that it's a correct action, then it's just an accident. You're just accidentally doing good things into society, right? And this is why we have to understand natural law. Okay, let's see. We have Brian Easterday. And as I was saying before, Brian Easterday is a good friend. He is an amazing speaker, an astrologist. He husband, father, lives in rural Kansas, where his family runs a 10-acre farm focusing on raising livestock, holistic management, rotational grazing. He is also a Vedic astrologer, and that's what he spoke about at S.E.E.D 4. And he has some really deep insight with this, and I highly recommend following his work. I do not have a website for him, but I know that he is going to be here with us for Q&A, so maybe he can give us some contact information for that. He is a student and teacher of natural law and an author of a book, The Manifestation Map, Unlocking the Magic of the Cosmos. Beyond that, Brian also teaches a variety of other subjects. I know that he is into animism and their practices. He prides himself on teachings like natural law and in an easy to understand format. And that's what we're trying to do here today as well, is to make this easy enough for everybody, from the layman, but also have some advanced topics as well, like Sethicus. Some people would look at him and be like, I don't understand what this guy is really saying, but it resonates with your soul and you know it. That kind of energy resonates with you, whether you can understand what he's actually speaking or not. You can feel it deep inside, and that's what we truly need. So Brian Easterday's presentation is called Our Own Worst Enemy, How We Keep Ourselves Small. I'm really excited to watch this. This will be kind of shorter one. So without further ado, let's check out Brian's work.
If you're looking to improve your understanding of natural law, morality, symbolism, the trivium and quadrivium, hermeticism, mind control, the occult, the language of the birds, green language, the ancient Egyptian mythos, and or the mystery traditions, then make sure to visit and listen to the Cubbyhole podcast, where these critical topics are unveiled, discussed, and tested. All can be found at cubbyhole.com, which is also where you can find news of major event gatherings and the great works of Douglas and Brandon Martin and myself, Nate Cap.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Brian Easterday, and today's presentation that I'm going to be giving, I'm calling Our Own Worst Enemy, How We Keep Ourselves Small. Now, before I get into this, I want to thank Brandon Martin and all the other people who put together this conference, including all the other speakers who are bringing all their knowledge to the table as well to share. So thank you for giving me the opportunity to be able to present this. So today's presentation is going to be a little bit different than what I've done before. I really want to focus on something very simple. Keep everything very simple here and really turn the focus inward with this presentation. You know, we focus a lot about a lot of the external problems we see in the world, but many times we don't really see where we can look inward to where how can we actually respond properly to those. So that's what I'm going to be getting into here. And really the goal of this presentation is to take the responsibility back upon ourselves for the results that we're seeing in our world. So let's go ahead and dive right into this. So this presentation, it's all about mindset. This really comes down to the first cosmic law, which is the principle of mentalism. So whether we're in a place of experiencing victory or defeat, success or failure, or we're coming from a place of being a warrior or a victim, all of these come down to our mindset. And this is ultimately what determines our results that we're going to experience in our world. So this whole presentation is going to be about reviewing our mindset, our fundamental assumptions and beliefs, and how those impact our reality. So what are some common limiting beliefs? Because something I think many times we forget is that, like the presentation, I'm saying we're our own worst enemy. You know, a lot of times we like to blame the government or religion or whatever outside source it may be. But many times we're forgetting to point that finger inward, to take that responsibility ourselves. And the results of our lives, or the lack of results that we're seeing, many times, or most of the time really, comes down to some limiting belief or idea or assumption that we have. So what are some common ones that we can see? What are some common areas where there's limiting beliefs? So I just listed some bigger general areas that we see some limiting beliefs, and I'm going to list off a few examples for each of these so how we can see. But what you'll notice is a common theme here is on either side of these tend to be extreme polarities. So if you ever find yourself where you have some opinion or some stance or assumption or belief that you find that is very polarized, it might be worth taking the time to review that and see, well, maybe you might be in a place of imbalance. So some big areas that we see limiting beliefs are in religion. One example would be a person who only values their own religion. On the other extreme of that, we could find someone that finds no value in them at all. Someone who's an atheist. They don't find any value in religion. To me, those are just opposite sides of the same scale. They're just equally imbalanced extremes. Another thing with religion that we can see that can limit us is looking down on someone of a different belief system, you know, just looking down on them because they believe differently. You know, whether you're thinking they're not as intelligent as you, or, you know, they're a bad person for believing that, they're going to be punished for eternity, whatever that is, if you're judging them just because they're believing differently, that's actually a belief that is limiting you, because the actions that you take based off of that are going to limit your opportunities. Like, you might not go into business with someone because they have a different belief system than you. Well, that could be limiting your opportunities. You know, these type of situations, we always want to have more of an open mind. Another really big one, and I think people in this conference will be familiar with, is, you know, government. You know, on one hand, we have, you know, the people who are naive and they believe that government will fix all of their problems, right? That's obviously going to be a belief that's going to limit you, because you're going to then put your responsibility in someone else's hands. You're putting your power outside of yourself. But on the flip side of that, what if we look at the other extreme? The belief that, oh, they have total control, or everything's the government's fault. How many times, you know, I know at some point I've held that belief, but I think that's also equally unbalanced, because again, you're putting the responsibility, you're putting the power outside of yourself. If government is around, if there are problems that are being caused, that's simply a result of us as society allowing that to happen and tolerating it. So ultimately, we have to point that finger back and see that, no, the results that we see in the world are the results of all of our collective actions. It's not just government. It's everybody together, and all our combined actions. That's what's giving us the result that we're seeing. So we can't just use government as the scapegoat, you know, and I think a lot of times we see that as something that happens. Diet is another area that where I find people could potentially limit themselves. So if people become dogmatic with their diet, you know, the idea that only their diet is right or only their diet is immoral. I know this is one I had fallen into at a previous point, and then, you know, luckily kind of worked myself out of that. You know, when an example would be the, you know, the vegan versus the carnivore extremes. Those are just different polarities of the same argument. They're just two extremes. And I think either one of those personally just happens to be in balance. But what it really comes down to is if you are demonizing other people or speaking down to them or making it seem like they're less moral or they're not as spiritually evolved because their diet doesn't match yours, that is a belief that is limiting you. And it's only limiting you because ultimately your belief isn't going to stop anybody else from enjoying the diet that they want or that works best for them. So that's something, you know, an area that I think a lot of people can become very dogmatic on. And anywhere where we're becoming dogmatic, we're becoming stuck in a specific belief. That's an area that we're going to be limiting ourselves. Beliefs about the opposite sex, you know, and this goes both ways here. You know, the statement that, oh, there's no good men out there, or you can't find a good woman. Both of those are the same untrue statement. That's just a person who has their own false assumptions and their projections that they're putting out there. And the results that they see in the world are because of those false assumptions, because of those blinders that they put on themselves. You know, other example would be, you know, the statements, all men are dogs or all women are gold diggers. You know, these type of statements that are painted with a broad brush obviously are not things that are true. They're statements that come from people who tend to be wounded, who obviously, if they're making these statements, are wounded individuals. But these beliefs that we have about the other sex, whether it's about, you know, whatever beliefs women have about men or beliefs that men have about women, if these are not factual, if these are not based in truth, these are actually going to limit your ability to interact with the other sex, to actually be able to form healthy relationships. So we really have to make sure that we're not putting false assumptions out there. Or if you've been through a bad relationship, say maybe you had the experience of someone cheating on you or something like that, or someone abusing you, is that then fair to then go project that experience onto anybody else who you might have a relationship with? No, not at all. Because if you do that, that's going to either kill the relationship before it begins or kill it at some point. So we really have to take things on an individual basis. We can't just be making very broad assumptions that aren't based in truth, because that, and holding those as like foundational beliefs, because those are going to limit us. Another area is beliefs about the world. You know, the statement like the world is a prison or the world sucks. The idea, oh, I can't wait to leave. This place is terrible. How many of you have maybe felt that way before? Or have you've seen that sentiment expressed by others? That's one I see a lot. I think if that's the way you view the world, obviously, if that's what you're expecting to see, that is the result you're going to get. The other extreme of that is the belief that the world's perfectly fine. There's nothing that needs fixed. There's nothing that needs improved. Now, that one is that you don't see that one nearly as much as you do the other. But either one of them isn't actually a solution-oriented mindset. Neither one of those is going to really give you the result and the experiences you want. If you're only looking at the world like a prison, or as if it's just a terrible place to be, you're going to look over all of the good things that also go on. You need to have a balanced perspective of it. It's perfectly okay to recognize the wrongdoings and the things in the world that are wrong, and then know we can work to improve those. But we also need to recognize all the things that are also right, because there's a lot of amazing things that happen all the time. Human beings can be very terrible, and they can also be very amazing. There are people doing cool things out there all the time. Amazing things. There's people out there doing terrible things. Both of those exist, and we need to acknowledge both. If you're stuck into a polarity of either one, you're in a state of imbalance. Another really big area is money. This is one a lot of people are in an extreme imbalance of. So the idea that, money is all you should focus on, that's the only thing that matters. That's a belief system that is out of balance. It is not going to create a fulfilling life for you. On the flip side of that, the belief that money is evil or money is only a tool for mind control, those type of things, those are equally imbalanced and will also just as equally lead you to having an unhappy life. Because you're going to be fighting against everything in the world, fighting against society, and then be angry every time you need to get something done. And then you have to use what? This tool that everybody uses. And then you're going to feel like you don't want it, or you're going to keep yourself small, or you're going to avoid situations because you feel like you don't want to use this thing, or you don't want to partake in an evil system, or whatever the false assumption may be. There's actually, I've found myself, because this is one I've had to work through myself, but I found myself that when learning about finances and money and entrepreneurship, I've actually found some of the best sources for also learning cosmic law comes from the financial world, comes from entrepreneurs, that they have a far better understanding of how universal law actually works and how to create the reality they want than many of the people who are claiming to understand natural law, but yet are stuck in the same position they have been for a long time and unable to achieve the things they want. Like, if we're unhappy with the state of the world, okay, what are we doing about it? Is there a way that we are limiting ourselves and keeping ourselves small that is actually keeping us from our goal? So these are just some very common examples, but what are some other beliefs, some other areas that we can keep ourselves small? Well, some other ways that we limit ourselves. I see three really big areas that I think are worth really noting. One is just having limited goals. So either only having very small goals, because that's all we think we can accomplish, or having no goals at all. Like, not actually consistently setting a goal and then working towards that. Some people go through life just without setting any goals for themselves. We need to not only set goals, but make our goals continuously bigger, continuously more challenging, so we are always moving forward and accomplishing more. A lot of times we may limit our goals because of false assumptions about what it takes to achieve those. I'll give one recently that I recently overcame. I've always been interested in real estate, these type of things. And I started buying my own land, about 7 or 8 years ago. So, it's not completely new, but I always thought, like most people, like some of you out there probably have that, you have to have, revenue built up, or you have to go to a bank and apply for a loan, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, to be able to get into real estate. I very recently found out that that's not true at all. There's actually many different ways that you can get into it without even having to have a lot of capital up front. But I hadn't, had I known that a few years ago, well, I would have started my real estate journey sooner. Okay. So because I had a false assumption, that actually kept me from achieving a goal that I had, because I had that false belief about what I thought it would take to achieve that. And in a lot of times we don't actually uncover these false assumptions until we actually start going after the goal. Like, we may think something is very difficult or really hard to accomplish, and it actually turns out it's not as hard as what we think. And because we, until we actually get past that false assumption, or we're willing to just start taking action, we don't really uncover that. So that's one way we can kind of keep ourselves small, is through having false assumptions or beliefs about what it may actually take to accomplish our goal. We might think it may take us 10 years when really we could accomplish that in a lot less time, or whatever it may be. Another area of where we may limit ourselves, like not having enough discipline to achieve our goals. So maybe, the standard example of someone who sets a New Year's resolution and then doesn't follow through with it, right? It's a lack of discipline. All of us in some area of our life have a lack of discipline, or an area where we can improve upon our discipline and get better and better. And being able to not only set our goals, but have the discipline to stay with them and to achieve them is a very important thing. Another area that we may limit ourselves is not having the organization to achieve our goals, not actually bringing things into fruition, not being able to connect with the people that you need to connect with in order to accomplish that goal. That's something that can keep us small. A really big area here too, and I've mentioned this one previously, is pointing outward at all the problems instead of within. You know, so I have a few little examples here. You know, the example of, oh, you know, I'm being shadow banned, or the algorithms are pushing me down. Well, is that happening? Or maybe does your content just suck? You know, that was something I picked up listening to Alex Hermosi, and he was talking about your ads and testing out your ads, seeing how they do in the marketplace. Is it the marketplace that's wrong if your ad doesn't perform, or does your advertisement just suck? You have to honestly ask yourself that. Well, if we're wanting to put information out there and get the message to people of understanding natural law, of understanding freedom, these type of things, if our content is not getting a response, do we just point the finger outward? Oh, the government's shadow banning me. It's the algorithms. Or maybe can we point the finger inward? Maybe does our content suck? Can we improve it? What knowledge are we lacking that maybe we're doing something wrong that is actually getting us suppressed, or, you know, not getting as much of a response to the algorithm? How many of us have taken the time to figure out how the algorithm actually works, and then to work with that? Where can we take the responsibility for our lack of results that we're seeing? You know, the same thing with the state of the world, right? Is that the government's fault, or is that our lack of ability to organize effectively as people? So there's no need for government. Instead of pointing the finger outward, where can we take responsibility? You know, is money the problem, or have we not just learned to create enough value in the world? You know, are we angry at the world because we can't do what we want because we feel like we can't earn enough money? Or have you just not learned whatever knowledge it is you need to, so you can create enough value in the world that money is no longer an issue for you? Where is your responsibility? The other big area where I see where we can limit ourselves is by not knowing how to use proper leverage. And I have the simple example here is, like, if you want to dig a hole, you could use a shovel or a backhoe. The tool that you are leveraging is going to greatly determine not only the amount of effort you have to put into it, but the results that you see from that effort. So yes, if you want to dig a hole, you could totally go take a shovel, and you could leverage your own energy of your body, your own effort, your own strength, your own time, and dig that entire hole out shovelful by shovelful. Or you could use a piece of equipment like a backhoe, where you don't have as much strain on your body. It's not going to take you nearly as much time. So you're going to get done a whole lot faster. You're going to get that job done more effectively. So that's leverage. So where is it in your life that you're not using leverage? Are you not leveraging your time properly? Are you, what are you doing for a living? Are you the person that's just holding a shovel, and that's the only thing you're leveraging is a very simple tool, and then your body? Or are you developing more useful skills that you can actually then have a better career that makes you more money, so then you can achieve the things you need to achieve? If we're wanting to get our message out there to the world of understanding natural law, what are we leveraging? For example, being able to create a conference like this one, where you get a bunch of different speakers that speak on different topics that all have different backgrounds and information and different knowledge and traits that they bring to the table, and aggregating that information all into one conference and then putting it out there so people can access it for free. You're leveraging technology. You're leveraging the different people's knowledge bases. And then you're leveraging the internet to be able to get that out to different people. So that's using leverage in an effective way, just as an example. But we can learn how we can do that more effectively. What if we start thinking of, natural law from the marketing basis? There's a lot I think the natural law community can learn by studying marketing. Because if you get really good at marketing your message, it makes it much easier to get out there. So I think those are some things that we can maybe look at and observe and see, how can we more effectively use leverage to get our message out there? And both on a personal basis as well as a community, we need to learn to use leverage in every area of our lives in order to be as effective as possible. If we find that we feel like we're struggling to accomplish our goals, ultimately it comes down to a lack of knowledge of how to use leverage to accomplish that goal. There, if you have a goal that you're wanting to accomplish and it's just taking forever, it takes months or it takes years or whatever it may be, and it's just very slow going for you, there's a lack of knowledge and a lack of leverage involved in there. And if you find the right knowledge and then you learn how to leverage it properly, you're going to be able to accomplish that goal much faster. So those are some ways that we limit ourselves. We really become our own worst enemies by having false assumptions or having a negative worldview or having a victimhood mindset. Always pointing the finger outward, that is a sure sign of a victimhood mindset. Someone who has a warrior mindset points the finger within and says, where am I responsible for this? Or even if I'm not responsible for the situation here, the wrong situation, how can I respond to it in an effective way that is going to be solution oriented? Because bitching about things and crying about them, that doesn't get anything done. So even if government did cause the problem, what are we going to do to fix that? And how can we stop being victims of circumstance and reacting to things and step into a place of solution-oriented response? So if we've went over ways we limit ourselves, how do we start tapping into our unlimited potential? Well, there's many different ways, but these are some general things that I think if we just start with these basics, everything else could really unfold from there. So where do we start? Well, the first place we have to start is by asking ourselves, where have I kept myself small and limited myself? Where can I take responsibility for the results in my life or the lack of results in my life? Where is it my fault? And then we start taking radical responsibility and we choose not to stay that way. Okay, I've had an issue earning money. Okay, I'm choosing to never allow that to be an issue again. I've struggled with my weight. Okay, I'm choosing to never allow that to be an issue again. Whatever the situation may be, take radical responsibility for it and actually step into a place of having radical discipline and saying, I'm not going to allow this. If we don't want to see society ripped apart from, people giving away their power to government or to other, destructive ideologies, where do we have to really stand firm and say, we're not going to allow this? Where do we take responsibility for making sure that those things don't happen? The other area is by setting and achieving goals consistently, continuously growing, always challenging ourselves every single day to do better and better and better, not just settling, not just getting comfortable, consistently setting and achieving goals and moving forward. And then on top of that, networking with those who are doing the same, with other people who are also succeeding, whether that's people who are in the same field as you career-wise or friends who have the same philosophy as you that are doing well in their lives, even though they may work in a different field. Whatever it is, find people who are successful in their life, who are succeeding at life, and associate with those people. Your network is your net worth, and that doesn't just apply to finances. Find people that are actually accomplishing things in the world if you want to go change the world. If you're only hanging out or associating with people who just shit post all day, or they complain about things, or they're only victims, those fucking people are not going to accomplish a goddamn thing. They're not going to fix anything because their mindset that they are operating from is one of a victimhood. They're acting like little children, and they're crying about things instead of focusing on solutions, improving themselves, and actually organizing with others who also want to focus on those solutions so we can actually see change happen. The other big area for really understanding and tapping into our unlimited potential is understanding universal law. And when I say that, I mean like to not just be able to repeat the Hermetic principles from a slide, but to really understand universal law in an intimate way. To see that it's not just something that you pull from a book or from some secret society or whatever it is. This is something that you see in every moment of every day, in every situation, and you understand it intimately. We also want to recognize there have been teachers of natural law around for ages, and there are many today. You know, for example, I just got done re-listening to Marcus Aurelius' Meditations on audiobook not that long ago. And that was a man that was speaking about universal law, natural law, thousands of years ago. There's many other books, for example, and books that, you know, people who have maybe false assumptions, for example, about money or finances, right, will never even look at these books. A really great example of one is Think and Grow Rich by Napoleon Hill. If you haven't ever read that book, go read it. And it's right in the title. If you're clever, you'll hit it. Think and Grow Rich. It's all about the principle mentalism. It is teaching natural law. But if you're a person that you have a false assumption about money, or money's evil, or you don't want anything to do with it, do you think you're going to go read a book called Think and Grow Rich? Probably not. And maybe that's where you're limiting yourself. Maybe there's information in that book that will actually teach you far more about natural law than some book that is an occult book. And that book was published, you know, in the 30s, I believe. So it's been around for a while. Today, even, there's a lot of entrepreneurs out there who are really amazing people, and they're teaching natural law. They're teaching universal law. Now, are they doing it in the outright way of, you know, saying, oh, here's occult knowledge? No, that I'm sharing. No, they're teaching it by mixing it into their business, mixing it into their curriculum. They're sliding those lessons in there. They're teaching esoteric knowledge in an exoteric way. And I think that can be a very effective approach for us to be able to consider and to analyze if we're wanting to actually get this information out there. Instead of making this information seem as if, oh, it's only the secret information, or it's only occult information. No, we need to understand this is universal law. It is everywhere at all times. And if we can simplify it and show people how this applies in everyday simple situations that they understand, people are far more receptive to learning it that way, or at least that's what I found. Another big area that, you know, I want to hit on here too is that I think we need to understand that universal law isn't only limited to the 7 Hermetic principles. Those are excellent. And if you understand those, great. You have a deep understanding of the universe. But universal law isn't limited to those. It's not limited to a specific tradition or even to the field of the occult. It is universal law. It is everywhere at all times. In fact, that's one thing that I really hit on in my book that I recently published, and I'll leave you guys a link at the end to be able to check that out. But my goal for that book was being able to teach natural law in a very simple and easy to understand format. And I cover the 7 Hermetic principles in there, but I also cover my own contributions to cosmic law. And I cover Vedic philosophy concepts like the 5 Purushitas. I cover the trivium process. It's really a book that if you're wanting an introduction into natural law, into this information, I wrote it in a very simple, easy to understand format that if you sit down and read the whole book, it would take you probably less than 3 hours to read. I really made it simple so people have easy access to this information and they can start integrating it in a simple and practical way in their life. It does not have to be an overly complex process. And I think by trying to frame it that way or teach it in that way, we can actually be doing ourselves and those that we're trying to teach a disservice. I think we can be much more effective by simplifying things and making them relatable to people with real world examples that any person can understand. Because if we really do want to get this message out there, we need to do so in the most effective way possible. Not the way that makes us seem as if we have some secret knowledge that only we possess. So really the point of this whole presentation is to teach you that the best investment you could possibly make is in your mind. Now, obviously, many of you attending this conference and other speakers here will already know this because you're actually taking the time to educate yourself. You already value education. And that's an excellent start. But I really like to think about the mind kind of like a bank account. And I was thinking about this one day, and it really dawned on me on how valuable it is, because it's an account which you can use and it doesn't depreciate, right? You can have the knowledge in there, you can have the balance in there, and you can spin that balance. You can apply that knowledge. And does the balance go down? Like, do you lose that knowledge when you apply it once? No, not at all. In fact, you gain more experience, you gain more knowledge, so that knowledge, that information appreciates in value so long as you're using it. You know, and this is an account that we're all born with. We all have a mind. And beyond just our mind, there's the mind of the all, the cosmic consciousness that we can tap into, that higher intelligence. That's what we should be investing in. And if you invest in your mind, making money in the physical reality is just going to be a result of being able to use your mind more effectively. So the best thing that you can do is to continually educate yourself and understand that it's all about the principle mentalism. That if we're feeling small or we're feeling limited, it is because we have some limited assumption or belief in our mind that is keeping us that way. So now that we know to invest in our mind, what do we do with it when we're having this knowledge as we're growing our mind? Well, there's some things to keep in mind. We want to start applying solutions. And if it isn't leading to a solution, don't waste your time on it. So what I'm talking about here, if you're just focusing on the latest conspiracy or the latest problem or this little thing that's going on in the world, whatever it is, if that is not actually leading you to a solution that is going to fix a problem, stop wasting your fucking time on it. Focus on solutions. Knowledge that is not applied is a complete waste. So invest in your mind and then apply that knowledge. You know, and you know what I'm saying here, you know, is a theme that I'm talking about is the next little thing here is what I'm calling, you know, plant seeds and reap a harvest. So you act, you observe, and you refine. In other words, go take actions and then see what results you get from that. This is studying cosmic law, right? Cause and effect. Plant seeds and then see what results you get back from those. So act, observe, and then refine your process and continually improve. Oh, I did this action and this didn't work. Okay, stop doing that. I did this and it did create a good result. Okay, keep doing that. It's very simple. But when you can break it down to where all of your actions you start looking at from a scientific lens of testing to see if I do this, then this happens. You really start honing in on understanding cosmic law, and then you can actually start taking actions that will give you the results that you want. You know, so if we see that, oh, we've been trying to get this message out here for many years and shit posting isn't doing it, maybe we should observe that and then refine the process. Try something different. Create solutions that, you know, the rest of society can actually take seriously. Then with your knowledge, you need to create success in your life and then teach others how to do that in theirs. So it's not just about you. You need to learn and grow and then continuously share that knowledge with others so they can do the same. And when we're all doing that together, our whole species collectively grows and learns much faster. And then when we're better informed, right? Awareness reveals choice. We can then make better choices and then experience better results because of that. The other thing we need to keep in mind is that we need to learn to organize effectively and keep consistently growing with a purpose. You know, not just saying, oh, I'm growing, I'm better than I was yesterday. No, growing with a purpose. What are you growing towards? What is your goal? Like we need to get task oriented. We need to get goal focused here. So we're not just going without a direction or going without a purpose. You know, something when I was in the Marine Corps, they always said that stuck with me was, and they spoke about it when it came to walking, but you're always supposed to walk with a purpose or move with a purpose. Well, that same thing should be when it comes to our education. You know, learn with a purpose. Why am I taking in this information? Okay, act with a purpose. Why am I taking this action? Because I want to have this result. Am I just on here sharing memes to entertain myself and have a good laugh? And there's nothing wrong with sharing some memes to give a good laugh. But if that's all you're doing in the world, no wonder you're not getting the results that you want. So we need to act with a purpose, one that actually matters. Next, we need to leave any victimhood mentality behind and start acting like warriors. So stop blaming the government, everything. Stop blaming the elites or the dark occult for everything, saying everything satanic, blaming the financial system, blaming whatever it is. Where can we start actually acting like warriors and stop sounding like victims and take responsibility? If the world is not the way we want it, what are we doing about it? Where are we taking radical action? And not just in sharing information, but applying it. Sharing information is a great start, but where are we applying this? Where are real solutions? You know, we say we want to be able to produce and people may say they want to start an eco community. Okay, where is that community at? Surely with all the people we have, you know, in the community that, you know, if they want to organize and create more freedom, if they're really serious about it, that is something that can happen. You know, for example, my wife and I wanted to have our own farm. So we have 10 acres and we raise our own livestock and we're able to produce our own food in that way. That wouldn't have happened if we didn't take action on it. So where could we not only take action in our own lives, but as a community, if there is a result that we all collectively want to see, where can we organize together and start taking action to make sure that we're seeing those results? The other little thing is that we need to make sure that we leave the world better off than when we got here. That should ultimately be our goal in life, is that we have had enough impact on the world that we can say we feel like we left it a little better off than when we got here. Or there was some sort of problem that we helped solve. Like, what did you really accomplish with your life? And I think we need to find a dharmic purpose behind that and find a higher purpose. You know, this is one reason why, for example, with money and finances, it's really good to see that, you know, and this is something I actually, you know, it's not the only place I learned it, but a rabbi, actually a Jewish rabbi, I saw a video on YouTube and he was explaining finances and from the Jewish perspective of why they really take such good care of their finances. And he said, because, you know, if God put you here for a purpose, it's your job to fulfill that purpose. And how can you really do that if you don't have the resources you need? So, you know, he was explaining, you know, it from, you know, if you were to translate to a Vedic perspective, from a dharmic perspective, you have a life's purpose, a goal to be able to be here, to be of service. How can you be of service if you're constantly stuck in survival mode? How can you be of service if you can't even help yourself? If you don't have enough to take care of yourself, how can you give to others? You know, that was a big thing for my wife and I, you know, because we really, you know, had to work through money mindset things too. We really tried to, you know, we wanted to do the minimalist type of thing, you know, off grid, being able to do things ourselves. And that's good. But we also see that we have bigger goals in the world that we need to accomplish. There's charities that we want to start. And those things are not going to just take a little bit of money. If we really want to do a large amount of good, we're going to have resources and connections and ways to make those things happen. So it's our dharmic responsibility to create wealth so that we can then go and help other people. And that's just one area. So the whole purpose of this presentation is to really reflect. You know, I'm asking you to reflect, whether it's religion or money or belief about government, whatever it is. Is there an area in your life where you're acting like a victim and you're pointing the finger outwards instead of taking personal responsibility for seeing where we're falling short, where we're keeping ourselves small, and how we're being our own worst enemy? So that's going to wrap the presentation up here. If anyone is interested in checking out my book, you can go to the link here. That's a universal link, and it'll take you to all the different stores that you can find my book available. I did make a special coupon code just for the S.E.E.D conference, though. So for those of you who want to get the book 50% off, you can, when you go to that link, there it gives you a lot of different stores that you can get the book at. only certain ones allow me to do a coupon. So if you go to the one Smash Words and then use the discount code at checkout, 46QUF, you'll be able to get the book 50% off. And like I said, this book is all about being able to manifest the life you want, to create what you want. So it's all about learning to master natural law and to apply it in order to create the reality that you want to experience. So if you guys want that, that's available there. I don't have the book on Amazon yet, although here in the very near future, I plan on getting it available on there, but it is available at a lot of different other stores there, and you can find all of them through that link. So thank you for tuning in, guys. If you have any questions, I'll be here in the Q&A, and I hope you guys found this valuable. Again, like the whole purpose of this presentation was to really ask ourselves, where can we take radical responsibility and see where we can change ourselves in order to create more effectively the results that we want to see in the world. So thank you again for tuning in, guys. Thank you again to Brandon and everybody who's worked so hard to put this conference on. I really appreciate you for inviting me to speak again, and I will see you guys in the Q&A.
That was really awesome. Thank you, Brian.
Thank you, Brandon. Appreciate the opportunity to come and speak again.
Yeah, man, I'm glad that we had you on again. And it was kind of a last minute thing. So I'm glad that you could get something together for us that was really good, really quick, concise, direct to the point, which is what we need. I really like that you're focusing on the internal aspects, because a lot of people, just want to focus on symptoms and just focus on the external world, obviously. And we hear that way too much. And it always comes back to what you're doing yourself.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. Even if there is, and it's not to say to not acknowledge that there are problems out there, or to see that there are issues, but how are we going to respond to them as compared to react to them?
Absolutely. It's our responsibility to do so.
Exactly.
I also really like that you talked about organization and what we're actually trying to do, and that you broke down the dialectical issues as well. I think that's really important, because people have this black and white thinking about things. Money is all evil. Money is the only solution. It's always government. It's just the governments. They're the ones in control. They're the ones who are the problem. And I've always had that issue within even just our community as well, the truth community. And I'm like, that's not really the actual truth, though. Like, you're going to have problems beyond, like, let's just say government, for example. When government is gone, let's just say we do live in a stateless society at some point, you're still going to have problems that you're going to have to deal with. And we have to learn to manage those problems at some level as a community.
Yeah, absolutely. And that, that was like one of the points I brought up in the presentation I did for the last funnel conference, where I spoke about the purpose of the founding fathers. And if we actually go and like read their works, if you go and read the, the constitutional debates, and the Federalist and Anti-Federalist papers, their solution may not have been perfect, but what they were debating, the issues that they were talking about and trying to find solutions for, are the exact same things that we are still dealing with as human beings today. So we can look back and learn, well, what did they do correct? And then we can see where things fell short, and how can we take that and move forward? It's really, it all comes down to solutions. We have to acknowledge when things are wrong, but we have to really bring it back to us at, well, what are we going to do about that?
Absolutely. I think that's really fascinating, because there's not really many people who have actually read those papers. I have myself, and I always find great value in going back to historical documents.
Well-spoken.
Absolutely.
Well-spoken,
we do not get that.
Deeply learned, and even understanding, whether you believe in government or not, understanding the history of how things came to be allows you to understand the mindset, how things are structured, and even beyond, our Constitution and seeing that that was even based on previous common law, like going back to things like the Magna Carta and other documents that I have here. That it's great to go all the way back and read the evolution of these things to see how we came to get to where we are and see, well, what went wrong, what went right, and how can we take that information and move forward. Like I always like to say, awareness reveals choice. I consider that statement a universal law. Awareness reveals choice. It's because it embodies consciousness and free will, which are the essence of everything that's going on. And when we become more aware of something, we reveal more choices.
Absolutely. That's something that my dad always hammered into me, which was, the more aware you are, the more you'll see more opportunities in front of you. And I think a lot of people victimize themselves in this world, and that is disempowering. And we don't want to be disempowered, obviously. And yes, we need to learn from the past. Obviously, we need to learn where we did make correct decisions about how to deal with social issues, and a lot of people just want to overlook that. That's the problem that I have with the so-called anarchist community, is because they don't study any of this stuff. They just want to go out and, just say, okay, just destroy the entire system right now. The accelerationist, right? They're just like, just take it all out. And I'm like, well, how are you going to deal with some of these issues that are going to occur with this?
There's still real problems. Like people have real issues, and we have to, if we're going to point out the problem, we should also equally come forward with a viable solution. Hey, how are we actually going to organize this to solve this issue, to resolve education, to resolve health, maintenance, structural maintenance, of our country, our roads, bridges, different types of infrastructure. Those are things that don't just like magically happen. And yes, you can say till you're blue in the face, people will voluntarily do it. But where's the action? That's easy to say. Where's the details of the plan? That actually takes funding, and you have to get people to come there. You have, like anyone who's ever been in construction and tries to organize a job site, like that's not an easy. Have fun dealing with organizing. So you need people that are willing to take on those things and deal with those problems. And it's perfectly fine to acknowledge that, government is not the best solution for this, but we also need to have the responsibility stepping up. Okay, here's our alternative. And if I'm going to say, oh, I want a local solution, great. Where is your local solution for your community, and what's your plan to implement it? And that's where I'm saying we need to take more responsibility for the results that we're seeing in the world. Because ultimately, if we don't step up and do it, it's not going to happen. Absolutely.
It will never manifest. That's for sure. I think that's really powerful. You've brought some great statements. As the theme of the Q&A, I need to ask you, what got you into this work? How did you end up here? And what was like your transitional point in your history of becoming awakened? Were you always this way, or was there something?
No,
like
definitely not.
right.
Yeah, no. So, as you're probably familiar with, when I was a young man, I didn't go through a very great childhood or anything. And I ended up being quite a rage-filled person. I enlisted in the Marine Corps infantry at 17, a very gung-ho person, even as far as Marines go. I was pretty mean. I really had my main goal with that was creating destruction. And through a series of events, I ended up getting out of that. And there was a few years that were very rough on me. And I kind of had to get to a point where I actually asked myself, like, why am I so fucking angry? And when I got that serious with myself, and I started, I like to say questions are keys that open gateways to new realities. It's only whenever you're willing to humble yourself enough to ask the question that the answer will come to you. And that started my awakening process and my journey. And I started looking into kind of Eastern philosophy, Taoism. The first really influential book here, The Seven Taoist Masters. This is a really good one. It started by, try to get that right, where the light's not on it. There we go. Really good book. And that was kind of an early one. And it started some thinking for me. But then it really came down to just my personal understanding and connection with natural law. And this is something I write about in the book, is the first cosmic law. My first introduction to natural law that I ever found was one that you won't find in the 7 Hermetic Principles. It's one that came to me. And it's the truth that everything is the same, just in a different way. And that really hit me in such a profound way that was the first time, instead of feeling like an isolated individual, I saw I was connected to everything else in the universe. And this was during a mushroom trip, you know, and I saw like this grid where I saw these beams of light, like where every being had this center in it that was connected with all these other webs. And I just saw this grid, and it just showed me that, oh, everything's the same in a different way. And that every time that phrase hit me throughout the rest of the night, it just got deeper and deeper. And that's a truth that, like, that moment really, if I could pinpoint a moment where I could say that was what really did it, that would be definitely a big one. And from there, I kind of my own journey for a few more years. I got really fed up with society. At one point, I was a manager at a retail store like called Menards, and I decided to quit that. And I went off with my backpack and my dog and a buddy and got dropped off like in the woods of California and just lived in the woods for a while. Did that, you know, kind of went to the extreme. I went to one of these extreme polarities. I was like, fuck it all. I'm just going to go live in the woods. And my only goal in going on that journey was like, I wanted to find my enlightenment, my awareness. And I found it not at all in the way I expected. But, you know, I went through a series of things, and soon after that, within a couple of years of that experience, I kind of came across Mark's work, Larkin Rose, you know, other of dear people in the community. And that really started helping me see that, oh, there's other people out here that are coming to the same conclusions that I am, you know, that are also seeing these things. So I had never heard anyone actually speak about or talk about natural law in that way. But when I heard Mark speak about it for the first time, I realized, oh, these are the lessons I've been encountering. These universal lessons that whenever I learn them, to me, I find them so profound that they apply in any situation I can find. Well, that's how you know you've discovered a universal truth, a universal law. So to see that there's other people's work out there doing that, I really started taking in that as much as I can. And that was probably about a decade ago or so. And I've been on it since.
That's awesome. That's a great story. And I really like how you put that with that it's consistency, right? So it's consistency across experiences when it comes to the science of natural law. Mm-hmm. And I think that's how I also came to that conclusion as well before I came into contact with Mark's work, though I was initiated pretty early on to a lot of this stuff, you know, reading Brave New World, 1984, Animal Farm when I was like 11. So I have a different perspective. That's why I'm asking all the speakers, like, hey, how did you come to this? And
we all have a unique journey. You know?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's another thing that a lot of people think is that there's only one path, right? That there's only a unilateral path for everybody to go down. And that's the same thing with the belief. If you don't believe in what I'm saying, then you're my enemy. And that's a cult mindset.
That's dogma.
You know?
Yeah,
it's absolutely dogma, you know? And then I liked how you were pointing out that you're going to treat them differently because of that, and you're going to miss out on opportunities, including the opportunity to maybe positively influence them or them to positively influence you, right? So there's a lot of opportunities that we miss out by being rigidly dogmatic with our ideas. And trust me, I understand going through the righteous aggression phase and just saying fuck it all, and then going into apathy as well. And just being like, fuck everything, you know, fuck all of you. I'm completely out of it. But it does not solve any of the issues. You know, it does not. And I think that's why your presentation is so powerful and, you know, so welcoming. I'm so welcome to just have that here. You know, it just solidifies everything that we're trying to bring to the table here.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. I'm glad I could present something that was consistent with the theme of the conference and is a, you know, solution oriented thing.
Right. We have a question here from Hexproof Anarchist. Is it possible for something that is based in truth to become a limiting belief?
Ooh. Yes. So I would say, so something I always teach my astrology students or clients is that our strengths can be our weaknesses and our weaknesses are strengths, right? So any position in a chart, it's neither inherently good or inherently bad. It's how it's an energy, and you're creating awareness around that energy so you can use it in the most effective way possible. So, for example, if I understand the truth of universal law, but I go about it in a way that I try to force it down people's throat, or I'm dogmatic about my approach to the point that I isolate myself from my friends and my family members, and they're like, oh, that guy's just always going on. He doesn't agree with anyone that doesn't say what, you know, he says. You know, that type of thing, you can end up actually pushing people away and isolating yourself from taking such a dogmatic stance on it. So that doesn't mean you let go of that truth. What it means is that you change your approach You
Mhm.
change your tactic that you're using. So we need to understand understand universal law ourselves in a very deep way. Because when you truly understand something yourself in a deep way, you can explain it to others in a simple way. And when we do that, it's a lot easier for them to get it.
That's
So
right.
there's that perspective to it. But you can then learn to be very tactful. If we're thinking, if we're in a war on consciousness, right? I like to always take things back to strategy.
Right.
Like marine infantry. The way different weapon systems have different strategies.
Right.
So if I'm going to go after a machine gun pillbox, I'm going to use a very different strategy than if I'm going after some other type of target, right? You need to use what is effective for the situation. Use the correct tool. So we need to make sure we have access to many different tools and many different strategies. Sometimes it is very good to be harsh and direct and to the point. There's certain people like Brandon and myself that we obviously finding teachers and speakers like Mark. We prefer
Mhm.
people that will be a little bit harsher and straightforward. It's not going to hurt our feelings. But
Right.
that's not maybe for everybody. Other people might like a different approach. So I think we need to have as many approaches and tactics as possible at our disposal so we can use the proper response depending on the situation that what it's calling for.
I think that's very well said. I always tell people we need more strategy on the battlefield, and it does come back to military thinking, honestly, or just organized thinking, And I've
Yep.
always looked to that as an inspiration because I never went to the military or anything like that, but I have many friends who did, and they taught me a lot of really good strategies in life, just how I can apply just these simple ways of thinkings about problem solving or just like
Yep.
construction or anything like this, and it's so much more efficient. So I look at that
Yeah.
as utility, right? So we have like
Mhm.
deontological approaches, which is like intention. Like we may intend to do something good by like being harsh towards somebody, right? And like trying to shove this information down their throat or into their ears or wherever, right? But we're not actually getting the result, the consequence that we're looking for, the utility of what we're looking for. And that's what we have to be
Mhm.
really, really aware of. And I think a lot of people in the community, at least the people that I'm working with now, are starting to see that and they're trying to
Mhm.
adapt to that because they're like, oh, this is just not working. So we need a broader spectrum of approaches that will change and adapt to the people because everybody learns differently. That is the truth. Everybody does learn
Absolutely.
in a different way. Yes.
Yeah, well, and a big thing, I kind of have seen, and just as guilty of this myself. But in the community, we're kind of a fringe community of society, right? But kind
Right.
of we put ourselves in that fringe, right? We limit ourselves in that way. If
Mhm.
we have to be honest with ourselves, if we really want to change society, we have to be part of that society, like an
Yep.
integral way. Not maybe make ourselves so fringe. Start integrating ourselves into all sorts of different industries.
Right.
Get yourself in as many different places as you can and start putting these messages out here instead of coming at it from the, if not everybody likes the secret occult knowledge perspective, do the simple thing of teach cause and effect.
Yep.
Nobody argues cause and effect is a thing. So if we're seeing that, we do this and this isn't getting the result we want, what does that mean? We have to go back to the causal factor and
Yep.
try a different tactic, and then we'll get a different result. So I just think we need to broaden ourselves in our approach and our willingness to be open-minded to network with people, like, for example, maybe a way we could limit ourselves as anarchists is, someone's a statist. They're a stupid statist, right? I'm not going to communicate. No, they're a human being.
Yep.
And you probably have a lot more in common with them than you do different. And you're letting one ideological difference ruin potential relationships. And that is keeping us far more divided than what the government is doing, is our
Absolutely.
own minds. That this, if when you understand natural law, you cannot put the responsibility anywhere else besides your own mind, because that is where it all starts with.
Absolutely. Very well said. Well, thank you so much, Brian, for your deep insight. And
Thank you for
thank you
having
for
me
being
on.
part of the for the SEED conference, and make sure to share a link for your book. I probably will grab a copy of that. It looks pretty interesting. Definitely need to add it to my library
Yeah,
that I
I'll
have
pop it
because I've
in the
skipped a lot of-
comments and add it in there.
Yeah, that would be
Yeah, and
awesome.
it's available in digital and paperback now. I'll get a hard book version out here before too long too.
Nice, nice. Well, I'm sure everybody, I know some people were asking about it earlier, so I wanted to make sure to give that shout out for you. Again, thank you, Brian.
Yeah, I'll be
and
sure
until
to come
next
back and put it in
time,
the comments.
until next time,
Have a good
Brian,
one.
much love. All right, that was Brian Easterday. What a wonderful, wonderful speaker. Very wholesome guy there. I think he's doing some good stuff. I hope everybody got something from that. I hope that really resonated with you. I think that was really good work. And I think it's something that we need to hear a little bit more of. You know, we do need to improve our skills. We do need to get involved with things. And I always tell people that I'm not against society. I'm against the coercion within society or the coercive systems that we readily accept as normal and acceptable, right? So those are the things that I am looking to abolish, which I would just call slavery in general. It's not necessarily the, you know, the transactions of positivity and just the way that we function in a society together, right? So I'm not looking to destroy society. I'm looking to destroy coercive, you know, actions and false dogmatic belief systems. So, all right. Well, we have another great presenter coming up. Unfortunately, he also will not be here today. We're missing a couple people here. Thanks for Brian being able to show up. This is Dylan McCormick. He was at the last S.E.E.D conference, and I do not have a bio on him because he never sent it to me. He's pretty mysterious, kind of anonymous, right? He's playing the anonymous character right now, but he does great work, and he presented a wonderful presentation at the last S.E.E.D conference. And his presentation this year is called Ourselves as Symbols. He does not have any link. He doesn't have anything else out there that I know of. So without further ado, let's get right into this amazing presentation.
All right, here we go. Yeah, that works. That's fine. I had to put a headband on because it's really hot in here and I can't stop sweating all over the place. And I'm standing because I fell for the standing desk meme and I was like, I don't need a chair. Do you know how hard it is to be productive on something that I can just walk away from without even having to stand up first? Sitting is bad for you though. Nobody's supposed to sit as much as we sit now. Sitting has made us docile, and if you hunch when you sit, you're definitely fucked. Your chakras are all out of alignment, and you are not reaching enlightenment on this go-around. I'm joking, but I am going to try to be serious now, because this is a serious production, and I'm just not a very serious guy. Things might look a little more serious in here if I had, like, I don't know, put foam up on the walls, done something for the sound. But I was also worried that if I padded the walls in here, it would make it too comfy of a place for me to finish losing my mind in. And I might be sweating because this is last minute. I had other plans. But I decided that it's better I keep this simple, because symbols are a complex enough topic as it is. And we deal in symbolism all the time without even considering it. A lot of it is intuitive, subtle, not even consciously understood as symbolism. You see a gear in the corner of the screen on a menu, and you know that today that leads to some kind of settings page. Language is an obvious form of symbolism that's meant to be understood and facilitate communication. The letter A is probably cognizable even by non-Latin language users. Historically, pictographs were used before letters, and in the case of something like Chinese, you can even see the shift towards more iconic characters away from more explicitly representative pictographs. But some of that is still there. Like, that looks like a chicken. Hieroglyphics are a great example of a pictographic language system. Some people will tell you that this hieroglyph, which means 1 million, depicts a man shocked at how large the number is. As if he's saying, bro, It's fucking huge. It's a shit ton. It's like this much. Now, it's actually derivative of the god He, who is an anthropomorphized representation of millions of years, or the infinite. To someone who didn't already know that, though, the symbol doesn't clearly convey the idea of an integer or 1 million, but it is a guy doing this. It's fucking big. It's a lot. There is also esoteric symbolism, intended to be understood, but only by those with certain requisite knowledge. And time has a way of obscuring things, rendering them esoteric as in the case of 1 million. As an example of an intentionally esoteric but widely recognized symbol, the square and compass. Purportedly, the square is meant to indicate honesty, the compass control over the passions, and the G standing as a reminder for God. Or depending on who you ask, geometry or even gnosis. The position of the arms in relation to the square can have their own meaning, but for our purposes, the basic bitch interpretations will do just fine. And at the risk of greatly demystifying things, these guys are basically just about anglicized Hermetic and Gnostic knowledge. And now you might be like, oh, that's not that spooky after all. But they are. They are spooky. A prime example of something both esoteric and confused by time is Baphomet. It used to bother me that modern Satanism had adopted it as its own symbol, but I actually really like the idea that the Templars are flexing on them eternally from beyond. The Templars might actually be flexing on everyone from beyond, now that I think about it. As a duality symbol, the yin-yang wins on clarity. But I don't want to fuck the yin-yang, now do I? Alchemy is an occult system so well hidden that to this day, people still think of it as nothing more than a rudimentary form of chemistry. The esoteric tradition as conceived of and practiced in Egypt was about the purification and ascendance of an individual's spirit. The transmutation of base lead into noble gold served as a form of symbolic argot. And if some of that comes off as too remedial or overly simplified, it's only because I had no idea where to start. Because I thought about it, and as it turns out, it's all symbols. It's symbols all the way down, dude. The physical world is a user interface, and it's like a hologram made of vibrating particles. It's fucking weird. And the physical form of something is both a symbol for that thing and then is symbolically interpreted by other entities. As far as I'm concerned, the entire physical plane is a symbolic one. And one of the oldest spiritual or religious propositions goes something like, hey, you know all this shit is a construct, right? Now, people are acting on that information differently. Some people really hate the construct. Some people are into it. The modern analog for this is simulation hypothesis, and like all modern secular analogs, it's not as cool as the tradition it's aping. When I refer to the material world as being a construct, don't take it to mean that it isn't real at all. It's exactly as real as it is. Just consider that physical forms are not the totality of things, but representative of them. As an example, sun worship is something of a misnomer these days. The secularized modern human might believe that people saw the sun and simply thought that that was God. Instead, the sun was often understood as a physical symbol used to represent God. The sun is God, and the sun is a symbol for God are two totally different ideas. Now, Hermeticism is almost clinical. It lacks any sort of fun mythos to grab onto, but it does accurately describe reality. And Zoroastrian metaphysics are probably correct, but they're superimposed on an epic story of good versus evil, the indomitable spirit, and the fallen realm of material. Gnosticism? Gnosticism is basically 80 plus sects of autistic schizo posting, and it has such a fucking awesome story that one of the main figures is eternally demonized and associated to another guy that has nothing to do with him because a fire-headed cloud-bound snake is retarded and or evil. I kind of stand Gnosticism a little. Rebellion against some kind of evil, retarded, schizophrenic monster wielding false authority is strangely relatable. Shinto made its son a woman, and now Japanese people won't reproduce, and they have hentai. And boy, do they have hentai. They have hentai like you wouldn't believe. It's anime porn, if for some reason you didn't know that in the modern year. Light-wielding heroes, false gods, giant serpents, the sun, eternal fire. We have these stories that we've told ourselves for so long that it's possible that we've forgotten that they aren't mere stories. What's interesting about them is what they say about the people telling them. They are symbolic in how they're told. The theme of divine spark and stolen fire may just refer to early man finding fire after lightning strikes and claiming the flame for himself, but the framing implies a belief that humans are in possession of something from beyond. And whether a belief is factually correct or not isn't what matters. What's significant is recognizing that people act on their beliefs. This is why politics are fake and gay, by the way. It is just secular religion with no metaphysics to justify the oughts that they propose. By the way, this is why politics are fake and gay. It's secular religion without any of the metaphysics to justify the oughts that they propose. I got an ought for you. Fucking double ought. Cue the sound of a gun racking. Cut to ISIS execution footage. Beyond shared themes, there is a consistency in recognizing a correspondence between material and spirit, with varying reception and presentation of that arrangement. Gnostics characterize material as outright antagonistic of spirit, whereas Hermetists don't really have much of a value judgment about it, but do express the plane of spirit as being one higher than material. Both share a dualistic cosmology. Less spiritually, there is mental dualism, which proposes that mental phenomenon is not reducible to material interaction, but doesn't necessarily admit spiritual phenomenon. As an alternative, there is monism. Most commonly, this would be material monism, the belief that everything can be reduced to material interaction with material things. I don't listen to value judgments from anyone in this camp, and you shouldn't either. If we're all just electrified meat, and that's all it is, then there's no free will. It's all just a big Rube Goldberg machine made of atoms colliding, and nobody's accountable for anything. Get naked, go wild, I'll see you outside! Finally, there's spiritual monism. For someone like Baruch Spinoza, everything is composed of God. To the pantheist, study of matter is ultimately study of a spiritual substance that pervades everything. So monists might object to the material world being made of symbols. They'd say it's made of whatever thing they're into. They would not deny that the world has been interpreted and represented symbolically by man, however. No matter where you're at on this list, the body's important. It could be your avatar, that which you're in possession of. It could be your flesh prison for your divine spark. It could be all that you are. In their own way, each of these views imply material, and by extension, the body is meaningful or important in some way. Manly P. Hall said, somewhere within the microcosm which is man, all of the processes of the macrocosm are unfolding. He explains that early man, having no written history to consult, had only the body as a tool to understand the world around him. The primacy and immediacy of personal bodily experience accounts for what he calls an increased factor of thought, because humans from this time could only function through their own thoughts and initiative. For early man and the world of tradition, our anatomy rendered itself as a cipher to the mysteries of the world around us. The second principle of Hermeticism states, as above, so below. I know, edgelords and alt-girls have really paused that expression. Paused. P-O-Z-Z-E-D. Paused. Look it up. Means it's got AIDS. If we accept this correspondence between the small and the large, material and spirit, then we also accept the same relationship between the body and soul. Far from an arbitrary husk or a slave to the mind or spirit, the body should be considered part of the same whole. As the body is responsible for housing the mind and spirit, we must appreciate the feedback loop that exists between those planes. And we ought to consider the ways in which a person's mind or spirit might be reflected in their body. Symbolism extends far beyond marks, insignias, and emblems. We have the ability to imbue things with meaning, and that goes beyond graphic symbols. Obviously, our body is a symbol for, us. But a person can come to represent more than just themselves. A person can make a symbol of themselves. Gandhi is well known for his campaign of non-violent protests against British colonialism and has become a symbol for pacifist resistance. Now that makes him even more interesting to me as a symbol because Gandhi actually practiced a very deceptive form of violence. Incurring harm on yourself and holding your opposition accountable is not pacifism. It's essentially emotional blackmail that relies on an enemy having a certain level of conscience and, let's be real, concern for optics. As a more extreme equivalent, there's that monk whose name I have a hard time with. Thich Duk? The guy who self-immolated. You know him. More accurately, both of these guys could be classed as martyrs. Obviously, if all your guys burn themselves to death, you actually just lose. You get conquered by guys with dustpans and brooms. But just the one guy was very effective, ostensibly even more so than direct resistance. Both of these men made symbols of themselves through the actions that they took. And I think it's fair to say that both men performed magic. Aleister Crowley, for whatever you might think of him, offers up a solid working definition of magic. You gotta put that K on there. You gotta put that K on there so you know it's that good shit, that esoteric shit. It is the science and art of causing change to occur in conformity with the will. Symbolism extends to action as well. Obviously, this is how we might understand ritual. Action or performance steeped in meaning and intent. So this is not my idea. I did not come up with this. I stumbled across this dude that I thought was badass, and I decided to adopt his ritual. I am primitive man, receiving fire secondhand from the guy that ran out to the field and picked it up after lightning struck. Now, I don't know if he wants to be associated with me or this, and so I'm not going to name drop him. I also have no idea where he's gone, though. And I can't seem to find wherever he is. And wherever he is, I hope his fire is still burning strong, and I hope to see it spread to others, as it did to me. So I'm obligated to talk about it. Now, I want to be clear. When I use the term ritual, it's not new age or ironic. It does inform the mentality best used to approach this with. To think of this as more than perfunctory habit. To treat this with the discipline and seriousness that you would approach matters of the spirit with. Because the body corresponds to the spirit as the microcosm to the macrocosm. The foundational fitness ritual. It is perspiration, preparation, and prayer. It's a daily 30 minutes of burpees. Now, I don't necessarily want this to turn into, 30-minute abs. Is that what I am doing that. We are doing that? Okay, that's fine, fuck it. It's 30-minute abs with me, Magnus von Sundude. I'm a totally different guy now, transformed by the power of calisthenics. I pray for a better world while I'm doing this, and so far it still sucks every time I'm done. But things are at least that much better for my improvement, and my ability to struggle in the suck world is that much greater. The expectations for the burpee are a full push-up. Your chest should touch the ground, abs remain engaged, feet remain together, butt cheeks engaged as you squat up, hip thrust at the top, no jump, as many reps as possible, and the minimum goal is 330 minutes. And as I said, I did not come up with this. I am just emulating someone that I saw and admired and who was already applying these strictures, these rules, to themselves. Now, rather than devote time to instruction on the mechanics of the burpee, I'm going to leave that up to you to seek out for yourself. Instead, I want to talk abs and abstraction for a moment. We find muscular physiques attractive because they speak to a certain level of discipline and work performed by the individual. We know this implicitly, and the fitness industry uses that to project a superficial image to people. They sell people on looking a certain way rather than being a certain way. If your primary motivation for fitness is to look like something, I do not recommend the foundational fitness ritual. It is not for you. Now, imagine this. Christopher Columbus and a bunch of Spanish noblemen are at a party. And he's hanging with the boys. And one of them says something like, and I'm paraphrasing here, "You ain't big dick swanging just because you came across the Americas. Someone else would have done it eventually." Now Columbus keeps his cool. And he motions to eggs that are conveniently nearby. And he says, "Oh, you think you're hot shit, huh?" Again, I am paraphrasing. "Make this egg stand up on its tip." Everyone's standing around trying to make an egg stand up, and it's not working. And Columbus casually walks up. He wraps the tip of the egg on the table, and it stands up without a problem on its tip. It's obvious to do this, but only because you saw someone else doing it. And so for me, this was kind of a Columbus egg. All you need to get in shape is 30 minutes in a flat patch of ground. Of course that's all you need. Of course that's all you need. This is an extremely simple form of fitness. It allows for a very high level of flexibility in where and when you perform it, while rigidity is expressed in adherence to the frequency and amount of time practiced. Now, listen, if you already have a fitness regimen that works for you, that's great. But the average person doesn't. I didn't. I have casually and occasionally lifted weights off and on throughout my life. Manual labor has been a source of fitness for me. I have done push-ups occasionally. Never cardio. So I spent a few months going to the gym 3 days a week, and I was following a basic bitch strength training program. And then I came across the foundational fitness ritual. I tried it immediately, and I gave up after several minutes. And here's what I think. I think that if 30 minutes of burpees kicks your ass, then doing it every day is superior to whatever your current regimen is. Drop your gym membership, spend the money on ammo, and if you do not own a gun, sell your gaming console and buy one. This isn't a replacement for something like powerlifting or bodybuilding. I actually think those things are neat, but for me, they'd be surrogate activities. This is about developing a high caliber of general athleticism. A guy should be able to wear several pounds on his chest, pick up 100 pounds, and run with it no problem. A guy should be able to pick up the duffel bag in the bank heist scene from Heat. A guy should be able to reenact the blockbuster film Heat with his friends. I'm not advocating bank robbery, but I am implying it's one of the cooler crimes that you can commit. Now, why burpees? Well, because they can be done in one spot, anywhere, anytime. They require no equipment, and they work pretty much your whole damn body. And when I say you can do them anywhere, you really can. You can do them in jail. I was in jail for a week, and I did 3,300 of them. You can do them when you roll out of a girl's bed. And they're into that at first. And then the novelty wears thin when they realize it's for a full 30 minutes, and it's every day. And you can do them out in the woods. Creatures of the forest will watch you from afar, probably in fear, and they consider that territory marked, I bet. And you have 30 minutes. Everyone has 30 minutes that they can spare. It completely removes any excuses not to work out. In the last year that I've done this, I've missed around 40 days total. Half of that is from genuine illness and injury, and the other half is purely lack of discipline. No excuse. And fatigue and soreness do not count as injury. Now, touching on the subject of injury, I should mention I have a slap tear. I have had occasional chronic pain in my hip and lower back. Neither of these things were agitated by doing burpees. In the case of the slap tear, I have the least pain and greatest mobility that I've had in years. The only joint pain I experience now is when I inhale ash because the roach is too small. And here's the part where I say, I am not a doctor. Don't fuck yourself up. Now, the first time I actually attempted the full 30 minutes, even hitting 200 was difficult. After 3 months, I found myself hitting 300 consistently. After 6 months, I tried them for an hour and I hit 683. The day after, I kept my floor with 302. I want to be clear, I'm not bragging. I'm average. The only difference between me and any other guy is 30 minutes a day. Now, this is from the first day I started performing burpees daily. I'm like 150 pounds here. I took this immediately after doing 197 burpees. Now here's what I looked like 8 months into adopting the foundational fitness ritual. I'm about to go outside to do burpees in my cool headband that I just got. Sorry I look like a goober here, and I didn't match the first picture. I wasn't expecting for anyone but me to see this, but I'm trying to show them receipts, you know? Now, I took this before I started trying to gain weight. I'm about 160 pounds in this picture. Then, I decided to get one matching everything as closely as possible from just now, basically, when I thought to do this and edit it in. I took this immediately after eating teriyaki and drinking a soda. My weight is about 166 pounds, and I did 311 burpees that morning. Diet is obviously a factor, so I feel obligated to disclose mine. Over the course of the year that I did this, I ramped my caloric consumption up from what was probably about 2,400 on an average day to about 3,000. When I'm not being a shit pig, my diet consists of a lot of eggs, chicken, and whole milk. Vegans, please don't chew me out. Actually, I guess you're not even allowed to do that. Now, normally, I do eat a lot of bread, pasta, and rice. I enjoy grain, even though I'm pretty sure its intergenerational cultivation and consumption has made us more slavish as a species. And as an aside, while I'm here, I am calling on Big Noodle to stop tricking people into thinking that couscous isn't just pasta. I thought it was like quinoa, some kind of grain. It's just pasta particulate. Anytime I'm in the same room as a piece of fruit, I eat it. I like bananas. I'm going to miss them for a while when the lights go out. There will be a premium on fresh bananas. Actually, I think bananas stay good for a while if you don't gas them. They gas the bananas that you buy at the store so that they ripen faster. It's bananas in striped pajamas. I rarely eat green vegetables. A couple times a week, maybe. Pickles all day, though, if that makes any sense. I try to drink a gallon of water a day. Some days I do that. Some days I drink soda. My Osmosis Jones brain mayor hits the sugar craving button when I'm thirsty. Drinking soda is basically retarded. I should know. I do it. The main problem there is high fructose corn syrup. And think about it. Corn is government subsidized feed for livestock, and soda is basically fizzy livestock juice. Still, it might be better for you than tap water, unless you crave SSRIs and a sex change. So I consume junk food, I drink, I smoke weed regularly, lately even more so. I'm not advocating this stuff. These are all vices, and in some way each detract from my physical performance, which means that they detract from more than that as well. Now, having a daily performance-based number as a metric to actually see the impact that diet and drugs had on me is kind of cool. I already knew that vice is just enjoyable self-harm, but this made that very clear. And I'm disclaiming these vices to illustrate that I'm an average guy. I am far from an austere, ascetic monk. Adding the foundational fitness ritual without any other lifestyle changes still greatly improved my athleticism. But obviously, better diet and less poison got me better output. Over the course of a year, my performance has been greatest on average when I was consuming little to no drugs and maintained a diet that contained very little junk food. During this time, I found my average to be roughly 330. When piling poison into my body and getting irregular sleep, 300 was occasionally difficult to maintain. I actually went out of my way to drink and consume more marijuana than usual, sleep less than usual, and eat shittier, and I paid for all of that. My bad habits tarnished my good discipline. The ritual became higher effort, and my bad habits became easier to embrace. And there was a clear line drawn between my habits and my rituals. My habits I put very little thought into. I just happened to repeat them regularly. Habit is often performed for the sake of itself, without any intent. Burpees are not a habit for me. I have to make the decision to do them every day. Some days it's harder than others. But something became very clear to me over the last year that I spent ritualizing fitness. The version of me doing 30 minutes of burpees a day is better than the one that isn't. It's actually that simple. Stronger, healthier, greater stamina, more focused, all of these measurable physical effects are simply symbols derivative of discipline. Seeing this on myself made it click for me in a way that it never had before. Ourselves as symbols, well, our bodies anyway. Would it be fair to look at the average body in the United States as a symbol of our time? Fat, bloated, somehow overfed and undernourished. These people are the microcosm to the macrocosm of the sick, bloated slave state we live in now. That body, those people, don't enjoy liberty. They enjoy comfort and permissiveness. Obesity is an obvious symbol of decadent excess. And miss me with that health at every size bullshit. And you will miss me, because you can't catch me, fatty. If I've spent time talking the talk about the will and personal discipline required for a natural law society, my commitment to ritualized fitness was a chance to walk the walk. The body of a free person should reflect the care, dedication, and will required to live free. Now, I don't want to see the best among us starve themselves or light themselves aflame. I want them prepared. I want them hardened for the struggle ahead. And when I perform the foundational fitness ritual, that's what's on my mind. It's a constructive, symbolic expression of my desire not only to be better, but see the world made better. Hard times demand a hard body. And I do believe that we're in for hard times. The symbols are there, if you know where to look. I'll just be real here. We're living in the decline phase of the current U.S. Republic. I'm not telling people shit they don't know by saying that. I will take that one step further and venture to say that at 31, I will get to witness some form of collapse in my lifetime. And that's a huge impetus for being in shape. Read into that however you want. The average person is indolent, indigent, ignorant, and unhealthy. Our political representatives are sclerotic, geriatric, and when they aren't outright evil, stupid beyond belief. This form is calcified. Our fate is set in stone. But your will is a chisel. So get out there and get chiseling. I'll see you out there. Thank you for listening.
Awesome. That was a great little presentation there by Dylan. It looks like he is joining us. Looky
Howdy.
there. There he is. What's up,
Going.
brother? How you doing?
I'm pretty good. How about yourself?
I'm doing good. Did you get your burpees in before you showed up?
No, I waited to do them because I did see that I was slotted for an hour, and I was like, I will straight up get on camera and do them for 30 minutes as soon as it's over. But I'm probably going to do them after everything. Last night I did them while listening to the end of Doug's presentation. But yeah, they're amazing. You can do them whenever.
You didn't give us an example. I think everybody wanted an example of them.
I took footage of it and I basically just forgot to put it in. And also I don't know. Okay, this is one of those things where I changed what I was going to be talking about.
Right.
I didn't anticipate that it was going to be about doing burpees for 30 minutes as much as it was. But when I realized that I just can't find any trace of the guy that I picked this up from, I was like, well, I'm obligated to keep the fire burning.
Right. That's awesome. Well, I think you got a lot of people motivated to try burpees and maybe even get off some junk food too. I really liked your honesty there because that's something that we don't see a lot of. Everybody puts on the mask and tries to pretend that they're so perfect and they're not average. And they're just like, oh yeah, I'm eating so clean. And maybe some people actually are, but it's really nice to see just an average, honest person be like, yeah, look, this is my struggle. This is what I've went through. These are the consequences of that. And you're going to have that. You're going to go up and down, and if you look at this, it's just a trial and error. It's kind of part of the ritual itself. It's part of the ritual of life because that's just part of learning the lessons of these things, so I think that's great. Hard times require a hard body. That's what Jason said. I really liked your part about selling your game system and buy some ammo. All right.
Yeah.
I've said that to people before. I've looked right in their eyes and said, sell your fucking game consoles and buy some guns or some ammo. And I agree with you on that. We're in hard times and people need to be prepared for that, whether that's mentally, physically, emotionally, because they don't really understand what the condition is that we're going through.
Yeah.
And yeah, I just think that's really important to say something like that. I think you brought something to the table that everybody can really enjoy. So tell me, Dylan, how did you get into this work? How did you become so knowledgeable?
Okay. I think for a lot of people, when you're young, you just have like a sneaking suspicion that things aren't right. And the way that went for me was I did a lot of politics, right? I read a lot about politics and history. And the conclusion that I came to doing that was that politics are fake and gay. They are secular religion. And so they're incomplete. And basically that as I got more into history, I got into the occult, I got into esotericism, and then I happened to just have a very good friend, Nate Cap, that convinced me that I should be producing content, I should be speaking about things, I should be creating material for people to absorb. And I don't think that of myself. I don't like speaking, actually, but I do feel an obligation to do that at some level.
That's very well said. I don't think any of us actually like speaking. If you do, well, good for you, but I never liked it myself. I'm very, very reserved for the most part. I'm glad that Nate was a positive influence on you, and I'm glad that you stepped up to the table because I think that your kind of personality is really good for people. You may not, see this yourself, but you are very humorous. You bring some lightheartedness to the table, which is awesome. You also have a lot of in-depth knowledge about the occult and about history. I know me and you have had some discussions about history before, and I really appreciated that. I did want to mention that I love your backdrop. It kind of reminds me, somebody said Aladdin, but what came to mind for me was actually Twin Peaks, of the red curtains in Twin Peaks.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I was thinking Twin Peaks. I was like, oh, yeah. Do we have any questions for this handsome guy over here? What's going on? Look at this hair. Where's your bandana at? You're not like Rambo anymore.
Oh, well, I'm not sweating like a pig right now, so I don't need it.
Oh, you didn't do your burpees. That's why.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do we have any questions? Where can we find any of your work at? I mean, I know we had you on for the S.E.E.D conference. Some people can find your previous presentation. Do you have anything else out there?
Currently, no. I am mysterious. I basically exist in a void, a liminal space disconnected from reality as much as possible. I do have a plan to start consistently creating content in the next several months, but there is nothing concrete there. I was planning on leaving the US for a while, and I think I'm not doing that now, which should give me more time to work.
Oh, nice. Do you have anything in the near future that you're thinking of producing? Like any ideas?
So I want something that is it's accessible for people who don't know shit about shit, basically. Right? Because like that's what would have appealed to me when I was younger. Is I basically just want to, if I can, hand a younger version of me all the stuff I wish someone had handed to me when I was that age.
Right.
So essentially producing something that is informational about the occult, but maybe kind of flies under the radar of being related to the occult whatsoever, which is unfortunate that that's the way that things need to work so often. But like, people hear terms like occult, terms like esoteric, and their brain just turns off. So you have to have some way of like getting under the radar to get that information to them. And then once they see that information, it tends to click really quickly for them. They realize that they had this false perception about the thing, and suddenly they see the value in it.
Right. So you're saying we should Trojan horse these motherfuckers?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Thousands of guys that have all been doing 30 minutes of burpees every day come out of the horse.
That would be great. That would be awesome. Well, man, let's see if we got any other questions here. I don't think anybody had any questions for you. I mean, come on, challenge this guy. He's very wise. He definitely has some good knowledge. I really like what you had to say about symbolism and the body being a symbol. And I have studied symbolism a lot, and I'm sure you're familiar with a lot of that. And I also like what you brought to the table about pantheism and about Gnosticism. You brought some really good stuff to the table about that. Are you on social media, and do you want to be my friend? From Logan Hart?
I think technically I do have social media somewhere that I should be using. But yeah, of course I want to be your friend. You're fucking awesome. I saw people saying Aquarius. I'm not Aquarius. I'm a Libra.
Libra. Oh, that makes sense, actually. What about strength training?
Strength. So I do want to be very clear. Burpees do not replace strength training. Strength training is its own specific thing. I think the strength returns on burpees diminish very quickly. For my frame of reference is I occasionally do medieval combat sports. It's full contact. It's basically MMA with a weapon in your hand. And the guys that I tend to fight are heavier than me, stronger, but they don't have enough stamina to back the strength up. So in terms of raw strength, stick to strength training. But as far as athleticism and stamina goes, I think the burpees absolutely defeat that.
Well, we have another one here. I like that. I agree with that. Desert Sage podcast. Recommended books. Do you have any recommended books?
Man, it's one of those things where like, someone asks you what your favorite movie is. And it's like, well, yeah, I have a list. I know everything. But now that you've asked me, I can't think. I don't know if I've ever read a book. If I could recommend anything that is apropos, Sun and Steel, the book Sun and Steel by Yukio Mishima. And it was loosely an inspiration for what I wanted to talk about here.
Okay, awesome. Well, there you have it. I think we had another question there. I think it was from, do you try breathing techniques like Wim Hof?
Yeah. So the main thing I've taken from Wim Hof is cold therapy. And I have done a little bit of the breathing techniques, but really not that much. I basically don't know anything about them off the top of my head anyway. Okay.
Well, I would recommend incorporating that just from my personal experience. I think Wim Hof is really, really important. But the cold showers, the cold dips, that's extremely, extremely valuable for anybody who doesn't know. Definitely search Wim Hof. Best lucid dream technique. Seems like he does it a lot. I lucid dream myself, so maybe you don't have anything. You're just like, it's just random. It's just intuitive. It just happens naturally for you.
I don't know if I've ever had an actual genuine lucid dream, actually.
What about sleep paralysis? Have you ever had anything like that?
No, I'm a very light sleeper, and I sleep very irregularly, and it's like sleep is basically torture for me as a result of that. I know nothing, and I've tried all the stuff. I consume all the supplements that I should, and it helps a little bit, but not much.
Do you think it's just your active mind? Do you? Just
I honestly couldn't tell you.
Couldn't tell me, huh? Yeah, I've always lucid dreamed, and I would say, to answer that from my personal perspective, is that you have to have a high level of awareness. And when you become aware of something in your dream and you'll feel those moments, just try to keep practicing at that, just like the burpees. You just keep strengthening that over time, and then you'll get better at it. But be
Yeah.
careful, because if you do that, there is a negative consequence sometimes for some people of sleep paralysis. So because they'll like try to get out of the dream because they go into shock and fear, and then they actually can't wake themselves up. And there's like this force trying to prevent you from waking up, and you're like trying to fight that. You're trying to, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if you've sold it. This sounds scary as shit, Brandon.
Yeah. I mean, fuck, life is scary, man. I mean, look around us. All right. It only happens to some people. I've never had it happen to me. I just know some people have had that. I gotta give the risk. I'm not gonna just tell you, go do this, and then be like, oh yeah, I should have told you about that later on. Yeah, no. What were you originally thinking about talking about? I think Leslie.
So I did know that I wanted to talk about metaphysical dualism and symbolism. I didn't anticipate that the way I was going to do. I initially thought that it was going to be a little more. I don't want to say academic, because I almost never have an academic tone to anything I'm doing. For frame of reference, I presented at the previous S.E.E.D, and a lot of it was just information, just history. And I anticipated that I was going to be doing that at first. And then I decided that I wanted something more simple. I wanted something shorter, and I wanted something that would, hopefully bring a little bit of levity in. Because there's just a lot of sad shit. It's rough out there.
Yeah, no doubt. I think your sense of humor really does do that. So I think you've accomplished what you set out to do with that. I know that I guess I could ask you a question here. How do you feel about deontology and utilitarianism? Because I know that
oh my God, I'm deontology gang all the way.
All the way?
Yeah, all the way. So I think probably like my first significant big person that I grafted onto in philosophy was Immanuel Kant.
Yes.
And the idea of deontology, the idea that it isn't enough to just do the right thing by happenstance. It's not enough for the consequences or the outcome of something to be positive. To do the thing with intent, to know why you've done it, and to know that it's the right thing. That's the deontological way. And I think that is what people should all aspire to.
That's funny, because that kind of comes back to what I said earlier, that, without the correct objective knowledge of right and wrong, then you're just creating accidental right behaviors in society.
Yep.
And I don't think that that's very healthy. Even if you do happen to create something positive, most likely it's just accidental, and it's just at the whims of like this, whatever frenzy of chaotic thoughts about what is a right action and what is a wrong action. Well, I think the take on Gnosticism was hilarious by Patty. That's what she said there. Was there any other questions we have for this guy? Any energy work practices? We have this one.
No, not really. Actually,
No.
I meditate, but I don't necessarily know that it constitutes energy work.
Okay. So how do you feel about energy work?
That it is a worthwhile thing to do, but that it's also a thing that's dense enough that I don't do it, and I don't pretend to know anything about it in any kind of meaningful way. Right.
We have another one here. Do you practice sun gazing?
Okay, I don't technically. I do. I have tried to make a habit over the last year. I stand around in the sun as much as I can each day, and so as I got into the habit of doing 30 minutes of burpees a day, I would do it outside as often as possible. And I basically don't wear clothes now. I wear Ranger panties everywhere I go. So I have noticed that skin stuff that I had going on has just resolved itself.
Right.
But I have better complexion. I have a couple spots on my legs where I have, I think it's psoriasis. And that just disappeared from sun exposure.
Right.
So yeah, we are meant to be creatures of the sun. I advocate to everyone, get out in the sun.
You're not meant to be a vampire. All right. All right. Well, I think that's all we have time for with you. I wish we could keep you on here longer, and hopefully we'll see some more work from you. Yeah, I think people want to get in contact with you. So you are totally welcome at any point. If you end up creating a site or putting out any more videos or anything like that, you can totally jump on my platform and share your work with the
Appreciate
audience,
it.
because I know a lot of people really liked what you brought last year, and I really appreciate your work as well. Maybe we'll get back together and do a good conversation about philosophy and history
Yeah,
again. I think that
let's
would
do
be
it.
awesome. You know, maybe we can actually bring it to the table this time, though, so people can listen to it. You know, we can't talk about that. That's secret, though. You know, that's that other project's too secret. People can't handle that right now. But thank you so much, Dylan. Thank
Yeah,
you so
thank you.
much. Of course, anytime, man. Come back. All right, guys. I hope you really enjoyed that. I thought that was great. I really like Dylan's work. He does amazing, amazing work. All right, I'm gonna make sure I get this right this time. So, oh yeah, we got a legend coming up next. Oh man, he's actually been presenting at the S.E.E.D conference since day one. And it's one of the reasons I actually got the S.E.E.D conference together. So I spoke about why I got the S.E.E.D conference together, or what inspired that. But another reason why I got it together was to kick some of my family members in the ass so they start producing some content. That was one of the things, because I was really, really deep in the rabbit hole, just trying to do as much as possible. And I knew that my uncle and my cousin and my aunt, they all had great knowledge, and I knew other people around me had great knowledge, and nobody was doing anything with it. So I was like, okay, I'll just do this event, and then maybe these guys will actually start producing some content. And now they are making amazing content. So Nate Cap is the next presenter. He is an independent researcher, symbolist, public speaker, founder of the Cubbyhole website, which I used to co-host, and there's great information there. He's been doing a lot of really good information there. Host and editor of the Cubbyhole website, specialized skilled in graphics and esoteric art. He is the designer of the S.E.E.D art, a lot of it, like most of it. He's done the flyers. He did the Metamorphosis logo with the butterfly and the caterpillar. Really beautiful work. So I recommend checking out his work at cubbyhole.com. That's CUBBYWHOLE.com. And his presentation today will be on the Earth Brain 2. So this is a sequel to one of his earlier presentations at S.E.E.D. The Sacred Trace is the subtitle for that. And I'm sure he's going to be getting into the occult, morality, consciousness, esoteric Freemasonry, something like this. He always brings something great to the table, especially when it comes to symbolism. So without further ado, let's watch this amazing presentation.
Hello and welcome. My name is Nate Cap, and thank you for your time and your attention. This presentation is a follow-up demonstration to my Earth Brain and the corresponding symbolism presentation that I gave back in 2018 at the S.E.E.D 3 event. So hopefully you've had a chance to do some review on the topics that I covered in that presentation, so that way you'll be better equipped for this presentation that I'm giving today. Okay, so it's a very necessary prerequisite, and really so is the whole Cubbyhole podcast. So if you haven't got a chance to listen or study either one of those, I definitely recommend that you do so once you've seen this demonstration here today. Okay, so before I go any further, I want to give a big thank you to Brandon Martin and the whole S.E.E.D team for getting this amazing event all together and giving me and everybody else such a wonderful opportunity to get together in this web conference for such a very powerful, high frequency gathering. And it really, truly is an honor to be part of this. And this is my 5th conference that I have been part of so far, and it just keeps getting better and better. And I really deeply appreciate it. And I really deeply appreciate all the speakers as well. You know, I know how hard it is to not only learn this information and understand it, but then be able to have the courage to put it out into, you know, the web for other people to hear. And, you know, it's very difficult to learn all the tech, and just, you know, having the energy and the time, it takes a lot, but, you know, it really shows how much people truly care. Now, one thing to keep in mind is that there really is no way that I can cover the whole entirety of the overarching topic that I'm going to be covering today because of the time schedule. And, you know, I'm just happy to have the time that I do have in this conference. But just please understand that this presentation is in a very, very condensed form, and I'm just hoping to whet people's appetite and inspire the student in you to continue your own deeper research on these topics that I'm going to be sharing today. Okay, so I will be further extrapolating a lot of these topics in the Cubbyhole podcast as well. Okay, so in this presentation, I'm not going to be sharing anything truly new, but it probably will be new to your experience. Okay, it's about becoming conscious of what already is. Okay, what already is in nature or reality or the universe, but, you know, with more clarity and more of an understanding. Now, what I really want to get to the heart of in this presentation is you know, how to truly symbolically trace out and orient the mind and the heart and the soul and the connection to earth, and why it must be done. Okay, so it's a huge spiritual bridge that helps us learn who we are and also fills in the gap between our minds and our hearts. Okay, because it's about dissolving the divide in the world. It's about learning that we're in a dualistic mindset. We're having a war in our mind, and if we can dissolve the divide within, we can project that through manifestation into the world. We can, you know, inspire others, and that's what this whole presentation really is all about. Okay, it is an unfolding science of natural law as well. Okay. And, you know, learning natural law, that is part of, you know, bridging that divide and bridging the gap in that divide within. Now, what I'm going to be putting on the table today is I'm going to talk about the sacred trace, what that's all about. Basically, it's going to be all through the whole presentation. And then I'm going to talk about geometry and sacred geometry, especially. And I'm also going to be talking about the tracing boards, especially one particular tracing board that can help us understand mental orientation and mental disorientation a lot better. Something that everybody should really pay attention to a lot more. And also, I'm going to talk about alchemy, basically through the whole presentation as well. And the spiritual bridge masonry, something I refer to as helping us be able to, go back into antiquity, especially going back to the stellar mythology, the ancient Egyptian stellar mythology, and much further than that. But the stellar mythology is very, very important to understand, especially dealing with Horus, Set, and Shu, which I'm going to get into, and also the Great Pyramids and the destruction of the sacred feminine and the Egyptian string trick, which is really cool. I think a lot of people will really like that. So definitely stay through the whole presentation and you will definitely see something very beautiful with that revelation. And also the Egyptian goddess Ma'at, how important that figure is in understanding natural law or morality. And also, I'm going to get into the symbol of the number 7. Okay, so there's a lot to cover in a short amount of time, and I am going to be moving through a lot of this material pretty quickly. So just really try to stay with me, okay? Now, this is what I'm going to be building my presentation off of, which is Earth Brain 1 and the corresponding symbolism, which I kind of already just mentioned earlier. So hopefully you've had a chance to check this out and do some review. Now I'm going to just jump right into the material. The sacred trace is so important to understanding everything if we're going to really go back into antiquity to understand our origins and understand why things are the way they are, okay, within ourselves and in the world. So the word sacred has a few meanings that we really need to familiarize ourselves with. And the first meaning says regarded with respect. So this is about something that deserves attention and deep observation. That's what people really need to remember about sacred, okay? So it also means holy, which is, this is about something being pure or whole, something grand, something that can't be corrupted or hasn't been corrupted. And then, think about the circle, just the perfect, circle. The circle can be holy, pun intended. Sacred can also mean connected with or to the creator or, connection with intelligence of the universe. It's about something being connected to all of us or all that is or all life. And sacred can also mean worthy of veneration, which is really all about having the highest form of respect or reverence for something so powerful and so pure, especially something natural in nature, like a force of a wave or thunder or lightning or sunlight or sun warmth or the stars, the list goes on. Now, trace, and that's all dealing with elemental powers, okay? Now, trace means to follow in the sense of a course. So to follow or pursue through a process or sequence. It also means a track or search, which means to observe or investigate or trace the footsteps of something, to track something out. Trace also means to make an outline of something, indicating that something can be discovered through enough evidence or gathering eclectic data or information. And trace figuratively means to ponder or investigate. So in other words, this means to contemplate or think about on, what has been researched or collected. So the sacred trace means to investigate and outline that which is holy. Okay? So to search and observe and follow back to something pure and whole. Basically, to distill information into a big picture of connection and understanding. It's about getting back to pure forms, which helps us arrive closer to source and be able to connect the dots. Now, when I was a child, I used to sometimes get a picture of an animal or a cartoon character, and I would take a thin sheet of paper and I would begin to trace the image out. And, you know, this was something that I was told many times, that this was a form of cheating. And it is to some degree, if, you know, that's what you rely on in order to, you know, learn how to draw or express. But the way that I looked at it when I got older was I realized that it was an action of tracing something out in order to understand the form and the idea behind it, and it would expedite the process, you know, because then once I traced it out, I realized that later, after I had traced it out, my memory helped me be able to draw the same thing and, you know, not have to even look at the image, you know, so I could do the whole image without even looking at it. Okay. And that's about, you know, burning the image into the mind, the information, burning the information into the mind. So that's why tracing in all its forms is so important. Even when someone's speaking, talking, trying to mimic what people say can actually help us understand them and what they're saying even more, right? Or, you know, when, you know, in a book, the same thing, you know, if you read out loud, that can actually help you understand what it is that you're reading. When somebody is asking a question, and for you, if you don't know how to answer the question right away, sometimes it's better to say or ask the question out loud, ask their question out loud. So that way, not only it gives you time to think about it, but also you hear what they're saying with more clarity, and then you're able to respond better. So tracing is just such a important thing all across the board in every aspect if we are trying to learn, right, and trying to understand. So we trace in order to learn and understand. And to trace upon, you know, something like the flower of life is to trace out creation in order to not only communicate with source or nature, but to learn and understand the self and nature herself a lot better. So it's about, you know, raising consciousness. So we trace in order to understand and appreciate the design of the universe and how to operate within it. And in the mystery tradition of Freemasonry, especially esoteric Freemasonry, this is called tracing upon the trestle. And I'm going to get into that. Now, being a spiritual detective and investigator is what this is all about. Okay, it's the gift of being able to trace out the truth of self, or just the self in general. Okay, so it's about tracing the inner being in order to understand what's really going on in the self and in the world that the self operates in. Okay, so one thing that can really help us understand this sacred trace a lot further is what I refer to as the spire path. And this is something that I broke down in my Oculus presentation at the Funnel 3 Trivium conference earlier this year. But just as a quick reminder, the spire path is a way, it's a method in which one uses knowledge of the point within a circle and spiral symbol in conjunction with each other in order to correspond and understand the unfolding path of natural law and truth. Okay, so if we really want to understand what the point of all this truly is, then this is what we must understand. Okay, symbolically, of course. And it will definitely help us understand this presentation too. So definitely make sure to check this presentation out if you haven't done so already. And it's definitely worth going back to do some studying, so that way you can really understand that this is a vital key to all the mysteries. Okay. Now, I think it's also really important to understand this word retrace, which means to trace back to a source, or to get back over, or to go back over, or to go over or along again, often in a reverse direction. Okay, so think about this spiritually as a spiritual investigator. Okay, so it's about going back into antiquity to understand the origins, so that way we can understand where things may have went wrong or may have evolved. Okay, so it's really, and that is about understanding the self. Okay, so for hundreds of thousands of years, the irrepressible moral man of antiquity has preserved knowledge of self in symbol for progeny and posterity, for future generations to have a chance, to have a fighting chance in evolution. And this was done as the greatest form, the greatest act of agape, the highest form of love. And through many corrupt, passed down rituals, rites, stories, sciences, arts, and traditions, modern man has struggled to find his way back to balance and harmony due to an overwhelming and alarming amount of ignorance, negligence, and apathy. So let's not do that anymore. Let's get back to caring and retracing ourselves, so that way we don't keep making the same mistake over and over and over. Okay, and get back to preserving information. Very important information, of course. Not, knowledge of self. Now, one of the most important ways to put the pieces back together and actually restore care is to basically rebuild the sacred bridge back to our origins and, what's really taking place in our world now. And we can do this through geometry, okay, especially sacred geometry. But we really need to understand this word geometry and where it comes from. And it comes from the Greek ge, meaning earth or land, and metria, meaning, metria, meaning a measure of, and ge or geo also means Gaia, as in Mother Earth. So geometry means earthly measurement. Okay, that is very, very important to understand. And this may seem a little overwhelming in our mind at first, but it's a very, very important correspondence to the human brain, especially. And this is something that we're going to understand as we move forward in this presentation. Now, Plato, from way back in the ancient Greasy days, he said that let no one ignorant of geometry enter right outside the doorstep of the lodge that he was part of at his time. And this quote is really just an allegory, okay? Because if we really truly read between the lines, this message is really just saying that anyone who willfully chooses to ignore the geometry or sacred geometry or symbols, they can't truly enter within the self without understanding the esoteric or the occult, okay? The inner and the hidden, okay? They can't truly begin to see for themselves what is really taking place within themselves and the world that they operate without understanding this. So these people are actually referred to as the unbegun or the uninitiated, and that's who he is actually talking to. Okay, in nature, that's true. So geometry, and especially sacred geometry, is very, very important and necessary to understanding the esoteric or occult sciences. Okay, so that's very, very important to understand. So what is sacred geometry? Well, sacred geometry is essentially the holy blueprint of creation, and it's the genesis and the origin of all form. Sacred geometry is considered an ancient science that explores and explains the energy patterns that create and unify all things, and it reveals the precise way that the energy of creation organizes itself. And this is something that we can see in cymatics. But it is said that every natural pattern of growth or movement comes back to one or more geometric shapes, because this is about helping us. It's about teaching us that we must get back to pure forms, and we can understand this through symbols and even numbers as symbols. Okay, and this is what's going to help us get closer to source, back to the one. So think about that. Now, geometry is the universal language, and it is discovered and used by man to connect and communicate with the intelligent fabric of the universe. It is a non-man-made system built within nature that allows man to discover the self and reunite with true sovereignty. Now, one of geometry's greatest known explorers was Pythagoras. And Pythagoras definitely should be mentioned when talking about geometry or sacred geometry. He's definitely somebody who we definitely need to pay attention to when trying to understand the times of Greece with geometry. So the Pythagoreans, the students of Pythagoras, they were early monotheists that defined God numerically as the monad, or the one that is everything. They believed the universe is ordered by the monad in a geometrically precise manner, a belief which was adopted as a cornerstone of Freemasonry. And this cornerstone is something I'm going to talk about as we move forward. It's very, very important. And this resulted in one of the church's many conflicts with the craft. And the church was adamant that the universe was ordered by faith, not by geometry or reason. And, this is talking about the Vatican or the Catholic Church, of course, because, they don't want people to actually think for themselves and use logic or reason, or, they don't want anyone to actually see their true connection to the universe, because then that means that the church would lose its power and, people would actually be more free, and there wouldn't be so much, war and conflict in the world. But, that's only a piece of the whole puzzle of war. Now, sacred geometry is interlaced in the mystery traditions, and the mystery traditions are evidence. They are a trace of sacred geometry left behind as a preserved landmark in symbolic form, which is used for recovering the science of the mysteries. Okay, the mysteries being the story of the self. Okay, this sacred trace can be revealed using esoteric Freemasonry, esoteric Kabbalah, and or esoteric tarot. Okay, so we really have to understand that these traditions in their esoteric form, that's where we're really going to find the true beauty and the true connection. So these mystery traditions allow man to trace out the Creator's universal communication design. They are advanced tools for the spiritual technologies used to unveil the soul. And, when I'm talking about spiritual technologies, I'm talking about things like, the Hermetic principles or green language or retrospect and so on. Now, esoteric Freemasonry is essentially geometry. And in the modern instructions, geometry is said to be the basis on which the superstructure of Freemasonry is erected. It is synonymous with Freemasonry. And I just want to say that anybody who is demonizing Freemasonry, I want you to really, really take a step back and really think about that, because obviously, the fraternities, the lodges, they're very corrupt in our modern world. Okay. And so we have to understand that. But the sciences, the symbols, the allegories, the stories, the geometry, that's all part of Freemasonry, especially esoteric Freemasonry. You're going to have to get past the demonization and see the math. Okay. Because if you don't see the math, if you don't see the symbols and the geometry in Freemasonry, then you're going to stay ignorant of truth. Period. Because this tool of Freemasonry is going to help us get back to origins. It's going to help us understand the ancient Egyptian sciences. I don't see any other way to be able to understand those without Freemasonry, because they are Freemasonry truly in its truest form. Okay, so we really got to get past this witch hunt that a lot of people are on. And, because if you're going to throw out the whole baby with the bathwater, that I definitely do not recommend that. You are going to make one of the biggest mistakes of your life if you do so. So in the later part of the 14th century, the constitutions of Freemasonry are called the constitutions of the art of geometry, according to Euclid, another name that you should familiarize yourself with when it comes to geometry or sacred geometry. And Euclid's 47th proposition is part of understanding. It is the cornerstone of Freemasonry, something that I'm going to get into a little later, but it is very important with understanding who we truly are, especially dealing with the triune brain. Okay, so geometry is an ancient Cometian science, and Cometian is Kemet. Okay, Cometian is Kemet. Cometian means Egyptian. It's an Egyptian science which is synonymous with speculative and operative masonry. Okay, so it's interlaced in everything. It's about understanding the esoteric geometry and the exoteric geometry. Those are synonymous with esoteric Freemasonry and exoteric Freemasonry. Okay, so I want to make that very clear. And these are what's called tracing boards, or you can also call them trestle boards. The trestle is more of the archetype, and then the tracing is about the action of tracing out your soul. Okay. But they're also called lodge boards too, the spiritual lodge, of course. But starting on the left, you see the entered apprentice tracing board, the first degree. And then in the middle, this is the past fellowcraft degree. And this is the middle degree. So everything dealing with the middle in the soul, that's where you're going to find that information. And then, the raised master mason degree, the third degree. This is very, very beautiful science, all three of these, and they all go together very well. And this is the art of Josiah Bowring, who was such an excellent, I don't even know if that's the right word to say, because I look at these boards as just, way more than just art and science. They are one of the most beautiful correspondence pieces of art that I have ever used to understanding who I am, and understanding who we truly are, and what's really going on in this world. And yeah, Josiah Bowring is a master Masonic artist, and I definitely recommend studying these boards because they are going to help us trace ourselves out. That's what they're meant for. And yeah, they can be used for evil. Absolutely, they can. Okay. But the thing is it's a science. The symbols themselves are not evil inherently, and they're not good inherently. They just are, and they can help us understand things. This is a bridge science right here, and we're going to see how that works as I move forward. Now, this is the mystery tradition that I'm going to be using mostly, especially this board, okay? And this is what's going to help us understand the sacred science of the earth brain in correspondence to our human brain, okay? It is a very helpful, useful tool to recovering much of what has been lost since the early stellar mythologies, okay, or the stellar mythos. So this is the first degree tracing board of esoteric Freemasonry. And this is the initiation degree. To be an initiation just means to start, okay? To start your journey. That's all it means. And it is Solomon's temple, the temple of the soul of man, the sun and moon, okay? And this is about a raised spirit, okay? To help find our soul and raise our spirit. So internally, this is an allegory of the self, okay? So this is the art and science of tracing out natural law and the soul. And this orientation that we see here, this is what reveals the correspondence of self to the North and the South Pole in equipoise. And it truly is a very necessary and deeply important way to trace back into remote origins of the Masonic institutions, and it's a connection to the ancient occult systems of initiation. Okay, symbols are how we're going to do this. Okay, you can get as upset about that all you want, but that's how we're going to recover so much of what has been lost in our history. That is about helping us put ourselves back together and, being more pure, be more free, because that's what purity really is freedom. Freedom is being a pure human being, and if we're a slave, then something is missing, something is wrong. Okay. The pieces are scattered. That's how we have to look at this. And we also have to look at this tracing board on its side in this orientation, which reveals the correspondence of the earth, the seasons, and the zodiac. So orientation is key. And what truly is orientation? I think that this slide right here is one of the most important pieces to resetting ourselves into nature right here, okay? Because the actual definition of orient means the direction east. It also means rising. Okay, so think about what is east and what is rising. And this is something that the ancient Egyptians definitely stored in their mythology for hundreds of thousands of years as a direction of light. So it is part of the horizon where the sun first appears, right? So the greatest tool of all, the imagination, along with the science, the knowledge, this allows one to orient the mind or direct the mind towards the thing pointed towards. It allows one to point the self into alignment with times, places, and people. So it's about orienting the mind using the imagination to place the mind in the direction of rising light. Okay? Because it's about understanding evolution. It's about knowing where east is in order to find all other directions, because east is equivalent to light. And light, especially knowledge light, is what we need in order to search in the dark with, in order to find all the other directions of the self. Okay? So we're going to learn this through the earth. Okay? The earth is what teaches us something about ourselves because it's a correspondence. And this is all this is a very beautiful spiritual science and spiritual lesson, okay? Because this is about our connection to earth. It is one of the most beautiful, deep correspondences that anybody could ever understand, okay? Now, this is very important because orientation is everything. It is so key. Okay, and I'm going to talk a lot about orienting from here until the end of the presentation. And it is extremely important that we stay. This is where you're going to have your full attention, because orientation is everything. It's a direction. So think about direction spiritually. But this is the orientation that most of us are very familiar with, right? And the reason is because of this globe model, this map, okay? This spherical map. And I would assume that everybody listening has had one of these or seen one of these in one of their classrooms as, they went to school. And this is really important because now we're going to talk about association, orientation, indoctrination, which is essentially public education, okay? And this is very crucial to really pay very close attention to. So we really have to pay attention to the orientation that most of us have been taught, because it really has an important twist when we go further into the research and into the orientation. So we have to understand the association with the mental connection between the idea of consciousness and the poles of Earth. So it's a vital interpretation. It's vital to see the orientation, to see the association, and how we view the Earth in our minds in correspondence to our brain and consciousness. Okay, so really think about this. And I'm going to really try to explain this as thorough as possible. And it is really important that we see this way of orientation to really understand what I'm deeply explaining in this whole presentation. But there's a problem if we stay solely in this perspective or this orientation. It's not corresponding properly or in a holy way, which I'm going to explain, okay? But before I get into that, we have to understand the indoctrination of this orientation. Now, what I'm not saying, okay, really pay attention to this. What I'm not saying is that this way of thinking is completely wrong. But what I am saying is it's a portion of the whole picture, and therefore it is truly holding humanity back from being properly, mentally, emotionally, and spiritually connected to things like the moon and the sun and the stars and the planets, and especially Earth, and really each other. Okay, so one major way that we have been indoctrinated into this orientation is that for many years, hundreds of years, the public school classrooms have had a globe that, when looked at, it shows the equator going from left to right and the North Pole on top, the North Hemisphere on top, and the South Pole, the Southern Hemisphere on the bottom, right? Now, as we see on the left with the human brain, this association and orientation is symbolically how we express the raising of consciousness. So up represents the direction to raise consciousness towards, right? Which is associated with the north direction on the globe. Okay, I want you to just keep paying attention back and forth between these. And base consciousness is associated with the downward direction. And downward is associated with what? It's associated with the southern hemisphere. So the range between low consciousness to high consciousness is gauged between up and down, or down and up. And this doesn't mean that I believe, that this is how consciousness, actually works necessarily, because consciousness is a mental expansion, which is not truly restrained to gravity or some type of direction. However, I do know that consciousness is directly symbolically measured with gravity, in the sense that gravity is the material law. It's associated with material law, and raising consciousness is akin to spirituality, which is the law of levitation. It is the law of rising or raising. So it is an upward, up and down range in that way. I mean, just think about this. Think about the fact that every time we wake up from sleeping, we raise out of bed to what? To light, right? Animals raise to light from their sleep. Trees and leaves and flowers, they raise up to the sun, okay? Now, we also see that the brain hemispheres say west, and west is being left and east is being right. And this is really important when trying to understand religion, something I've talked about quite a bit in the first presentation, dealing with the three major monotheistic religions and their centralized cities that they're in. Being, Christianity is centralized in Rome, Italy. Judaism is centralized in Jerusalem, in Israel, and Islam is centralized in Mecca, Saudi Arabia. And that's why this orientation is very important to understand. Now, because we think left in association with global map, we tend to automatically associate left with west and east with right, okay? So this is really important to see and pay attention to, because it creates a mind that separates the West from the East, the Eastern cultures and their religions, right? The West cultures and the East cultures and their religions. So really think about that. And as I go through more of the content, we will see how this orientation really holds up. Now, on the right side of this slide, we see the globe and all the directions that we know and understand. So if we really dive deep into the sciences of the ancient Egyptian mythos, dealing with the elemental powers, being, the nature gods or nature gods, Horus and Set, and so on, these gods are sciences to unraveling and further understanding this mystery. And it's very, very difficult without proper orientation. But the point that I want to make here is that the North is associated with masculine, which is associated with materialism. And masculine energy is centralized in the upper region, in the North, as a result of this orientation. And so subconsciously, we associate up with, you guessed it, materialism as a result. So think about that very, very deeply. And the sacred feminine is associated with the spiritual realm. And when we're in this, mentally in this downward direction in the subconscious mind, it puts the spirit, the spiritual, below the material. And that is not the right orientation. And this is associated with the southern part of the world. And again, as I move forward, we're going to see how this all starts to make sense. And remember this, I'm not demonizing anything in nature. Nothing in nature is inherently evil. We have to understand that it's all our ignorance and our associations and our orientations. And if we can, get back to alignment, that's where we're going to really start to see the beauty. So just really keep that in mind and keep these directions and associations in mind. All right. So really pay attention to the hemispheres of the earth in correspondence with the hemispheres of the brain. Now, looking at the globe that we have been brought up to observe in this orientation, let's pay attention to the latitude line, because this is what we're taught about the equator as the horizontal. Okay, we look at the equator in a horizontal way, because that's how we're looking. You know, if we're looking at the horizon, okay, that's a horizontal line. Okay, we associate, that's why horizontal has the word horizon right in it. The the horizontal, the horizontal, right? Because it's a horizon line. And yes, the word horizontal has the word Horus in it, the Horus zone. And it doesn't really make that much sense in this orientation, okay? So we have to really pay very close attention to this latitude line. And as you have seen in this slide, I put quotations on up, left, down, and right. And we're going to really start to understand this, why I put those quotes on there as we move forward. Now, while lines of latitude run across a map west to east or east to west, the latitude indicates the north and south position of the point on Earth. So it's a divider line, which is the equator, right? So really think about this. Think about our hemispheres in correspondence to the Earth hemispheres in this orientation. It doesn't properly align, right? The reason is because the west and east parts of the world are not hemispheres necessarily, okay? Especially in regards to the poles. There's no east or west poles, right? So we have to understand that the east and western parts of the earth with respect to the sun and moon and stars, they're always seemingly moving to the right or east direction. And this is what causes our perception of the sun to come from the eastern direction, right? So this is about becoming oriented. We're trying to orient ourselves, but this orientation is very disorienting. And it's really important that we understand this condition in our mind. And here's what this orientation can really help us understand. And this is a slide from Earthbrain 1 with the 3 major religions. And this is vital to see and contemplate. We have to recognize that these 3 institutions are energy centers that correspond to our brain. Every one of us in the whole world, we're all affected by this. All 3 of these religions are Abrahamic religions and are truly everywhere in this world. But they are each mostly spread out in the religions or in the regions we see here on the map. So Christianity is mostly a Western religion. Judaism is more of a Central or Middle East religion. And Islam is more of a Eastern religion. Okay, so these institutions are very, very powerful and very influential. Okay, because they're using a lot of beautiful knowledge in their teachings. Okay, and that's what gets people pulled in. Okay, so, but we also have to understand that these institutions that are running these religions are the people who have taken part in these institutions all through history, a lot of the people have done some extremely vile and horrific things that are just a bad reflection of these religions, okay? And that's why a lot of people don't like these religions, because so many people have been massacred as a result of what these religions have done, or, the people who are associating with these religions have done. It's not the religions themselves that is the problem, though. Okay. And, this is something I've stated many times, is that it's not Christianity, it's not Judaism, it's not Islam that is the real problem in our world. It's religion itself in the individual that is the real problem. It's moral relativism that is the real problem. It's also the religion that most people believe in all across the world, which is that man is the lawmaker, which is a huge, huge problem. Religion means to bind or thwart from forward progress in human evolution, and the institutions driving these major religions are teaching people to join their religion based purely on faith rather than logical learning and critical thought or questioning. Especially, it's all based in fear, and it's a belief or faith system it is a religious system. That's what a belief and faith system are. They are religious systems. But the point is to notice that on this map, north is where it's up in our minds, which is a male dominator materialism world. And this is and also just keep in mind, this slide was this was symbolic of the world as a brain, especially the back of the brain. So I just want to make that clear. This is not how I believe the world actually looks. This is just a symbolic way of understanding or expressing the earth as a brain, and kind of, like the earth overlapping the brain, just to point out where these religions take place in the brain and on the earth. So it's a very sophisticated mental installment that keeps us collectively enslaved to man as the lawmaker, because it's all about maintaining the belief in authorities and residing in materialism. And it's about installing or instilling the fear of some type of deity into the masses, into their minds, through institutionalized religions that are backed by lots of violence and coercion. And it's basically all social Darwinism, essentially. Okay. And let's not forget about the atheists too. Atheists, they don't need a supernatural belief system. They directly believe in man as the lawmaker. They believe man is, the highest. And whether anyone understands or believes me or not, atheism is a true religion. Why? Because it holds the self back from evolving consciousness. Okay, it's a stagnant, selfish prison that really just doesn't have real intelligence, especially with these atheists who stay atheists. These people who they're not really trying to find truth. Now, when I was younger, when I was a little teenager, I was raised Catholic. Then I became an atheist in my teens for a little while, but it was more so just because I was skeptical, and I realized my skepticism wasn't so healthy. And then I started to strengthen my skepticism, and I started to realize there's a lot more to the picture. And I wanted to be, I knew honesty was what was going to bring me to the truth. And it's a very dishonest approach to truth if someone resides or stays an atheist. I understand why people go into atheism, because religion is, especially these religious institutions, they're so visually destructive, and their beliefs in things are what make that happen. And it's very, very dangerous. So we really have to stay oriented and understand that these religions are designed, or manipulated more so, to keep us disoriented, okay, which makes for an easier slave to control, okay? So, but, also I want to make mention that, the one true religion, there is a true religion, and I personally believe that truth is the one true religion, because it is the thing, when we're honest, it is the thing that binds us to something pure, because that's what truth is. It is that which is. Okay, it's here now, and it has been. Okay, and it's not going anywhere. Now, here are some very important definitions of what being disoriented actually means. So the first definition states having lost one's sense of time, place, or identity. Okay. Well, time, place, and identity has everything to do with connection to earth, the earth brain intelligence. So just think about the orientation of location, your place on earth, and cycle measurement, being time, and your identity, which is absolutely about your alignment and internal balance as a human being. It's your oneness with the universe and the earth. Okay, so then the next definition states confused and not knowing where to go or what to do. Yeah, if you don't have direction in life and proper orientation, then of course a person in this state will be confused on what to truly do, not only with themselves, but they're not going to know where to go to truly understand their place and their connection in this world within themselves. This is why people mostly turn to religion, because they're tired and lost. They're confused. They're disoriented. Okay. And religion tends to, help people find some kind of orientation, some kind of connection. So the next definition states having lost one's sense of direction. And this is due to obfuscation of information. And this is, knowledge that has been occulted, or, let's be honest, it's most people have lost their sense of direction because they don't read, they don't research, and they don't really truly listen with their heart, their moral compass. Okay. So one of the best ways to keep the mind enslaved is to keep it disoriented. Okay. So to keep it scattered and truly ignorant to truth. And from what I have really learned in my research about the dark occult or the dark priest class, is that they will go to extreme lengths. They play things so close to the chest in order to keep people's minds in a directionless, mindless box, to keep them disoriented. And it is my humble opinion that they really don't have to even try keeping people's minds in this disorientation. Most people, they just seem to not even care at all about their master-slave relationship or what's really going on in the world or in themselves. They just don't seem to care at all. So it makes it very easy for these dominators to keep most people in a state of disorientation. And in this presentation, what I'm doing is I'm really doing my best to clear up a lot of this disorientation. Okay. It's not, it's not an easy task, but the dark ruling class has really made it very difficult to, not only be able to, gain the knowledge and find the knowledge, but also it is not easy to find the energy or the tenacity to really put all the pieces back together, because we don't have the time, we don't have the attention. Our attention is taken here and there and all over the place, and we're all working so hard every day just to put food on the table and have a roof over our head. But we have to make time. We have to sacrifice the things, our lower desires, if we really truly care to put these pieces back together. So you could look at it like the Egyptian god, the nature god Osiris, is essentially like an archetype for rememberment, because our collective soul connection to nature has been dismembered. It's been scattered all through the earth. And we must remember ourselves by reconnecting. But you can also look at it as the same thing as being disoriented. And we must reorient ourselves back to nature, back to earth. Also, just remember the word news. News is an acronym. The word news, north, east, south, and west. And what does the news do to our minds every single day, to most people's minds every single day? It scatters the information in the mind in all directions. So it's taking the mind in all directions. That's what the news does. That's what mainstream news does. So people get stuck in the news and they don't realize that their mind is being taken in all different directions. So now overlapping the human brain with the globe can help us understand the correspondence with the poles, north and south. North and south, to the left and the right hemisphere. So the equator, and this is something that, I really just want people to see now this is a different type of orientation. As you can see, the equator is vertical. So it needs to be understood in correspondence to the brain hemispheres, with the vertical line being the latitude line. So before it was a horizontal, now it's a vertical. So we have to understand both, okay? That's all I'm trying to get to. That's all I'm trying to help people see. And this is what we're not taught in public schools. And this helps us understand that east is also up, especially because it's about the alignment of, with the path of the sun, rising up, in the east, okay? Because it's about being oriented. It's about understanding that down is in alignment to the sun going down in the west. So rising up in the east and going down in the west. So the left hemisphere becomes or is connected with the north hemisphere. And the right hemisphere connects with the south hemisphere. And the way that we're really going to truly understand this is becoming conscious of the ancient Egyptian hero science dealing with the solar, the lunar, and the stellar cults or mythos or mythologies, especially the stellar mythos, okay? But another science that will grant us access to understanding this alignment to Earth, to the Earth brain, is something that I've covered in my last presentation, Oculus. And this is the spiritual alchemical process, which means going from darkness to light. So it's about orienting the mind. It's about starting out in the sacred feminine, okay? The aspects of consciousness, which is about beginning. It's the beginning of the journey in the circle, okay? And then working our way towards the point or towards the central pole, which is, akin to light or law or truth, okay? So this cone symbol is a three-dimensional symbol of the point within the circle, which is what we see in the top right. And adding the spiritual symbol, the spiral that you see going from the circle to the point, this is what generates the bridge, which is, essentially just the journey of the self. That's what it represents. And this spire ritual is the ritual of life. Okay, it is the spire ritual, the spiritual. Okay, it's what I refer to as the spire path, which is about aligning to the fixed point, which is exactly what universal light or law truly is. It's natural law. It is the law that helps a human being recognize their role on planet Earth. So this is why nature will always help us find the truth if we observe and stay honest and listen very deeply, very carefully, okay? Now, I'm showing this symbol because I'm going to show how it works with both of the orientations of the planet in our mind. That's why we see that up equates to east and north, and down equates to west and south. Okay, so I'm helping preserve the knowledge in this one symbol. But up is also a direction on its own as well. So is down. Okay, so we have to understand that too. This is all about staying oriented and really paying attention to direction. All right. So staying true to the orientations and, the Hermetic principles and the aspects of consciousness, I've created this image to show the orientation of what we all have programmed into our mind, which is the cone pointing left, the horizontal. Okay. So pay attention to the horizontal going, from right to left, the south to north, which is associated with the sacred masculine. The north is associated with the sacred masculine. And then the base or oval part on the right, it's really a circle. It's supposed to be a circle, but it's about understanding it's circular. And this is associated with south, which is associated with the sacred feminine. Okay. So this is what we all have been taught. And as far as I know, and as far as I understand, it's only half of the picture. So really, I'm trying to paint a full picture here. So in the middle, the vertical, the cone going west to east, down to up, or up to down. This is what we really have to try to get people to also orient themselves with. Okay. So remember what I said about the sun raising in the east, which is akin to the rising light of consciousness or enlightenment, which is up, okay, to be raised up. And of course, the sun going down in the west is akin to base consciousness and darkness. And, darkness is also associated with ignorance. That doesn't mean darkness is ultimately ignorance either. Okay, I just want to clear that up. But it's associated, it's symbolic. Because it's about being in alignment with the Earth's equator and the sun and the moon and the stars. Okay. So here, I put the globe overlapping the brain in this same orientation, with the equator being the vertical, matching the middle brain, and the middle brain is the corpus callosum. And then the point is that if we match our brain hemispheres to the Earth hemispheres, we can see our solar system much different, right? Because it's more of a balanced connection to Earth, okay? Because it's about understanding, the sun, rising through the middle and, and falling through the middle, okay? That's what we really have to use our imaginations to see, to stay oriented, okay? Now, this little animation is just to make a point with orientation of the sun, rising in the east in alignment to the equator, right up and down. And like I just said, and this orientation helps us understand a balanced rising light correspondence a lot better. Okay, so we can see that, when we align our brains or orient our minds with the hemispheres of the Earth, we can really start to see more of a symbolic way of, the rising light of consciousness within. We can see the center, okay? It's a mirror, okay? It's an occult mirror. And the ancient Egyptians, they understood this science very, very well. And I'm going to really open this up as I go further, especially dealing with the Cometian gods or elemental forces in nature, okay? Now, the danger of orienting the mind and brain west to east or east to west, what happens is the material mind the masculine rises over over the spirit, over the sacred feminine, the spiritual, which is a solar doctrine, including the Abrahamic religions that I talked about earlier, which is a corruption of early solar the solar mythology. It's a corruption of that solar doctrine. And we are taught to look at the globe model map, and think in this way, with the top hemisphere on the top, or with the top left brain hemisphere at the top being, the left brain dominance. Okay, that's what it's associated with. So it is a condition of seeing the map the way that we have, and it's burned into our mind this way, this orientation. Okay, this is the way that we view Earth typically. So this is a control system of the solar system. It's a solar cult system. And this is something that Douglas Martin demonstrated very well in his earlier presentations dealing with the mythos. I highly recommend looking into his work. Now, on this topic. Now, here is the orientation that most people are used to regarding our solar system. So this orientation alone is half of the picture that we understand, and it keeps the human brain correspondence in a west to east or east to west modality. Okay. So with, the up as north, it keeps the left brain hemisphere thinking in a dominant position, because it's a correspondence. It's corresponding to the northern hemisphere, the upper region. Okay, that where we orient the northern region as the upper region. Okay, so this is why I said that the Earth brain in part 1. Earth Brain 1, that we are living in a solar cult system. We're living in a polarized, hijacked solar system with the sun in the center, right? Okay, that's how we're all taught. So the sun is solar. Okay, think about that. It is a solar matrix installment. The whole system is a solar matrix installment within our mind. But it doesn't have to be a bad thing, okay? And it's truly not in nature. The solar system is not a bad thing in nature. It's just the way that it is installed into our mind that becomes a problem, okay? Because we're swayed in a disoriented way of seeing and thinking in this system. So one way of viewing our solar system that is really powerful, if we look at it from a different perspective, is really what I'm trying to express. And hopefully this is going to help us see the parallels a lot clearer. Okay, so here we see the vertical orientation of our solar system, which is what helps us understand the correspondence of the rising and setting light to base and rising consciousness. The rising light of consciousness. So it's about orienting the brain hemispheres to the earth hemispheres, which generates a balanced perspective. Now, this is a very important slide because the ancients deeply understood the spiritual world, and they preserved beautiful sacred sciences in the mystery traditions that I talked about earlier, being, Tarot, Kabbalah, and Freemasonry. All of these traditions teach alchemy, which is all about going from dark to light, or base consciousness towards the direction of enlightenment. And the Vedic teachings of the chakra system, which we see on the right with, all the different colors and the energy centers of the body, this is what helps us understand light frequency to help us understand the original chakra system, which is made of 7 energy centers. And if we look further into the tradition of Kabbalah, then we will really start to understand our direct connection to the planets and the sun. And that's what that tradition can really help us understand. Okay, and I'm not going to get into that right now, but just understand, this is all about, and this whole model that you see on the right, this is the geocentric model, because it's about putting the green frequency right in the middle, because the middle is associated with the heart, and our heart is associated with it's green. It's the green Anahata heart chakra, and it's associated with the green of our world, the green frequency. And therefore, and think about the word heart and earth, they're an acronym of each other. Okay. So we have to really understand these models, and, even looking at the way that I oriented, Saturn at the bottom as, the base metals of alchemy going towards gold being the sun. Okay. That is very, very important to understand, because it's about understanding that Saturn is the furthest planet out, especially with the naked eye. And, this is how the ancient Egyptians understood it, as a science. Okay. So there's a lot that goes into that, but to really understand darkness and light better in consciousness, especially by orienting our mind, we can really see that light is symbolically in the direction of the celestial lights, specifically the sun and the North Pole star Polaris, okay, which is about understanding the stars that never set. Okay, so Polaris as a pole star is vital to understanding, because not only is it part of the the 7-star northern polar constellation known as Ursa Minor, or the Little Bear, but it is the star that never sets from the perspective of the northern hemisphere, which is exactly what the ancient Egyptians were venerating as the all-seeing eye, because it never went below the horizon. Okay, so it is the most northern place in the night sky that never went below the horizon. We have to really understand that, because, this is the inception of the all-seeing eye. So this star, being part of this constellation, this became what's known as the Most High in the stellar mythos some 300,000 plus years ago. So the north is associated with the left brain, which is masculine, where we, see the point of the horizontal cone pointing at the Little Bear constellation that we see on the left, the Most High. And the sacred feminine aspect is associated with the south, because it's associated with the right brain. Okay. So the north and the south together, joined by the equator and the rising sun in the east, up at the top, this represents both hemispheres in equipoise. So the rising sun symbolizes and corresponds to the raising consciousness, or, inner light, with, both hemispheres in unison. Okay. And of course, from our perspective on Earth, the sun going down in the west represents darkness and ignorance. But there's a lot more to this. And I put the bird's eye view of the pyramid to show the 4 directions, or, 4 corners of the earth. And this is how we can understand the 4 corners of the earth, because the pyramids are a directional map, okay, with the 4 directions. North is always associated with darkness, because the pyramids are in the lower northern hemisphere, okay, right above the equator. Okay, they're not below the equator, they're not on the equator, they're above the equator. And they receive the least amount of light on the north face of the, on the Great Pyramid. Now, this part is really important because it's dealing directly with the tracing and what I refer to as this spiritual bridge masonry, okay? And I want to show where the letter, the symbol E, the capital letter E, where it not only truly originates from, but also what words have manifested from this word that really has a great connection to understanding this tracing board a lot further. And it's all about orientation. We have to pay attention to the directions of the board, okay? So as we can see, the capital letter E stands for east, it stands for equator, it stands for equal, it stands for equipoise, it stands for earth, it stands for education, it stands for Egypt, it stands for equilibrium, it stands for El, as in, the creator, the Hebrew word for creator. It also stands for the number 5, which is associated with Osiris especially, but the 5 goes very, very deep. And, that's dealing with the stellar mythos, which I'm going to get into a little bit later. It stands for erect. It stands for ether. It stands for eye. It stands for entered, as in entered apprentice. It stands for enlightenment and equinox. And it also stands for esoteric. And there's a few other words, but I just wanted to make mention of that. I won't have time to, go through all of these and explain each one and how they all correspond, but it's very beautiful when you really see how it all connects. Okay. Now this is what I refer to as spiritual bridge masonry. A bridge is a linking pathway between two opposing sides, often separated by a void or a gap. So just think about what I just said with the hemispheres of the brain. Okay, so spiritual bridge masonry is all about building or bridging the unconscious to the conscious, or earth to heaven, or material to spirit, or internal feminine to internal masculine. Okay, so esoteric Freemasonry is the geometry or bridge that helps us understand the solar, the stellar, and the lunar mythologies that hold so much of our pure connection to source and sovereignty and essentially freedom. So it's a timeline back into our prehistoric past. Okay. Now, the stellar mythology is really, really important to break it down just so we understand what it's about. Okay, so stellar means of or pertaining to the stars. Mythology comes from the Greek mythos, meaning a narrative, a story, and logos, meaning speech, which refers to a body of stories that attempt to explain the origins and fundamental values of a given culture and the nature of the universe and humanity. Okay, so it's a body of stories told and venerated in the stars. Okay, so venerating, means to honor and respect the holiness of something. Okay, something I explained earlier. But myth is a story. It's something that is always happening and repeatedly told. And history, when we're talking about, myth, also I wanted to make mention is, when we're talking about myth and mythology, ology means the science of, or the science that is part of something. So it's a story, it's a science of the story, really. That's what a mythology really is. And it's something that is always happening and it's always repeatedly told, okay? And history is literally, it is literacy. It's something that has literally happened. So a myth is a representation of natural forces on the grounds of likeness in nature as a some type of useful archetype. So the likeness is the sameness of what is being represented. Okay, it's not exactly, but it has the sameness. It's the same when we listen to what is being described or presented. If we listen in between, okay? And once any of these, once a myth is literalized, once it's romanticized or even anthropomorphized, it begins to lose its original meaning, and the knowledge that is contained within the myth or within the stories, it becomes obscured, and really it will become ultimately lost if we don't, if we neglect the information and forget about it and become ignorant of it. Now, in the stellar mythos, this was the first original hero cult. And the basic reason this hero cult began was to raise consciousness into a higher type, or into an evolved being or human being. So in the beginning stages of their astro mythology, the ancient stellar Egyptians first divided the heavens into north and south, and that means that they were divinizing in the stars, the mapping of the stars, the uranography, okay? And between the two jackals, or poles or eyes, you know, these were the poles, the ends of the pole, right? The one pole, the axis, you know, the axis pole. This is the straight line from the North Star or North Pole to the South Pole, okay? Or vice versa. But Set and Horus, they were born brothers. They were born twins of the great Mother Earth. So both were the first two Cometian heroes, okay? But just also keep in mind that Set was the firstborn, okay? And Set was associated with black or darkness, which came first, okay? And this is very crucial when understanding alchemy. We have to understand alchemy in this way, because darkness comes first, then comes light. But the stellar people, they venerated in the southern hemisphere first, in the southern circumpolar constellations first. And they did this around, this was a 26,000 year cycle, also known as a great year cycle, okay? And this is a precession of the equinox, something that we understand as the Earth's wobble, okay? So keep in mind that the South Pole also doesn't have a visible star like the North Pole. So that's another key point that I just wanted to make. But the primitive stellar people, supposedly, they evolved somewhere south, but close to the Great Lakes of Central Africa at the beginning of the Nile River. And as they migrated north, where they realized the equinox or the equator, because, you know, there were, you know, two pole stars, north and south, this became the earthly mount. Okay, so just imagine standing on a mountain and being able to see the northern circumpolar constellations, you know, the North Pole stars, and then being able to see the South Pole stars. You know, this was considered the earthly mount. Okay, this is what we know as the equator. Okay. So this is about understanding that from their perspective at the equator, this is where the North and South Pole stars never set, especially understanding the North Pole stars, okay, because they were more visible. So looking at the two-dimensional line, it is a symbol equal to a pole with two polarities being the North Pole and the South Pole. But after realizing these pole stars, the stellar people, they venerated in both the South and North poles, dark and light, as a biune god, okay? And then, you know, or a biune elemental power. And then from there, they migrated north, closer to the north, but not too far. And they venerated in the northern polar constellations, especially dealing with, you know, the little bear, the Ursa Minor, the 7 stars that never set, the constellation that never set. But it was also looked at as south being the bottom and north being up, because the little bear was venerated as the most high. Okay. So the constellation having, you know, Polaris at the center of the North Pole. and migrating in a forward direction out of the south towards the north, this indicated an upward direction. So just keep that in mind, and I'm going to really explain this a lot further as I go. Now, Shu was the third hero child of the great Mother Earth, generating the first Cometian Trinity. Okay, so this is where the Trinity comes from, or the Great Spirit, which is elemental. Okay, so he came into being when the hero cult people arrived to the equinox regions of Central Africa. So this was a place of no latitude where the pole stars were to be seen upon the horizon. This made Earth as a mount, which raised the vision of seeing the North Pole Star and the South Pole Star from the equator at the same time, which is what I just explained. Okay, so Set and Horus were elemental powers which began to have conflict with each other, being darkness and light, drought and rain, and so on. So this struggle or conflict has basically lasted all the way through all the three hero cults, solar, lunar, and stellar. Okay, so the god Shu is so important in what I explained earlier, because now we have a elemental power. We have a god, a science, part of the mythology that helps us understand what these ancient Egyptians were trying to help preserve at the equator, okay, with these poles, because Shu became the arbiter of the two brothers at the equinox, giving the northern division to Horus and the southern division to Sut or Set in the phases of, both the celestial and the terrestrial. Okay, dealing with the stars and dealing with the night sky and dealing with the earthly realm, okay? Also, a trinity wasn't really created until the elemental nature force of air or wind or breathing force, which is, the spirit. And this was divinized or expressed as a panting lion. And this panting lion was named Shu. So the lion was a zootype of Shu, okay? A zootype being an animal, okay? So an animal representation on the grounds of likeness. So this became the first trinity, which was an elemental first, okay? It was totemic. It was expressed with the nature elements. So this third hero of the stellar mythology represented raised spirit and balance and unity between the North and the South Pole. It was considered the Great Spirit, or the Great Spirit. So just to add more clarity on this elemental force or God Shu, if anybody has seen the Milky Way at night, they know that it is an enormous, beautiful arch cluster of stars, right? And if you haven't seen it, you have to go out where there isn't so much light, and you got to check it out. It's extremely beautiful. But this was venerated as the goddess Nut or Nut. Okay, so this is what Shu represents, holding up or uplifting. So Shu raises the north and the south in equipoise. Okay, so on the photo on the left, we see Shu in the night sky separating or lifting up Nut from Seb, and Seb is the god of earth. Okay, so we really have to understand, this the night sky with Shu, and then we see the figure of Shu raising the heavens from earth on the right side, upraising Nut from Seb in the day sky. So this is the equator or the equinox. Now, using the first degree tracing board again, I just want to show how using the knowledge of the North and the South poles with, this mythology and overlapping them with the knowledge of the symbol of the first primary trinity, being Sut or Set and Horus and Shu. This is the early ancient Egyptian science of self, and the modern esoteric Freemasonry the tracing board, this is what helps us trace this science out. Okay, it truly is ancient Freemasonry. Okay, so we have to understand that these two zoo types, Horus and Set, Horus is on the left, being the white hawk of the day sky, and Set or Sut is being the black raven, the black bird of the night sky. Okay, so they associated Horus and Set with the white bird and the black bird. Okay, that's really, really important because it's about storing the information into zoo types. And they were the first two zoo types that the ancient Egyptians associated with night and day sky, okay, or black and light, or darkness and light. So the North Pole was granted to Horus, which is a masculine aspect. You know, light is masculine, okay? And the South Pole was granted to Set, which is the feminine, the South Hemisphere, which is associated with darkness. Okay, so it's all a really beautiful science when you really start to understand it and really see it for yourself. So this is about understanding the language of the birds, which is the nature language, which is synonymous with green language. Okay, so this is about understanding also totemic sociology. This is the science in its pure form, and it's not only, you know, what brings humans together internally with nature, but naturally, okay? So all this science of self is about mastering the day and night, or light and dark, in equipoise, okay? So it's about raising consciousness and finding equilibrium. And these ancient sciences help us understand our deepest connection to all the celestial bodies, including the sun, the moon, the planets, and the stars, because it's a correspondence. It's also about, you know, what helps us understand our connection to the terrestrial, being Mother Earth, or the Earth Mother. It's all very, 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 very deep scientific sacred geometry. So I just wanted to show this symbol that I have overlapped on the tracing board, which is known as the point within a circle embordered by two perpendicular lines. And these two lines equal the North and South poles and the solstices, okay? And this symbol essentially helps us understand Shu as the balancer, being equilibrium, aka the spirit raised. And that is exactly what has happened to a human being that has done the internal work, you know, on the left and the right brain functions of consciousness. Okay, so they become balanced and therefore raised. That's what it's about. Now, what does it truly take to begin to make this happen? It takes care. It takes willpower, right? And care is a sacred feminine component to our drive to want to unite ourselves within. It's divine and internal in all of us. It's feminine in the nature because it takes openness and compassion and intuition and emotion and heart and time and attention. These are all largely aspects of the sacred feminine, okay, and consciousness. Now, I just wanted to show this orientation on its side as well, just to, you know, help us understand Set, you know, at the bottom and moving north into the light. Okay, so this is more of an alchemical way of understanding the south and moving into the north. Okay, so we have to understand the orientation in both ways. Now, why were the pyramids built? And, you know, a lot of people get stuck in who built the pyramids and how were the pyramids built, which are very great questions. But the ultimate question is why were they built? Because that's really the only thing that truly matters. Okay, so the stellar priest class built the pyramids not only as a robust temple for preserving the lesser and greater mysteries, which, you know, the lesser mysteries is dealing with the 7 and the 5, and it's also dealing with the greater mysteries, which is dealing with the 12. Okay. But it was also a way to preserve mental orientation to the earth. Okay. Because this is something I've been talking about the whole presentation. And once we understand the orientation to the earth through the mythology, we can really start to gain our balance back as a species. But they also built these symbolic monuments as a contingency, as a warning to future generations, because they understood the danger of dialectical polarization. Okay, they understood the dangers of, dark and light going to war with each other, and they knew that the solar material dominance comes from venerating in the day sky, east to west and west to east, in the north hemisphere. Because, again, like I said earlier, is that the stellar people started in the southern region, the southern part of Africa, the southern hemisphere of the earth. Okay, and they were venerating in the uranography, the mapping. They had an uranography mapping of the stars that they venerated in the southern circumpolar constellations in the South Pole, around the South Pole. And then what they did was they moved north, and that's where they started to recognize the equator, and they started to see the North and South Pole. And then they went north further because they recognized that going from the south in the dark, they were only going towards light, and therefore they went towards the North Pole, recognizing that the north had the circumpolar constellation of the Little Bear, which is the 7. Okay, and so they knew that there was a North Pole star that never set. Okay. And this was recognized as going from down to up, from south to north. But they venerated in the night sky. They had an uranography, a mapping of the north sky to help them stay oriented, okay, and help them understand how to evolve their sciences of the mythology. And then when they did that, they recognized that there was a danger in dialectical polarizations of, dark and light. So what they did was they created the science of Shu to bridge that, to help them understand, because it's a correspondence to our inner self, to bridge our sacred feminine energy and our sacred masculine energy together, to unite them, to wed them. Okay, so they built these pyramids to warn that if, we were venerating in the night sky or in the day sky is dealing with what? It's dealing with light. It's dealing with the sun. Okay, so the sun is very, very important because it is masculine. The sun is a penetrative force. It is light. Okay, so if we're in the northern hemisphere, okay, if we're venerating more in the northern hemisphere, which is associated with light, and then we're venerating in the day sky, then we're not venerating in the night sky any longer. Okay, so this is why Christianity, or all the Abrahamic religions, essentially, especially Christianity, venerates in the day sky, because it's dealing with a solar deity. So when we started to go into, when the stellar people built these pyramids, they knew that if we went too far north and we venerated in the day sky, what we were doing was creating too much of a masculine imbalance. Okay, so that was the warning from the stellar. But then when we went into the solar mythos, or the lunar and especially the solar, it became corrupted. And so the warning that they gave has, it's already passed, but it's still there. We can still realign ourselves. We can still get out of this if we recognize this imbalance of the material world, okay, being the solar. Okay, we're in a solar cult right now, and if we become conscious of this imbalance within us, we can actually do something about it. But it's about understanding that they knew that we had to put the triangle on top of the square, because triangle on top of the square is the 3 over the 4, which is spirit over material. Okay, and that's why they venerated into the northern night sky in the circumpolar constellation of the Little Bear, because it's the 7. And so the 7 is dealing with the 3 points on top of the 4 points, the 3 spiritual over the 4 material. And when we venerate in the day sky, we are subconsciously putting the square on top of the spirit. We're putting materialism on top of the spirit. So that's what we have to get back to understanding. That is the danger that they were warning against. Okay, and Douglas Martin did such a fantastic job at explaining all of this in his earlier work. And I highly recommend that you look at his work further to really investigate that. Now, the destruction of the sacred feminine is the result of what has happened since we went into venerating in the day sky, when we made the sun the most high. Okay, because that's what it's about. So for the past 70,000 plus years, at the beginning stages of the corrupted solar cult, the sacred feminine in all its forms has mostly been obliterated, lost, or occulted by the ancient and modern dark priest class, which has kept the majority of the world's human mind in a Western and Northern thought. Okay, in the Northern Hemisphere, with the Abrahamic religions especially. Okay, so we can really start to see this, and we can really start to appreciate this and understand this if we start to orient our mind back to being balanced. And it takes a lot of work to do that, okay? So there's a lot that goes into this destruction of the sacred feminine, and there's no way that I can really go fully into it right now because of time. But I just want to make a few more points before we finish. Actually, a lot more points, but Eckhart Tolle said, if the balance between male and female energies had not been destroyed on our planet, the ego's growth would have been greatly curtailed, and we would not have declared war on nature, and we would not be so completely alienated from our being. And I agree with that. I don't necessarily agree that, the energies have been destroyed necessarily, but in our minds, they certainly have to some degree. And the materialism of the patriarchy of, this being in a more left brain dominated world, this is the ego growth. Okay, so we have to understand that, because ego is associated with the masculine energy within all of us. Female or male, it doesn't matter. We all have the ego within all of us, and that is a masculine component to our brain as a survival part of our brain. It has its good parts and its bad parts, okay? And we have to recognize, when the ego is in control, then, we have to understand this is part of the controlling the extant. Now, I really wasn't going to waste my time with this, but because it's dealing with the earth brain, I really wanted to just share this real quick. And I really hope people understand where I'm coming from with this, because this flat earth psyop, the flat earth psychological operation, is a destruction of the sacred feminine. And it is part of understanding the solar cult prison, or the solar mental patriarchal prison within all of us. And this is just to further, the flat earth psyop is to further that prison in people who have, taken to this psyop and haven't recognized what it's actually doing psychologically. So it's about subverting the mind to subconsciously remain enthralled, enslaved in materialism and patriarchy, okay, in the mind. So this Man-made ideology negates sacred feminine aspects by excluding the southern hemisphere, ridding the curvature, and solely centralizing the North Pole. Okay, just remember, the sacred feminine is curvy, right? And if you flatten that, that's one of the aspects that, you can't get rid of in nature. And this is Mother Earth. Mother Earth is curvy. Okay. So we have to remember that. And it's also negating the southern hemisphere. It's centralizing the North Pole, which means centralizing the patriarchy, and it's centralizing the male domination and ego. And it was a pretty sophisticated psyop, that I've been able to disprove this psyop in more than 15 or 20 different ways. And this is one of them. And this is, to me, this is the most important thing that you could recognize about this particular psychological operation. Okay. We're not flat brained. Okay. But, something that is round and flat that we should be paying attention to a lot more is the zodiacal wheel, the zodiac wheel, and the astrological science stored or distilled within it. Okay, and it's very important that we understand the astronomy and the astrology associated with it as well. Now, this is something really powerful and cool that a lot of people can try at home, and it is called the Egyptian string trick, dealing with the 3-4-5 ratio, something you can learn from the Euclid's 47th proposition, or it's also the Pythagorean theorem, part of that, okay? But this Egyptian string trick, if you take a string, somewhere around a yard long, and you tie 12 knots equidistant from each other, and you get, 3 pegs or 3 pins, like push pins, and you once you get those knots all tied, you find the 3 in the middle. Okay, just look for the 3 in the middle and make sure there are you have the directions north, south, east, and west. And what you're going to do is you're going to take the 5 spaces at the top and find the end, and then you're going to make sure that there's 4 spaces at the bottom, and you're going to take both ends of the string and you're going to tie them together and pin them. You're going to pull them all the way to the west direction. And this is where the trick is revealed, or reveals, the magic happens. Okay. And the magic can only happen if all the knots are equidistant from each other, but you'll find a right angle triangle. And this is something that the ancient Egyptians, they knew how to do this trick in order to find perpendicular, the perpendicular being the horizontal and the vertical. Okay. And they did this with rope. They did this with chains. And this is the way that they built. Okay. This is what they built with. All right. So tracing out the 3-4-5 ratio is going to, doing this Egyptian string trick. This is what's going to help us understand the origins of right and wrong through geometry. So to true one's behavior, or to act correctly or right, is to symbolically adjust one's behavior to a right angle, which is made of a perfect horizontal and vertical meeting point, thus a perpendicular. Okay. It's the knowledge of how to form a square without the possibility of error, which has always been accounted for as being the highest importance in the art of building. Building, even if you're building a building, like the buildings downtown in your, local city, those buildings or houses are built with this knowledge. Because if you don't build with a perfect horizontal and perpendicular, then your building is not going to have a solid foundation, and it can tip over easy or collapse or whatever, and that's not good. Now, This is very important because it is about having the knowledge of the difference between right and wrong, which is the highest importance in the art of building the life that we manifest on earth under natural law. And this is the secret of the master builder. Okay, so we have to understand that every perpendicular forms a right angle with its straight horizontal and vertical lines. We then find the primitive roots of the words right and wrong, meaning straight and crooked or oblique. So this is where we get the idea of, if someone is doing something wrong and they're stealing from someone, they're a crook or they're crooked. So it's about understanding that it's crooked or crook is associated with bad behavior, with wrong behavior. Okay. Now, this is what the emblem of truth looks like. And this is associated with Ma'at, the Egyptian goddess Ma'at, and the sacred cubit and the 24-inch gauge. And this is all dealing with ancient Masonic science or ancient Egyptian science, however you want to call it. It's all geometry too. Now, the 24-inch gauge or cubit of justice, is the hieroglyph that we see here with the straight line with the 45-degree cut at the end. And this has the phonetic value of Ma'at, which is primarily indicated that which is straight. Okay, that's what Ma'at means. And it was the name given to the instrument by which the work of every craftsman, every builder, was kept straight and governed. Therefore, was bound to the Egyptian word Ma'at. The square or right angle as an emblem is geometrical and not mechanical in its origin, and it dates back to the ancient Egyptians, in whose solemn processions the priest class carried the cubit of justice, by which perpendiculars, right angles, and squares might be laid out, and its form being that of one arm of a square, with the inner end cut to a 45-degree angle, which is half of a right angle. Okay, so this is half of a Masonic square. So the square was an emblem of moral uprightness, because being a right angle, it deviated in no respect from a true horizontal joined to a perfect perpendicular. Okay, so it's all about our behavior, and even think about Ma'at, who weighs the feather against the heart. The feather represents light. So if the heart isn't light or as light as the feather, then you can't pass through the underworld. Okay, and that means, not being moral, not being straight, because it creates an unstraight line in the scales. Okay. Now, this is really, really awesome, especially for the student who has studied these tracing boards. You will notice that the ancient Egyptian string trick, or the 3-4-5 ratio triangle, the right angle triangle, actually fits it's encrypted in Josiah Bowring's first degree tracing board in Solomon's Temple. And this is the cornerstone of Freemasonry. But you can see that the 3 initiates are part of the 5 spaces in the right angle triangle, going from darkness at the bottom to light at the top, and the light at the top is where the 5 and the 3 meet. And then the right angle is created at the lunar side of this tracing board. And that is very crucial to understand, because this is about understanding where to find the 7 in this tracing board. Now, there's 2 7s in this tracing board. One is reverse, which I'll let you find, and the other one is what I'm trying to get at here, is to help us understand, because the G in esoteric Freemasonry, it stands for a lot of things, but you can find it in this tracing board by understanding the phonetic value, okay? Because it's about understanding that the lunar has the moon that you see, the crescent moon, is the C. It's a symbol of C. And it also has the 7 stars around it, which are the 7 stars of Pleiades, which are the 7 sisters. But this, and this is a feminine aspect, but it's about understanding that this is the corner that where the 3 and the 4 come together. Okay, so those 7 stars are the 3 and the 4 together. This is about the reflection of the 7 of the all-seeing eye, which is the circumpolar constellation of the little bear, which is the 7 stars. Okay, so this is the G, because it's about the C and the 7, because it's about seeing the 7. Okay, that is the G symbol. The G, the capital letter G, is the C and the 7 combined. Okay, so that is why we have to understand this with this 3-4-5 ratio. Okay, and it's a very beautiful encrypted science. And if anybody really truly sees it, so much is going to open up for you, and you're really going to appreciate and be able to go further back into the lunar mythos, especially. Okay, but it also helps us understand the stellar, because the stellar is passed down in the lunar and into the solar. So I want to show this real quick. Now, the ancient Egyptian mythos is made of the 3 hero cults distilled into this one emblem of the 3-4-5, the Egyptian string trick. Okay, and it's a very beautiful science because the 3 hero cults are the solar, the stellar, and the lunar. And the stellar is dealing with the 5. Okay, and this is what's going to help us understand Osiris, the ancient god Osiris, the nature god, as the number 5, associated with the number 5. And this took place, the stellar mythos took place some 300,000 to 150,000 years ago. Okay, and the lunar is dealing with the 7, and the 7 is holding the 5. It supports the 5, but it's holding the stellar mythos within it. And this took place 150,000 to 100,000 years ago. Okay, and then the solar mythos lasted 100,000 years ago up until now. Okay, and this is the 12 knots represent the 12 greater mysteries, which encapsulates the whole emblem that we see here. Okay, and it's very, very beautiful. It's very important, and it's what's going to help us find equipoise within ourselves. Now, natural law, the L in natural law, the reason that the L is uppercase is because, and this can be, this is demonstrated, this is as simple as I'm going to make it, is that the 3, the spiritual, always goes on top of the 4, or on top of the material. Okay, so we have the 3 spaces and the 4 spaces. Okay, and so once we understand these, the 3 over the 4, this is triangle on top of the square. Okay, this is what builds a perfect temple within. Okay, this is what builds a balanced temple within. Now, this 7 comes first before the letter L, because, you're dealing with the G. The G comes first before the capital letter L, and the numerical value of the capital letter L is 12. And 12 is the what encapsulates all of the hero cults, all 3 of the solar, lunar, and stellar cults into one emblem. Okay, so man's law is the reason man's law is lowercase l law, because it's materialism. It's dealing with the 4. Okay, so we have to understand that if 4 is on top, if man's law is above the spirit, that's what we get. We get man's law as a result. So if we want to live free from man's law, we're going to have to bring our spirit. We're going to have to put that triangle on top of the square, each and every one of us. Well, at least most of us. Okay. Because a lot of us, we're too rooted in our ego, and we're not going to go without an enormous fight. And that's probably what it's going to take. And I don't want it to go there. I want people to just become conscious and get back to balance and get back to harmony with nature. That's what I want. I don't want it to have to go to war. War hasn't really solved much, maybe for short amounts of time, but that's never going to amount to any kind of evolution in the human species. But this is what is going to evolve us, is the internal wedding. Okay, this is what helps unite the world. Each and every one of us really has to take our internal wedding more serious, and it's what's going to help us really truly find agape and really truly find love. And this is what it's going to take: care. Care is what it's going to take. And I have given you a lot of my care today. I have shown you where the care really is. Truly, if you really want to realign yourself, this is what it's going to take. And there is the green in the middle, the heart, and the key. Okay, the key to all of this. And, this is a symbolic way that we can understand this. And symbolism is what's going to help us restore not only care, but balance and spirit in the world. It is truly the equilibrium to find care. The true enemies on planet Earth are ignorance, laziness, and apathy. Conquer them and watch the divide in you and the world dissolve. Thank you.
All right. That was a beautiful presentation. Very advanced. Definitely a topic for the more advanced students. Would definitely say that. I think Nathan is going to be joining us. We were waiting on him. I think he's in the back room checking his audio. I know he was having some audio issues last night, so hopefully he can work that out. What do you guys think? What do you guys think about that presentation? I know that me, Douglas, and Nathan have been talking about the stellar mythology since we've really come onto the scene. It was really inspired by works like Albert Churchward. Mark Passio definitely led the way for that. Michael Tessarion had some good work on it. Jordan Maxwell talked about the stellar cult. But we really don't hear enough about that. We definitely hear a lot about the solar cult aspect, but never an in-depth analysis of the ancient Egyptian sciences and mythos and the evolution of the mythos correlating to the three most prominent cults that kind of encapsulate all the other cults. Yeah, the presentation was very amazing. If anybody has any questions, make sure to throw a Q before your comment so that we can star it and get it up on the screen. That really helps us distinguish the comments since we have so many funny comments. Man, the chat is going off, isn't it? It's freaking hilarious. Oh, there we go.
I made it.
You made it. We still got an echo from you, but it's all right. We'll work with it.
really appreciate, or I really, I'm sorry. I'm sorry about that to everybody. I've really been trying to take care of that technical issue for the past week, and I cannot figure it out. And the only other way that I can figure out, how to handle that is getting on my phone or my my iPad, and it wouldn't work. So
Yeah, it doesn't sound like it's coming from your end. It is coming from your end, but it's just when I'm talking that there's an echo. It's not when you're talking. There is no echo from you then. I don't know if that would help or not. It has something to do with the routing, obviously. I'm sure you understand the issues of technical gremlins coming out of the woodworks.
Indeed.
That was an amazing presentation, man.
Thank you. Really appreciate it. Yeah, man, thank you for having me on and inviting me. And, this is my 5th year, and it's just very exciting to be next to so many people that are really, stepping it up and, recognizing what's going on in this world. And all I'm trying to do is just help people understand that there's something deeper and more. It's darker, but it's beautiful when you really see what is truly being said. And the further back we go, the more we're going to really understand what is really developing in the modern world, and what has been developing for hundreds of thousands of years. And it's very difficult to understand this type of information, but we can understand it. I mean, it's there. I mean, the pieces are the purity, which I've been talking about, pure forms, has been scattered. That's the whole point of Osiris. Osiris is, the Holy Spirit, if you really want to look at it, like the whole nature picture as an archetype. And obviously this symbol has been bastardized for the past 20,000 years, but we can actually see that the fragments of this being, symbolically and allegorically, has been scattered throughout the whole world. And our beautiful spiritual journey is about finding those pieces and putting them back together, which is what rememberment is all about. That is part of understanding the spiritual journey back to pure forms. And pure forms are a direct reflection of our pure spirit, or reuniting with the pure spirit. And that's how I understand it. And it's a very beautiful thing, but it's very difficult to understand unless we use these tools at hand. And modern Freemasonry is how we're going, at least one very powerful way of how we're going to do that. And it's a very big topic. And one thing I wanted to say before we go any further is I really crammed a lot into that presentation. So if anybody really wants to learn more about it, obviously you can go check out Douglas Martin's work, or read into Albert Churchward or Gerald Massey. Any of those guys. I mean, you can really start to go down that rabbit hole and, really see for yourself what's really taken place, but and find the better answers there. I mean, they're Massey and Churchward are scholarly, and they're going to help us. Their work is vital to helping us understand this. But obviously, if you go to the cubbyhole, I'm laying it out, Brandon's laying it out, and Douglas Martin is laying it out, as the best we can. This whole mythos the best we can. And it's a big deal. And because it's all about finding your care. It's all about finding care. And it's a very, very difficult thing, because we have so many obstacles in our way that keep us from finding that care. And I know that, and I know most people that are part of this conference, and probably people out there watching. You all know how hard it is to find care, because of we really do have to get over those obstacles of ignorance, laziness, cowardice, and apathy. And it's those are the things that are really keeping us, holding us back from really seeing this bigger picture. So I just wanted, and because of that, I one of the things that I forgot to mention that I noticed, and it was such a major part of the whole presentation, is I forgot to mention that the stellar people, they venerated in the northern circumpolar constellation of the Little Bear, because it was the highest to them, going from the south, the southern hemisphere, to the northern hemisphere. That's alchemy. It's going from feminine to masculine. It's going from dark to light. And they venerated in the northern hemisphere because it was, or in the circumpolar constellation of the Little Bear, the 7 stars, connected to Polaris. They did that because they knew that it was the highest place where man could not destroy the knowledge that was stored within it. And that is, that's a key point that I left out. And I'm going to make sure, like I said, I'm going to, I'm going to do a whole extended version on the cubbyhole to really explain that more in depth. And, so just keep your eyes out for that, because it's extremely important. And, I don't want to do disservice to this information, but it's just a lot. I'm putting it on the table, if you really want to understand what's truly going on between your 2 ears, you're going to have to do that work. So just wanted to say that.
Absolutely. I think we have some questions here for you. I think that was well said too. Let's pull one up, Tyler. How do we stop the wisdom of Freemasonic tradition from being used by the parasitical occultist lodge system to coordinate the legal plunder and enslavement of man? This was something that I was kind of going to ask you, so this kind of sums up my question for you.
Becoming conscious of the knowledge. That's the short answer, because the knowledge is here. And, this is what we have to understand. These people are using this knowledge as a playbook to control the minds of the masses. So if we become conscious of it, we can become assholes like them, and we can, start to rule over other people, or we can rule ourselves and actually be abolitionists and volunteerists and, live in an anarchist society. We can do that by becoming conscious of this knowledge. Now, obviously, the more that we take this information serious and we start to restore it, the faster we can get back to pure form. And the more that we can get back to pure form, the more it won't be so scattered, and it won't be so hard for people to do all this insane work just to, understand something so simple. And, obviously the way that we indoctrinate our kids, our children, it all, this is why I love Will Keller's work, because it's about, getting to the children with this information, something simple, right? That's what a symbol is. It's simple, right? And so if we can just, get back to simplicity, because simplicity is, simple form. It is holy form. And that's my answer. There's a lot more to it, but
I think that connects to Wu Wei as well. The simplicity of effortlessness. I can't speak right now, but yeah, you get it. To be effortless, right? So I think that also applies to symbolism in that concept. I think we had another question pop up. Ever came across Jane 108 or Harry Lear, The True Value of Pi? Yes, I have listened. What about you?
Of his work, yes. Yeah, I study his work all the time. His work is vital to understanding sacred geometry, for sure. And he does it in a way where it almost sounds like maybe his lips are sealed and he has some kind of he might be part of some kind of lodge system. because he doesn't really get into the occult, but you can kind of tell he understands. But as far as the true value of pi, yeah, I've definitely seen quite a bit of his takes on pi, and it's pretty amazing. I mean, anybody who's studying sacred geometry has to get into Jane's work for sure.
Right. I
I
agree
agree
with
with that.
that. What other questions do we got? Can we use cubbyhole content to put over video games on YouTube?
Well, I'll go ahead and go first because Brandon also gets to have say in this. Do whatever you want with the content or the slides. As far as I'm concerned, if you're doing it for the right reasons, I'm cool with it. If you're really trying to end slavery and trying to help people wake up, I mean, that's pretty awesome. I've actually heard people playing some really cool podcasts over video games, and I think that's actually really beneficial. So yeah, I'm cool with it.
Yeah, I'm totally cool with it. We actually know Beagle Eye Vision personally. This is Henry, who comes out to the farm. He's been a supporter of our work since the beginning. And yeah, he does an allegorical breakdown of games and movies. He does a Matrix movie night, allegory night in Illinois, I believe. And yeah, he does some good stuff. So I'm totally okay with that. I know you're doing the good work out there, Henry. And he is part of the One True Media class right now as well. So he's been learning how to do all the editing. So yes, of course, if anybody should be doing it, it's definitely you, Henry.
Awesome.
So I have a question for you. My question will be, what would you say to someone who only looks at the occult or Freemasonry as purely negative, that it's only unilaterally one way, and that by producing content like your own, you are actually enabling the system of control from the current lodge system, which does have some connections to the upper echelons of the control mechanisms of society?
Well, I mean, the short answer would be, is a fork used for violence, or is it used for, eating your mac and cheese? It just, you have to understand that it's a tool, and it's a symbol is a tool. And if we can understand that it's dualistic in the sense that, it can be used for good, it can be used for bad, that is what we're going to have to wrap our heads around with things like Freemasonry, especially esoteric Freemasonry. And yes, there are these lodge systems, these fraternities are extremely I would say most of them have become so corrupt, and they are infiltrated in everything. And I would say that there's even darker things going on with it, even in these lodge systems, that the masons of the lodges just don't even know what's going on. I would say that that's probably most of the time, because if they really knew what they were being, what they were part of, if they really were becoming conscious, they would actually wake up and do something about it. But they're under oath, and they're living comfortably, probably, I would assume. Because basically these people, I think a lot of them mean well, for sure, but good intentions pave the way to hell, right? And that's kind of what has happened as these lodge systems, these modern lodge systems, have greatly become destroyed. And it's just important to understand that the real lodge system is a spiritual system. Okay, it's a spiritual lodge. It's a universal lodge. That's the true lodge. There's nothing other than that. We can call, all these other masons in different lodge systems, they can call their wherever they do their meetings, a lodge, and that's fine. I have no problem with that. But it's when, the associations, and more importantly, the behaviors that come out of these lodges and what they're associating themselves with is just, in some cases, it's vile. And, you can really see this all through history. And it's, we just have to become conscious of the fork. We have to understand that the fork has more uses than stabbing somebody in the neck. It can also be used for good, to feed yourself and to feed your children, or whoever. So that's my answer.
What would you say about infiltrating the lodge system for a pragmatic approach to spread more truth like this? How would you see that if somebody came to you and they said, hey, I'm thinking about joining the lodge, and I have a lot of knowledge about the occult and about natural law, and I'd like to go in there and teach these people about this and hopefully get them on the right track to do something like this?
Well, I guess, the answer really would be, I wouldn't do it because it requires an oath. However, look at Manly P. Hall. He received the honorary, 33rd degree. And that means that he wasn't really part of the lodge system per se. He was definitely dealing with lodge members. And I think that is extremely healthy. I mean, look what he did. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, he's the greatest Mason that has been on the planet for the past, 100 years or so. And there's probably a few others that I'm just not aware of. But as far as getting the information out there, I would say he has definitely demonstrated just how awesome of a human being someone can be who doesn't have an oath or didn't swear on an oath, who recognized that they didn't need to do that. Manly P. Hall was smart enough to know that he didn't need to join a lodge in order to become, as advanced as he became, as, raised in consciousness as he became. So he's a perfect demonstration, or perfect template, or perfect exemplar. That's the word I'm looking for. Of how we can raise ourselves outside of the lodge. And so that's what I would tell somebody if they came to me with that question.
Very well said. Hexproof Anarchist always has some good ones in here. He is asking if you've ever checked out Nasaim Harriman, which I have. I know you have as well, but he wanted to know that. Can't hear you.
Sorry. Yes, I have. And I really appreciate his work. And I think, anybody who's really trying to understand the fabric of the universe should definitely look into Nassim Harriman's work, because, he gets into the Planks, and he really does such an incredible job at, just really trying to understand especially the outer universe, but really, he gets into the nitty gritty, and his breakdowns of space and the quantum realm is really, really powerful.
All right. Yeah, I really like his work as well. So I have a more difficult question for you here. What would you say to someone who is very much into Tartaria, the mud flood, and also looks like we're having a little issue there. It popped up on my screen. It's okay. Got it taken care of. And the deluge. What do you think about the deluge? If you can answer those two very simply as final questions.
I like Doug's answer for the mud flood. Something about it came from someone going to Taco Bell or something like that. Yeah. The mud flood is just, it's just another psyop. And it's another psyop just because, you know, if you want to just believe that everything in history is just a lie, well, you know, good luck on trying to understand anything in life, because, you know, we learn from history. How else are we going to learn anything? And you know, I just think that it didn't work. Thankfully people didn't buy into it, you know. And I have no problem with looking into stuff like that. You know, it's the same thing with Earth Brain, or I'm sorry, Flat Earth. I don't have any problem with anybody looking into things like that. It's when they get stuck in it, when they get stuck in the mud, you know, in the mire, and they really, you know, stay there and stagnate there, and they don't recognize that there's so much more work that needs to be done, and so much more time and attention on the things that you know, really truly matter. But you know, to answer your question about the deluge, you know, I mean, the deluge is very layered because it's about dealing with the especially the 26 year great year. That is about understanding the deluge and understanding the obliquity of the you know, the precession of the equinoxes. That's the real deluge that we have to truly understand. Now, is there a real, you know, deluge coming with a whole bunch of, you know, water and all that stuff? Well, you know, I look at that allegorically, and you know, it's really all about washing your internal self and you know, becoming pure, truly. And you know, but there's so much more to it, and there's so much more science to it, and it's just you know, I don't know how to answer it in such a short amount of time.
Right. I think you did a good job. That's a very well stated answer to that. All my dogs want to talk to you as well. I don't know if you can hear them, but they're ready for it. Is there any more questions for Nate Cap over here? This presentation was excellent. I was not expecting that with Earth Brain Part 2. What role does the Vatican play in the foundation of the Freemasonic lodge system? That's a very, very historical question. So I don't know if you are capable of answering it, but
I'm not truly capable of answering it, but as far as understanding like a foundation, you know, it's not, you have to understand that, you know, Freemasonry itself is an ancient science, and this goes way back before the Vatican, way back. And you know, I don't know, you know, I'm not versed enough to, you know, demonstrate what I know about all the ins and outs of, you know, the you know, Freemasonry being as a lodge system in the Vatican, or the Vatican being part of any fraternal lodge systems. But I do know that the Vatican is definitely, I mean, you just listen to all these Masons who are definitely still in that you know, solar cul-de-sac. I would say that that's definitely how the Vatican is playing the Masonic lodges to some degree. But you know, again, I'm just not versed on it enough to really answer that seriously.
I can give a little bit of a historical answer to that, which is that what I do know about the connections between the Vatican and Freemasonry is, one thing that always stood out to me is that historically the church opposed Freemasonic lodges. And I believe it was in 1738 where the Pope, one of the popes at this point, actually issued I think it was a papal bull, which is what they called at that point, which was in order to actually, you know, eradicate the Freemasonic lodges. And there's always been a power struggle between Freemasonry and the church and the state. And we'll see this throughout history. Actually, I will bring this up a little bit in my presentation later on tonight, so that I do know that, you know, that is something that I think a lot of people need to look more into. Now, that's not an advocate or an avocation for Freemasonic lodges, obviously. It's just to state that it's not as black and white as what most people think, that there actually is a power struggle between a lot of these clandestine groups and the more sophisticated systems of religion such as the Vatican and the Catholic Church, and then also more sophisticated systems of control, such as the government and the state. So I think that's a little bit of an answer for you there. Is there anything else that you can give to the audience? I do have one question for you, actually. What got you into this work? Like, what, brought you into such an enlightened being? How did you become this beautiful, spiritual, artistic being to be able to bring this knowledge to the table like this?
Well, it's funny. I was thinking about this after I went on Crypt Rick's I've Been Thinking show. I was telling him about how my whole awakening began, and I started to think like, man, every time I talk about this, I always bring up something new, because there's just so many different time periods in my life where I had some kind of awakening. And I would say that, one of the when I really started deeply thinking about it, I realized that one of the things that really pushed me is being ostracized by certain communities that I was part of in the past for speaking out about certain things, like whether it be conspiracies or, just anything to do with government and, what they're truly doing to us. And when I started to be attacked for what I was doing, I think what really happened, it hurt so bad because it was just, coming from so many different angles, that I really started to take a step back and realize like, okay, well, maybe I don't have a lot of this stuff figured out. And then I started to find something in me that just wanted to go. I wanted to, there was a part of me that really wanted to, research the information that I had been talking about thoroughly, so that way maybe I could have a better way of approaching them and trying to prove to them what was really taking place, and maybe even learn for myself that maybe I was wrong about all this. And when I started to really do a lot more deeper research, I started to realize like, no, I actually am right on point with most of what I'm talking about. Now, obviously, I wasn't sharpened enough to really explain it deeper, but I knew that I was on the right track. And I just, that's where I started to really like, I suffered a lot. I suffered a lot because of just, being so traumatized by the, the attacks, and, how much people really are just, when their ignorance is so vicious and it takes over their mind, they just want to attack. And it's something I've never done myself. I've never attacked somebody just because, like I disagree with them. And, so I don't know what that's like. So I've always been very interested in why that is. But anyway, that got me on, there's a lot more to my awakening story, but then I got into, information, or I started going into the conspiracy hole, and then I got into Alan Watts, and I got into Jordan Maxwell and Santos Bonacci in his earlier stages, and I got into Mark Passio, of course. I mean, most people here know that Mark Passio has been their biggest exemplar of an awakening. He definitely lit my fire under my ass. And but because of that, I went and looked into like 300 more different researchers that really changed my whole life. And I even paid a very close attention to your work, Brandon, and also Douglas Martin's work. And you guys really just awakened me to a lot of things, and just the way that you present yourself. And now I can look at other people in this community that I'm starting to like realize. I mean, waking up to Will Keller and Logan Hart's work, and Leslie just gave a freaking powerful presentation. And I mean, it's just a continuing unfoldment of amazing awakenings, and that's the beauty of the spiral, the journey to the point. And it's just too long of a story to unwind, in a few seconds. So, but I wanted to
I
give my
think you did a
angle
good-
a
You
different
did a
angle.
good job with that good angle there. We have all met on the level here today at the S.E.E.D 5 Metamorphosis Conference, and I hope everybody has been having a great time. Please thank and support Nate Cap over here. Go to thecubbyhole.com and check out more of his work. He has amazing work up there. I would recommend going through the podcast chronologically, starting at episode 1, and you're working your way all the way up to the modern episodes. But if you're interested in more knowledge like this, definitely check out his most recent episodes on the Egyptian mythos. So thank you, Nate, for joining us. Thank you so much for what you presented, and thanks for being an inspiration to all of us. Also, give this guy some credit for the art that he puts out here. He puts out great esoteric art. We've seen a lot of his work. I know Logan Hart used a little bit of your work in his presentation yesterday, which was pretty awesome. And you're the main reason why we have the S.E.E.D logo. So pretty inspirational there, man. Great. Excellent.
Thank you. I hope people see the correlation and can really read it. I think it's pretty simple, but obviously it's just it's a lot of work to understand what that symbol says too. But yeah, Brandon, I really appreciate you. This whole conference has just been outstanding, and you're doing such a great job, and I'm really proud of you, and I'm really excited to see your presentation later. So thank you.
Thank you, Nate. We'll catch up soon, brother. Much love.
Much love.
All right, guys, that was Nate Cap. I hope you learned something from that. I did see one question in the comments asking if he was a Freemason. Nate is not a Freemason. Neither am I. Neither is Douglas. We would never join a lodge system. Just to answer that question, I figured that maybe that would be a caveat in his presentation. We usually do start out with something like that because we do get quite a bit of people asking that. Are you Freemasons? Well, no. Absolutely not. We wouldn't be able to talk about the things that we're talking about if we were Freemasons. That is the truth. So we're going to move on here. We got another powerful, great speaker. This is a guy I've been following for many years, and he's kind of been under the radar for a lot of people. He does some great work. I don't know if you hear my husky in the background. She's ready to go outside, but his name is Chris Nelson. And he just does some amazing work on alchemy, consciousness. He does amazing graphic designs. I've followed his work and used a little bit of it in a couple of my presentations, my earlier presentations, before I even knew who he was. I just found his graphics online. They were just so powerful and so good. So I believe his presentation is called Empowering Change, Understanding and Harnessing the Power of Consciousness. Yeah, his work is absolutely underrated. So please give him a like, give him a shout out, give him a share. Check out his work at the onegreatworknetwork.com. I don't have his primary website on my screen right now, but we'll throw it in the links. Absolutely. So let's get right into Chris Nelson's presentation.
Hello, my name is Chris Nelson of evolveconsciousness.org, and I'm doing a presentation for Seed 5 Metamorphosis, September 23rd to 24th, 2023, at seedtruth.com. My presentation is titled Empowering Change, Understanding and Harnessing the Power of Consciousness. So let's get into it. First, I'll talk about, there's a little table of contents of what we're going to get into. We have change, learned helplessness, disempowerment, empowerment, the Phoenix alchemical symbolism, the highest alchemy, past and future actions, the eye of providence, apathy, and care for truth. Change. Change what? What needs to change? Is everything just fine and dandy the way things are now? Or is there something that does need to change, that should be changed? Can improvements be made somewhere? Are there mistakes to correct? Are there problems to fix? Something in the world? Something in others? Maybe something in you? Maybe you don't see anything that needs to change. It's understandable not to see something when you aren't looking. If you start to look and you become more aware of the condition of the world and yourself, then you will see that there are things to improve, that there are problems to fix. Can you change what you can't see or don't want to see? That's one of the major impediments to even beginning the process of change, is that if you can't see that there's anything that needs to change, and if you do see that there are things that need to change, but you don't want to change, or that you don't even want to look for things that are possible to change, then obviously no change is going to happen. So this was just an introduction to get people to question themselves about whether there actually are things that need to change, and obviously there are once you become more aware of the condition of the world. But for those who haven't arrived at that impetus and drive and motivation to try to do something about it, these are questions to ask. If you're not looking, then obviously you're not going to find, so maybe you need to start to look, and then you'll see, are there things to change in the world? And then you'll try to find fault in others, that it's blaming the politicians or whatever is outside. And then eventually you realize that there's a lot of things in yourself that need to change to begin that process. And this is all about getting to the eventual position of correcting mistakes and wrongs in the world, in others, but it starts with ourselves. So why don't things truly change for the better in our lives or in the world? Most people don't learn from their mistakes and keep repeating them. They aren't even aware they're making mistakes or doing wrongs. You have to be aware of a mistake or wrong in order to correct or right it. When most people lack an accurate understanding of a current condition in reality and how they possibly contribute to making it that way, then it's going to continue. In denial and escapism of looking at the uncomfortable wrongs in existence and how one could be contributing to them, individuals focus their time and attention on other things: work, success, fun, enjoying life, entertainment, etc. And the little meme on the left is, what if they were filling your head with useless sports stats, celebrity gossip, and flavor of the week fashion to distract you from discovering the fraud, corruption, and theft that actually impacts your life every day? What if? Imagine that that's what's actually going on, and that is what's going on. Correcting mistakes and wrongs. As long as life is decent for you, then it's all good. Things are just as they're supposed to be, right? Just focus on the positive in your own life because there's nothing you can do to change the world, so don't even try. That's the lie people tell themselves so that they don't even try to learn how it's possible to change things, let alone actually do the work necessary to achieve the ends they say they want, such as the ends of goodness. They want to see good in the world, or they want freedom in the world, or any other positive ends that they're looking for. Meanwhile, they ignore the problem of entrenched societal evil and enslavement. Most people support and contribute to that immoral condition. Living in a better world is but a dream to most people who have learned to be helpless. And the memes on the left say, quote from Confucius, "A man who has committed a mistake and doesn't correct it is committing another mistake." So if you keep making mistakes, then that itself, by not correcting your previous mistake, is another mistake. So it compounds and compounds. And just below that, get a job, go to work, get married, have children, follow fashion, act normal, walk on the pavement, watch TV, obey the law, save for your old age. Now repeat after me, I am free. And that's the delusion of what we have right now is people believe they're free. They're told they're free, so they just believe it. Learned helplessness. No change possible mindset. That's what learned helplessness is. Learned helplessness is learning to be helpless, learning to accept a negative outcome and not do anything to change it. You, quote, learn that you don't have any control over the cause of the negative effect, that there's nothing you can possibly do to change it, so you let it continue. It's inevitable that the negative condition exists and continues to exist. You have no power to make it otherwise. So don't even try. It's pointless. You will just fail again and again. Changing the condition is impossible. It's not the learning of a truth, though. It's accepting a falsity as truth. Like, quote, learning that 2 + 2 is 5 and resigning yourself to that unreality as reality. That's what learned helplessness is, learning things that aren't true about yourself or about the world, or I guess seeing the condition of the world but thinking that you can't possibly do anything, which isn't the case. And so you put yourself in a position of not doing anything. That's what the images on the left show, where there's a wall in front of you, but all you have to do is walk beside it, and you're like, oh my god, I can't pass, I can't get to that light at the end of the road. I'm stuck here. And this has been done in animal studies with dogs, and here's the example of an elephant who's tied to a peg, where they entrain it at a young age to be tied to something that they can't move at a young age, and they learn to associate the rope with being stuck there. So all they have to do when they're older is tie the animal to just some little peg that they could just move their leg in a decent amount of force and just uproot that peg and walk away. But they've learned to be helpless. And this is eternal helplessness brings us into a mindset of an eternal hell, a negative thinking. Resigning yourself to thinking that the condition is eternally this way is a dark and false worldview, as if it's written in stone that it's always been this way and neither you or anyone else can change it. This is the mindset of being eternally tortured in hell that you can't escape from because you deserve it. It's also the eternal child syndrome or mindset because you avoid, deny, ignore, and reject the personal responsibility to even try to comprehend how to get out and work to change the condition. That's a self-loathing mindset where you aren't worth the effort or time to even try. It's also accepting to be a slave rather than a free-willed being who works to change the condition. This is a little chart I made about this condition of disempowerment that people need to break out of in order to gain that position of empowerment to empower change. So what's missing in you, starting from the bottom, you have what's missing is the personal responsibility, and the phase that's absent is the responsibility to do something with the knowledge. And then the state of being that you're in is a state of fear. And we go up from there. The care for truth is what's missing in you. And the phase that's absent is to care to see if things need to change. And the state of being that you're in is you have an apathy to seek truth or to learn. Up from there, what's missing in you is knowledge. And the next step is missing, that is knowledge, since you lack the previous steps. And the phase that's absent is knowing what to change. And your state of being is ignorance. And following from that, what's missing in you is understanding. And the phase that's absent is why and how to change. And then your state of being is in a state of being of misunderstanding, confusion, and being fooled. And then finally, the final step that's missing in you is more care and having the willpower and wisdom to act. And that's the phase absent, is the act to actually change things. And then your state of being is being lazy, cowardly, and an apathy to act and being foolish. Learning to change. If we're not doing what needs to be done to correct a condition, then we're likely ignorant and need to learn more in order to develop the motivational power, the care, to engage in the change that is required. Most people aren't motivated to want to learn about the darkness or negative in the world or in themselves. They lack real care for truth, yet they hope to do what's right in a state of ignorance. How do we change to be more correct than incorrect overall? Learning is required. Then the understanding of the knowledge gained is fuel to generate more care as more fuel that can move us to change, to act. Truth fuels it all. Truth is the foundation for higher, realer, and truer living. So the empowering change is, I've made it into 8 steps that involve the trivium method for those familiar with it. First, as you face reality, you have to care to look at the current condition. Then you're empowered by looking. You're empowered by seeing the truth of the negative current condition. So you're obviously gaining some knowledge of some awareness of the current state of things. Next, you have care and will to change the condition. Then you take in more knowledge about the condition. That's the what, the who, what, where, and when. Then you develop understanding from processing that information and finding root causes. That's understanding why it's that way. Then you're empowered by understanding those root causes. Then you can care to enact courage and willpower and the wisdom of right action. That's engaging in the how to change things. Then finally, you're empowered by your actions, changing reality. So first, you face reality, you care to look at and see the condition as it is. You acknowledge reality. It's not all rose-colored glasses and all good. There is a veil of false appearances covering the darkness beneath. Much time is spent on getting by, on surviving. In the space between that grind, we want to focus on things that are comfortable, pleasurable, enjoyable, fun. So we ignore the negative. Facing the problems in the world and ourselves isn't something comfortable to do. It's easier for us to keep doing what is comfortable and remain attached to it. Facing the negative creates discomfort, insecurity, and a sense of anxiety, which takes us away from the desired comfort, security, and sense of well-being of that ignorance. So when we face reality, we need to break the false perception of reality. Have the care and courage to look and see the darkness, negative, demon, shadow, and wrongs in the world being ignored. Also look into the mirror to see the darkness ignored within that reflects outward to contribute to creating the current negative conditions in the world. See the uncomfortable, undesirable, painful truth as it is. Don't avoid, ignore, deny, reject, or deflect the current condition. Realize and recognize reality in its current condition. Face both the reality of the positive and the negative, the light and the dark, the beauty and the horror, the good and the evil, the moral and the immoral. Removing falsity pierces the veiled reality. Move from ignorance to knowledge. This is an infographic I've made maybe nearly 10 years ago, at this point, 9 years ago, and I called it Alchemical Divorce, Part 1, which was based on what I just described. So you have divorce, apophysis, negation, deconstruction of the false perceptual reality. So the worldview, the self-concept, the self-image, the delusion, the false percepts, those have to be pierced through. We have to remove the falsity, and that pierces into an unveiled, into an aspect of veiled reality, the darkness beneath it. We think things are all rosy-colored glasses, things are all good, but when we start to correct our false perceptions, that's when we see what's hidden beneath, what is denied and veiled, the obfuscated reality, the hell to face. We don't just get to the light by thinking we already have it. We have to first face the darkness. We have to break the false perceptions of reality to face the shadow demon, darkness, negative, and evil. If we want to actually live in true freedom and peace, then we have to destroy the false perceptions we have of ourselves and reality to face the current darkness and shadow. We must fall before we can rise, burn before we are reborn. An information catalyst that provokes disturbance and puts pressure on our false conceptions can bring us to shatter these lies, to shake the false perceptions of reality, to poke holes through the veil. That's why sometimes we have to suffer, and that's what acts as a catalyst to awaken us to the reality that we were ignoring. Then we can become empowered with that realization, be enlivened by truth. Truth shines a light on the negative, causing the darkness of ignorance to retract, exposing what was occulted and renders it visible. Knowing the current condition expands awareness and consciousness. Accept things and do nothing, or accept the responsibility to change it. That's ultimately the real dichotomy that we have to do. That we see things as they are and accept them and do nothing about them, or accept that they are that way and also accept the responsibility to change it. Truth has been acquired, which enlivens consciousness and awareness and the potential to act. Feel the empowerment to do something about the undesirable condition now that the current reality has been faced and is known. The truth about reality will enliven your state of being, your core, your essence, igniting the spark of care into a flame that powers the generation of future behavior. Care and will, very important to enact. There is need to learn how to effectively change the condition. More care and willpower are required to engage in deeper learning about the current condition of reality. Knowledge and understanding is needed to do the right change, and not the wrong or ineffective change. Otherwise, that means more mistakes. And just as the Confucius quote was saying, if you make a mistake and you don't correct it, you're making another mistake. We have to take the time to learn properly in order to avoid making more mistakes. Caring to do that is required to get that result. At this stage, you can feel the flame burning within. It's time to collect some knowledge as fuel and ignite your potential to change the conditions in your life and possibly the world. Because that's where it starts. It always starts with ourselves. If we want to change the world, we have to change ourselves. And when we face reality, we become empowered by that, and then that empowerment of seeing reality as it is can fuel further our care and our will to then will ourselves to learn more about that condition and understand it more deeply. And this is a good meme from The Lorax by Dr. Seuss, I believe. Unless someone like you cares a whole awful lot, nothing is going to get better. It's not. Care is crucial. You can see the reality as it is, but if you don't care to do anything about it, to motivate you, to learn more about it, to understand it, then nothing is going to change. It all starts with the individual and progresses outward. As millions of individuals embark on this process, then things can change for the better in a true, positive, actual, lasting direction. So now we need to get more knowledge, collect more information about the situation. Learn more about the condition in order to better understand the core foundational root causal factors that created it, proper change of the condition. problem, or issue requires dealing with the root, with the actual cause of the effects. What is happening? Learn about the basics of the condition, problem, or issue. What, who, when, where. This is the basic knowledge that needs to be gathered, collected, and input into consciousness. This is also the grammar phase in the trivium method, or grammar input knowledge, depending on whether you're using the classical trivium or the modern or the esoteric. And this is an infographic I've made years ago, just a basic demonstration of the trivium method and its progression from the knowledge to an understanding to then the wisdom where we act on it. And the knowledge is your stimulus, what we consume, and the who, what, where, when. And then with logic, we process and understand it better to understand the why that's there. And this requires curiosity, doubt, and questioning things. And then we can respond. We can engage in a response and generate into the outer world. This is the phase of rhetoric, output, and wisdom. So understand causes. Process knowledge to identify root causes. Processing information provides higher definition clarity about the subject of inquiry. Understand the meaning, purpose, and value of knowledge to empower effective action to change the condition. Why did the condition happen? Filter, discern, judge, and analyze the knowledge to validate it. Correspond and integrate the knowledge without contradictions or errors in thinking. Arrive at truth as a foundation for making decisions. Get to the root causal source of the issue to understand the reason for the subsequent manifested effects. Acting on improperly analyzed effects are band-aids that don't actually heal the wound. So that means when you're not going to properly analyze the condition and gain knowledge and then try to understand why it's that way, if you're having a superficial understanding or a false understanding and you're going to act on that improper analysis, that improper understanding or halfway understanding, half-assed understanding, then you're likely just going to be applying a band-aid in whatever course of action that you take, because you're not actually targeting the root cause, the true root cause. You're just targeting possibly some other effect, some other manifestation that doesn't deal with the issue actually. And the infographics I have was for the understanding and the piecing of knowledge. You can have a bunch of information. That's what the head with like the green, I guess, matrix code or whatever. And when you process all that information, you're going to find meaning in it. You're going to collate it, coalesce it, and organize it. And then you'll see that it's a picture of a person's head, and it's not just a bunch of random characters. And on the bottom, this is the illusion of, well, this is the information coming in. Well, the information is just, there's a bunch of lines, but what meaning do you convey? What meaning is conveyed by that information? And in this case, well, there's two. There's a vase in the middle, or there's two faces facing each other. And that's the meaning that can be conveyed with this information of these white lines drawn on a black background. Well, it conveys additional information that requires processing and understanding. So after we gain more understanding, we're empowered. Again, instead of level 1, this is level 2. We're enlivened by the root causal truth, rather than just enlivened by truth of the current condition as it is, seeing it as it is. Now we're enlivened by the root cause, a deeper truth of understanding the root cause of why that condition is there. The solution to change the root cause is understood from seeing the problem clearly, from gaining clarity. The light of truth has further optimized your vision of the condition. Now you're really empowered to do something by applying knowledge as the wisdom of right action. You learned about the problem, got down to the root causal source of it, and now you understand what you need to do to target the problem effectively. Feel that truth flowing through you and giving you the motivation and energy to change. The light of truth further feeds the flame and fire of care within and ignites you to act. So this is a crucial part of the empowerment of not only, first you face reality as it is, and you get enlivened by that, by being shaken, which was my case and many other people's cases, as a catalyst to develop further care. You're empowered by seeing reality as it is. Your blinders are removed. The veil has been uncovered. Reality is shattered, and now you see things as they are. And it is horrible, and it can be depressing. But rather than see it that way, you need to see it as an empowerment. Now you're actually seeing reality more as it is, and that can bring you to take things further in your understanding of, okay, it is this way. Well, what can be done about it? And then you learn about that. You gain more knowledge. You gain an understanding. Now you know why it's that way. So you're further empowered, and it further ignites that care to act and eventually do something about it. That's empowering you to change. This brings us to the wisdom of right action. We enact courage and will to act rightly. And obviously the care is an important factor to bring us to this position, to this state of being. We actualize, realize, and generate the wisdom of right action. How are you going to make things change? Take action that targets the cause of the undesirable effect that exists. Apply the empowerment of truth and the ignited care into willpower as a form of action. This is the third phase of the trivium method, where power comes from applying the knowledge and understanding gained. Now you're activated and doing something to make change happen. Now you're a change agent. Even if the action isn't the most effective targeting of root causes, you can learn from the mistake, refine your understanding, and do better. And by this I mean you learn from the mistake of not actually targeting the proper root cause. So even if you gain a half-assed understanding and you try something where you can see that, oh, that it's, or you can run a thought experiment, you can see, oh, well, that's not actually going to change anything. It's going to change things in a minor way, maybe like rearranging the chairs on a sinking ship like the Titanic, but you're not actually going to take care of the problem at a true causal level. And this brings us to being empowered at the final level, where you see the results manifest. Once you get to that root causal effect and you're targeting that, you might not see them right away, as is the case in complex situations that involve many people. You're not the god of reality. You can't just change things about reality on a whim. It takes a group of people. Sometimes when that's the collective condition of the world, well, it takes a collective effort. But in your personal life, when it's individual problems, yeah, you can change it, and you can see results manifest in your individual life, and you can apply this process to see that happen. So you reap what you sowed, be it positive or negative. Maybe there is more to do, as we are always learning, which can change our behavior and the future outcomes. We learn from our mistakes. That is life, to learn. If you stop learning, then you stop taking advantage of the power of consciousness, and that potential for bettering the world or yourself goes to waste. With persistence, you eventually get a positive accomplishment, and that's empowering. That is the power we have as creators. We can continually make things and even remake ourselves like a phoenix is reborn from the ashes. We are malleable, highly adaptable, and can change and evolve to greater heights. We can become more than what we are in the present. And this was the another infographic I made about the second part of the alchemical divorce to emphasize the the removal of that false reality that currently exists in order to change it and make things actually better. So this is the divorce, apophysis, negation, deconstruction of the false self, the shadow, the darkness, demon, and negative, instead of the false worldview and the false perception of reality that we're deconstructing and destroying and divorcing ourselves from. Now we're trying to divorce and deconstruct the false world or the false self and make things better. So we're removing false ways of living that actualize more unification with truth. We're facing the reality of the shadow, darkness, demon, negative, and evil parts of ourselves in the world. And that brings us to the potential reality we can create, the heaven to create, the way, true freedom and peace that we can create by removing that falsity in the world. We're facing the darkness of reality. Facing the shadow and darkness will allow us to actually reach the light and create with it. It is a weeding out of the garden in order to allow fruitful manifestations to be created, grow, and prosper. Continually facing the darkness in us allows us to sublimate the shadow and build ourselves and the world in alignment with truth. It is a vitriolic, deconstructive, dissolving, disassembling process that takes time, energy, effort, dedication, determination, persistence, true care, courage, and will to realize and actualize more right ways of living. Once the shadow is faced and acknowledged, we can then begin to deconstruct, dissolve, sublimate, transmute, shatter, etc., those aspects that do not serve us, aspects in ourselves and aspects that we all collectively co-create in the world. We alchemically burn to rise from our ashes, go to greener pastures, better than before. And this is obviously talking about the alchemical symbol of the phoenix, where the phoenix is an alchemical symbol of change towards the positive higher potential we can become relative to where we are. It bursts into flames, dies, and disintegrates into a pile of ashes to be reborn, rising from the ashes into a new life. This cycle repeats as necessary. We can continually engage in this process of self-renewal. The fire disintegrates the self in order to put to death, destroy, shatter, transmute, or sublimate the shadow, darkness, demon, wrong, evil, or immorality within us. A part of our former self dies by putting to death the falsity we held onto within us. Then we can be reborn again, resurrected into the quote afterlife from our former life, from the falser way of living and being. We rise from the dead as a stronger and better version of ourselves. And this is from Harry Potter. It's a GIF of like two scenes put together where it shows this process of the phoenix bursts into flames, disintegrates into a pile of ashes, and from the ashes it's reborn anew, remade anew into a new life, resurrected. Maybe I can show that in full screen. Yeah, it's pretty good symbolism, and this was like, it's the best visual that encapsulates the whole process from the burning into the new state of being. And the highest form of this process, the highest alchemy, is moral actualization, moral individuation, moral self-realization, moral self-actualization. The highest form of spiritual alchemy, self-improvement, that an individual can do is to change or transform into a more moral being, evolve consciousness towards being a truer, realer, and higher version of self in greater degrees of alignment with morality, that is to say, in greater degrees of alignment with moral truth, moral law, or natural law. This requires introspection and self-reflection to honestly look into the mirror and to see how you are currently a falser, unrealer, and lower version of the higher potential self that you can become. Align with natural law, the NAP and SDP, which is the non-aggression principle and the self-defense principle. Then teach natural law to influence change as a magician. That's how to self-actualize moral law and help others do the same, thereby changing the world. And that's what the two tarot cards are. Tarot 11 for justice and 1 for the magician. The goal is to reach that top position of being a magician where you influence others to change by first yourself transforming and becoming self-actualized in alignment with justice, natural law, the goals of true freedom, of true order. And that's the symbolism of the justice card with the sword of truth and the scales of justice, of weighing things and determining what is right from what is wrong and choosing the right over the wrong. And as you saw, the two pillars in the justice card, well, that is the two pillars of enlightenment, of the self-defense principle and the non-aggression principle. So on the right side is the non-aggression principle, and this is the sacred feminine qualities that we can embody within us, where we choose the right over the wrong. This is the path of non-violence, of not initiating harm. It's of choosing the least harm we can do because we can do it. Not that some pursuit is of no harm whatsoever, if that's even possible. That's another topic to talk about, but when you pursue something of trying to do the least harm because you can do something in a different way. And people don't want to recognize this about the plant-based living, non-carnism, but that's what it's about. It's not about doing no harm and all the objections people can bring up about, oh, well, you're using gas, or you're in the farms and the monocrop, there's insects that are going to be milled, or there's mice, or whatever the argument is. It's about trying to do the least harm you can because you can do things differently. And maybe it's harder than doing it the other way. Maybe stopping to be an order follower is harder than not being an order follower. But by choosing to do that path, you're engaging in less harm. Not that you're doing no harm in your life whatsoever, but it's trying to improve and get towards that goal of living a better way by doing the least harm. That's the goal of aligning more and more with the non-aggression principle, the sacred feminine aspect of natural law, moral truth, morality. So the goal is to not initiate harm, and there's degrees that we can pursue that towards other sentient beings. And we don't violate rights. We don't violate the rights of others. And we don't do or support evil, such as being an order follower or helping government perpetuate its control over everyone in society. And that's saying no to evil. That's using the lost word, no. Conversely, on the left side, that's the, maybe not conversely, but in unison with the non-aggression principle. On the right side, the sacred feminine, we have the self-defense principle, the sacred masculine on the left pillar. And that's where you defend yourself and you act and stand up, where you speak the truth And that's part of self-defense, is speaking the truth, the intellectual self-defense. It doesn't have to be physical in terms of with your arms in defending a violation of rights. One of the important parts is to speak the truth about the negative condition, and especially to speak the truth about educating others about moral truth and moral law and natural law, so that they can empower themselves to empowering change in their lives, and together things can actually change for the better at a larger scale. Now, part of that obviously is speaking the truth, where we respond to harm, the harm that we can be doing. We need to stop that. That's the sacred feminine, but also the harm going on in the world. That's where we engage in that defense of speaking truth. We respond to the harm by exposing the harm that's going on and speaking about the negative. We defend rights. We speak about the violation of rights in order to promote the defense of the rights, or we can actually defend rights by engaging in the physical self-defense to stop others who are actually violating others, and that's dealing with violence, where we deal with the violence that other people are actually doing, whatever degree it may be, whether that's countering deceptions or lies, or attempting to steal someone's wallet, or to murder someone, etc. And that's where we enact justice, and we become agents of enacting justice. And that doesn't belong to any centralized authority. That's everyone's right to engage in. And this is engaging in, when you get to the point of physical defense of other people's rights, not just the speaking of truth, the physical aspect of using our mouths to speak the truth into existence, but to use our hands and our arms with physical force applied against the undue use of violent force. That's the last word. So we can avoid doing that on a large scale, as has been done many times in the past, by engaging in the lost word, by saying no to evil and doing the first part of the sacred masculine, which is to engage in that defense, to act and stand up and speak truth, to speak truth into existence in order to get people to change in their consciousness, engaging in that higher alchemy themselves, as we've done ourselves. And then we engage in that magician quality of influencing others to change as a magician, where we are the ones using our words and educating others and influencing their minds. That's magic. That's the word symbol magic, because we're not actually doing anything purely physical. We are using the physicality of our voice, but we're influencing others to change. And as more and more people do this, then we won't have to engage in the last word at a very large scale to try to combat the immorality of our current condition. We have the potential to do it by saying no ourselves and stopping to engage in it, and then influence others to align with justice and natural law, moral law. And what is moral and immoral? Well, basic morality is best understood apophatically by what you don't have a right to do. Basic moral behavior, a right, is what does not initiate harm to another sentient being. Initiating harm is a theft of property, a violation of a right, which is wrong, immoral, and evil. The consciousness of a body wills its own body self to move, such as to mix labor with natural resources. Other property rights are derived from the self-ownership of having life, of having a body and a psyche, of existing as a body and a psyche, that as a body and a consciousness that has will and moves this body, that animates it into the world and can interact with it such as using the non-consciousness, non-will material of the natural world, the natural resources, and we mix our labor as a body that is willed by consciousness, and then we acquire property. The 7 primary acts of immorality wrongs are thefts of types of property. Murder is the theft of life, rape the theft of sexual association, assault is the theft of bodily integrity, coercion and duress is the theft of free will choice, standard theft is the theft of property, trespass is the theft of the security of your living domain, and willful lying, deception, or fraud is the theft of the ability to make informed decisions. And this brings us, so the point of this slide about the past and future vision is the Greek words syneidesis and synderesis, which have to do with the conscience of the past and the future. Taking knowledge from the past as a guide to watch over the future, to not repeat mistakes, to create better. Because that's what we're trying to do, right? The second, third slide was about correcting mistakes, correcting our wrongs. Well, that's where the syneidesis is. The conscience as passing judgment on past acts, either ourselves, learning from our individual mistakes, or even wiser is not having to do the mistake yourself, but learning from others who have done the mistakes, or reading about them and learning from the knowledge of others so that we don't have to engage in those wrongs in order to learn that they are wrong. And syneidesis comes from sin, with, together, and eidene, to know, so it's to know together. This is what conscience, the word for conscience in Greek. And the corollary to that is synderesis or synteresis, conscience as a guide to future actions. So we use our conscience as passing judgment on past acts in order to guide us in our future action. And that's sin, with, and terrain, to watch over or to keep guard. So we're judging knowledge, eidene, of the consequences of past actions, and that develops conscience. Exercising conscience is watching over what will come to be to guide future actions. The past knowledge guides us into the future. We live in the present with memories or history of the past and predict the future we aim to create with our actions. Learn from past mistakes to not repeat them. Create a better future. He who controls the past controls the future. He who controls the present controls the past. Quote from George Orwell, 1984. Great book. And that's how we can help regain that control from the party, from the authoritarians, from the government who seeks to control in order to keep their control. We can take back our control. So the Eye of Providence is symbolism you can see as the greater capital G God, but it's also symbolism for us as smaller creators of our human world. The all-seeing eye, the one eye, well, that's something that we can embody within us. Providence means foresight, prudent anticipation, foreknowledge, precaution, to guard against beforehand. So you can see how that ties into the previous slide of synderesis, of being a guard for our future actions. So it comes from provide, provision, from pro, ahead, and videre, to see ahead. We look ahead, we prepare, supply, act with foresight. Providence, fate, fortune, and destiny is about the future. We can predict behavior and consequences based on pattern recognition of causal relations to foresee what will happen. We are our prediction engines. Our consciousness can predict the future. Even other mammals and other types of animals can do this too. They can predict the future that will come. They can anticipate. They can respond to things before it happens because they engage in pattern recognition and see and learn from it in order to understand that the pattern repeats. Just like when in the Minority Report movie, when he throws the ball off the table and the guy catches it, well, you could predict that someone will catch it because that's our natural inclination, is to catch things that will fall. Or when you see a glass falling, if you hit a glass off the corner of the table, you can catch it before it breaks because you can predict the future path. Or when we play frisbee, dogs can do that too. They can predict the trajectory and they can catch objects. So I just wanted to mention that about the consciousness and how we can engage in pattern recognition of causal relations to foresee what will happen and predict the future. We watch over the future with knowledge of the past. We guard and protect ourselves with knowledge of the past to determine what future an action can create, allowing us to change the future with foresight. And that's the eye of providence. It's the capacity of our consciousness uncovering reality to recognize patterns of causality, to make sense of what came before and see what will and can come next. The eye of providence is illumination from acquiring the light of moral truth, the vision of wisdom, the apotheosis power of becoming like a, quote, small g God, a creator in our own rights, to morally create our own fate, destiny, and future. Things aren't written in stone. This is the symbolism when it applies to ourselves, the light emitting. The light is symbolic of knowledge and truth. And we see that with our eye, with our inner vision in our consciousness. And we develop, we can evolve consciousness by gaining knowledge and quality knowledge, important things, seeing causal relations, and especially applying it in relation to moral truth and aligning ourselves with it in order to guide our future actions so that we can create a better world and be in charge of our fate and destiny and the fortune we make. If we do it collectively, if enough people do this, then we can remake the world and make it a much better place to live in. That's truly empowering change to engage in that behavior. So similar to the alchemical divorce and the phoenix symbolism, well, this talks more about this negative, disempowering position that a lot of people are in, where the majority of people are in, especially relative to the highest alchemy of moral self-actualization. And that's where people are the dead, because they're in a state of apathy for truth. And this is symbolic of being unconscious, dead, asleep, unawakened, uninitiated, or unbegun. Being asleep or dead is being unconscious, inactive in life. Apathy to truth relates to not being consciously aware of the importance of caring for truth and acting in alignment with truth, especially moral truth. One is dead in the coffin, grave, or tomb, unconscious to moral truth and its importance in life, its supreme importance. Not using intelligence, care, courage, and willpower equates to deadened thoughts, emotions, and actions. Apathy for truth creates ignorance, cowardice, and laziness. Apathy kills care. Ignorance kills intelligence. Cowardice kills courage. And laziness kills willpower, leading to an absence of right action, being inactive and dead. Quote, dead. We're not actually dead, we're alive and living, but in terms of consciousness, and that's what the dark occult refer to people, because they're not using their capacities of consciousness to engage in that small g creative power, the self-actualization, using the eye of providence to foresee how to take charge in their fate, their destiny, and their fortune, and create a better world. And the dark occultists use it for negative ends to create the world that they want to see, a world where they're in control, where they create a prison and they're the wardens and the prison guards ruling over all the slaves that do all the work and all the labor in order to provide them with the comforts that they enjoy, because they have the control. And that's what the symbolism here is of from Freemasonry or Jesus. You can see how they correlate of being dead in a tomb, and that's the story of Hiram Abiff, the deadened aspects of consciousness. We can awaken and resurrect true care, and that's what this symbolism is about, where you rise from the coffin. That's what the deeper esoteric deeper layer of esoteric meaning in the story of Jesus is to be resurrected, where you're dead and then you resurrect into a new life, into an afterlife. The quote dead symbolism is used to express, well, there's a typo, sorry about that, to express the understanding of unrealized and unactualized potential to care for, seek and embrace and embody and live aligned to moral truth, the way and path, as a truer, realer, higher version of ourselves. And once again, the allegory of Jesus was he was the way, he was the path, and that's the path of moral truth. That's what the story was trying to exemplify and symbolize, allegorize, analogize, and metaphor and parables. When we choose to care for truth, and specifically moral truth, we develop a higher consciousness. We become initiated, awake and aware, where we are resurrected, risen, rebirthed, reborn, and raised from a deadened, lower state of consciousness. We rise to a higher, truer, and realer consciousness or life, and are now alive, born into a new life, a new world, an afterlife, or eternal life, or immortal life, a heaven. These are the potentials we can create. And all of this, we're reborn into an afterlife, eternal life, immortal life, heaven, that is given to us by the light or life of moral truth, the divine word, the logos, the good, or the God in our lives. And that's the symbolism of Jesus. Once again, the parable, the allegory, the metaphor is Jesus was the way, the path. Jesus was the light and the life. That's why there's that reading of Matthew, I think, I forget what it was, but about him being a sword and dividing parents against their children, children against their siblings and their parents. And whoever follows Jesus will find their life, and whoever chooses their life over the moral truth will lose it, because you're not going into this new life, you're not being reborn into a greater state of being, into a higher, truer, and realer consciousness or life. And this ties back to a lot of symbolism in ancient Egypt, the regeneration of life through death. That's what this symbolism is talking about. And we get to the Egyptian, quote, god of the underworld is Osiris. Osiris is the Lord of life. Once again, the Lord of life, just like you could say the Jesus symbolism represents. The eternal life. The black-green symbolism that some, quote, gods have, like Osiris, represents creation, generation, regeneration, rebirth, and resurrection. The underworld is where the dead are resurrected into an afterlife or paradise in the eastern land of the reeds. It's where we face our demons, shadow, darkness, and use the light of truth to battle these dark forces and put them to death. Then we gain life, are resurrected and rebirthed, regenerated, and recreated anew, and reach an afterlife heaven of a new world as a truer, realer, higher being. That's also part of the symbolism and allegory of the hero's journey in mythology that Joseph Campbell talks about. Entry into the afterlife by Osiris required passing through the Hall of Judgment, the Hall of Ma'at, the Hall of Two Truths, where the dead are judged by their actions or desires, which motivates their behavior, weighed against the feather of truth, or the feather of Ma'at. And that's what the depictions here are, is in the Hall of the Duat, the Hall of Ma'at, with Osiris, which would grant them passageway into the afterlife, the eternal life, by judging their actions or their desires that motivated their actions or behavior, to see if they were in alignment with morality, because that's what Ma'at represented, was the moral truth. And if you did, well, then that's how you are reborn, is you judge yourself, your past deeds, and you are reborn as a new person, relative to your former falser, unrealer, lower self into a truer, higher, realer version of yourself. You remake yourself as a phoenix, continually remake yourself in alignment with moral truth, and that's the highest alchemy. And this is the journey to the underworld. Facing the darkness in ourselves, we develop the care, courage, and willpower to conquer, destroy, and put to death parts of ourselves in order to be reborn in an afterlife of our former life better than before. These stories are allegories symbolizing deeper esoteric, occulted knowledge about ourselves. The literal interpretations are exoteric veils of fantastical stories often used to control. And that's how I see, that's my belief, my interpretation of how these ancient traditions, which I think, in my view, came prior to them being inscribed in these monuments, in these hieroglyphics, tens of thousands of years ago, maybe from Atlantis or whatever. The knowledge got passed down after the cataclysm, and then it was retained, and some people codified it in symbolism and allegory, but then it was used by rulers, the pharaohs, who wanted to convince people that, well, they are the pathway, that you had to listen to them, that they were the law, that they were the order, and this is how you attain the afterlife. But the deeper esoteric symbolism that was encoded is about this process of moral self-actualization, of becoming a higher, truer, realer, better version of ourselves, that we can remake reality as well. And I'm just going to go through, since my time is up, I'm just going to go through, I had some extra things that I could have talked about if I still had time. This is work that you can find on my site, Apathy for Truth process in consciousness. You can go to my site, evolveconsciousness.org, to find more about that. I have one for the Care for Truth, symbolism and infographics. I have on the Seed of Life and more on the trivium and consciousness. I also have this one on the natural moral law, alchemical distillation, the process of consciousness and the trivium. And I've explained that in presentations, in a presentation before that you can look at. And in the end, this is about moral law empowerment, the empowering change. The apathy for truth keeps one in a stagnant state of ignorance of moral law, going in circles, continuing to perpetuate self-inflicted suffering, where we're in a hamster wheel. We have the same mindset, same thoughts, same actions, same results. We're stuck, we're trapped in a problem condition that we're not getting out of, and it just keeps going around and around and around. And that's what we keep getting. Versus we care and drive for truth leads to generating in principles of moral truth, leading to true freedom eventually. We care for truth, and we can end the self-inflicted suffering that we've created for ourselves. So thank you for your time and attention. My name is Chris Nelson. My site is evolveconsciousness.org, and a special thanks to Mark Passio, without which I would likely not be here, and I'm sure many of us presenting today at the S.E.E.D 5 Metamorphosis conference would also not be in the positions we are in right now regarding our knowledge and our capacities. So special thanks to Mark Passio and, of course, the S.E.E.D team. Thank you very much for inviting me to this conference. I am deeply honored to be here. Thank you very much. And my next thanks is to all the teachers of the Great Work Network that Mark Passio started, where many of the people in this conference, especially the organizers, Brandon Martin, Nate Kapp, are part of. You can find them at Seed Truth and the Cubbyhole, the One Great Work, seedtruth.com. You can find all the One Great Work content creators at onegreatworknetwork.com. And of course, Mark Passio is whatonearthishappening.com or woeih.com. So thank you very much for your time and attention. Peace.
All right. We got the we'll be right back up. I was like, what happened? Where'd we go? That was amazing. Thank you, Chris. We can pull Chris in here. We're ready to pull him in. Yeah, there we go. How you doing, Chris?
Hey, doing great. How about you?
I am doing wonderful, man. I really enjoyed your presentation. Very well spoken, very concise. Everything that you brought to the table was exactly what I was hoping you would bring and contribute to the conference. I knew you would bring a little bit of the fire, the alchemical fire to the table, which I really appreciate because I'm a student of alchemy myself. And yes, I mean, it's an honor to have you here, man. It's an honor to finally get to work with you a little bit. And, I've been following your work since I think like 2015 or 16. I found some of your work just randomly looking for slides about alchemy, and I found some of your graphics, and I was like, wow, this is really well done. And I was like, yeah, I gotta, use this stuff. And then eventually I realized, you were a student of Mark Passio and stuff like that. And I was like, oh yeah, this kid's pretty awesome. I'm digging him. So it's awesome. So I guess the first question I have for you is what got you into this work? Like, was there a turning point in your life? Were you a statist before all this? Were you into religion? Was there some life transformation, or did you grow up this way?
Well, didn't grow up this way. Wasn't really a statist. Never voted before. And yeah, guess just wandering around like everybody mostly is, and clueless, and maybe think you have an idea of what's really going on. And um, sorry, I still have like a cold left over from the flu. And yeah, so I guess for me it was Alex Jones' Terror Storm in 2006. That's what really like shook me as a catalyst to like the world is not how you think it is, and that set me on my way to on my knowledge quest, as I called it back then. Now I guess I would call it maybe, as Passio refers to it, as the, the spiritual path, and well, that's the path of truth. And I called it the knowledge quest back then. And then eventually you get to Mark Passio, and then kick yourself in the ass, and then eventually you do something, you start somewhere. And for me, it was with articles and trying to get these ideas out in articles, and then eventually I moved on to more original work, and rather than just going through some of the content Mark put out and then trying to put it into text medium. And so yeah, then audio, and then eventually video. And yeah, it's quite a journey since 2014. At the end of 2013, I started my site. I pretty much say 2014, and yeah, creating content, and then leaving for a while, start up a family, and now I'm back doing a natural law, the science of morality series. And,
Nice. That
yeah.
was going to be my next question. If you had any upcoming work that you would like to tell the audience about.
Yeah, I have part 4 of Natural Law, the Science of Morality. Part 4 will be called Morality, and it will be well, the biggest one so far. The other 3 parts were part 1, rights, part 2, slavery, part 3, true freedom. So I'm trying to break down every piece into its like constituent part. Well, to talk about morality, we need to talk about freedom. And talk about freedom, well, to define it, I use slavery. So I define slavery, and then, well, slavery is about the violation of rights. So I started with rights, then slavery, then true freedom. Now I'm going to morality, and it'll be around like 100 slides, so it'll be really long. And then after that, I need to do one on true freedom, and then on natural law overall as a term, and then I'll probably do one on the great work. So that's like 4 more, I guess 3 more after the next one.
Right,
I'll hopefully
right. Just
finish
like
up.
everybody
Yeah.
here, we're all super ambitious. That's awesome. I'm glad to hear that you're putting out some more work. Um, do you see that there has been a consciousness shift in humanity at all? Do you feel like there is a shift towards a lighter perspective towards this information, and maybe people are slightly waking up, maybe in small pockets? Or do you see it more so that we are actually going deeper into chains and deeper into enslavement, and that these dark occult overlords and just our irresponsibility for dealing with our inner turmoil and conflict is creating this condition?
I'd say a bit of both. Like the past 3 years, we've slid more, or ratcheted up the level of enslavement that we experience or are coerced into living within. But at the same time, that has been using the chaos as a teacher, that they ratcheted it up and it becomes more visible because it becomes um, it's sticking out outside of the normalcy bias, where that's the reality people are used to, and then poop comes out more evil, more immorality, more degrees of enslavement being increased. So that helps to make people aware that reality doesn't operate the way they thought it did, and that acts as a catalyst to begin the awakening. How far people go is up to them. It's all a journey, but it's definitely been a blessing. I look at the past 3 years as a blessing for the chaos as a teacher, the negative as a teacher, because otherwise, so many thousands of people would still be in their somnambulistic, deadened state of consciousness. And at least now, the evil has been brought to their awareness, and they're becoming more and more aware of the true condition of our existence. And yeah, so it's increasing, but that increase is a blessing in my view for chaos as a teacher. And yeah, so it's been both.
I would have to agree with you on that. I see that there's a lot of people who are awakening and questioning government. I do run into a lot more people who are just, kind of have that rebellion phoenix spirit to them, where just they're just fucking fed up with it. They're just like, all right, this is obviously a lie. The question to me always comes up, how far will they go though, right? Because I do see people like waking up in certain aspects, but it's so easy to go back to sleep sometimes, especially when you just wake up. I mean, just take when you are really tired, and you wake up out of bed and you're like, oh, I'm just going to lay here for a minute. I'm kind of awake. I'm kind of seeing things. And next thing you know, you're asleep for like the next 3 hours or something. So I always find that to be part of the dangers of things like this. And then I also would just for the viewing audience, bring up that there's always contingencies for a little bit of awakening within a political system. And one of those contingencies kind of revolves around the Overton window, right? So the Overton window in political science is the idea of anything that's outside of the window is pretty much seen as radicalism, right? So anarchism, anything like this. And they'll do one of two techniques, which is either expand the window and encompass that and bring it into a political narrative, or they'll just shift the window a little bit so that you feel like you're getting a little bit more freedom, or they're taking it away more, right? So they'll either constrict it and make it seem like, yes, there's less freedom and they got more control and people start to react towards that, right? Or they'll expand it and give you a little bit more freedom. And then also with the ideologies, they'll see like, oh, anarchists are actually getting a little bit of power here now, and people are starting to follow them, and we're seeing, people in the let's say like Hollywood actually talking about anarchism and stuff like this. We have to really nip this in the bud very quickly. So they wrap them back up with another political puppet like Trump. I've seen so many people, just go from anarchism right back into statism, and it's just so quick. It's kind of the cipher effect in the Matrix, right? That's what I always called it, the ciphering effect. So what do you see as a very effective way to help keep people on the path? For you, what was the most inspirational thing that kept you consistent with your work?
That's a good question. I guess the first thing that comes to mind is you have to care for truth, and it has to be. I guess you have to incorporate that as a fundamental aspect of your core being. That's what I view the core and the heart of man, and the symbolism, the quintessence is that flame. Well, the spark that gets ignited into a flame, and then that's the fire that burns within, that motivates us in our spiritual path, our knowledge quest, the path of truth, and just continue going and going. And And then eventually it's not just consuming, but generating outward to funnel it back out and to help edify others who can do that same alchemical process of the inner work themselves, and then repeat that onward and onward as a snowballing effect to eventually, hopefully, however long it takes, but we end evil and end our enslavement, and humanity is finally free.
Right. Very well said. Very well said. I have another. It's more of a personal question. Do you ever run into people who think that you are trying to start a cult or you're a cult leader?
Maybe, I guess, but yeah, because especially when they hear you, like, I guess more so reference Mark Passio and the importance of his
Mm.
work, and it's like, and then they're like, "Oh, you're part of the Passio cult," and I'm like, no, well, if you've been through his work, he talks about cults and not to be involved in cults and stay away from cults and disassembling cults, and yeah, so yeah, I guess it can be frustrating if you. I know there's like a lot of reticence to even the name Mark Passio, I guess, in some circles, like people have heard of him. They're like, oh, no, not that guy. It's unfortunate because I view it as the single most important source of information overall to help people to understand things and all the work that he's done, and to propel us into ending evil, ending our enslavement, or ending our collective self-inflicted suffering. So yeah, I guess in some cases, that's why it's good for everyone to create their own content, and then you don't really have to say like, well, yeah, it's good to say, oh, thanks to the people who you stand on the shoulders of giants that came before us, or people who you've learned from, but you can just put out the work and do it in your own way, and it doesn't have to be the way that I guess turns people off, like in Passio's way. I have no problem with it, but I know a lot of people are too babyish, I guess you could say, in their consciousness, and they're not ready to handle someone being rough and tough with them to smack them out of their, I guess, their dream state or their false reality.
Right. Their wounds are so open and so tender that someone like him coming in so forcefully, they're just immediately, repulsed by it. And they're in shock by it. They're just like, oh my God, I cannot handle any of this stuff. And it's mainly because of emotional mind control. I would say emotional reaction, right? So they're always so emotionally reactive to hearing something. And they're more worried about the tone of it or how it's presented rather than whether it's the actual truth. So people like to kill the messenger, I think, in a lot of ways. And it's very obvious that all of our work diverges from a lot of even the giants that we stand upon, the shoulders that we do stand upon. You can look at all of our work and compare it, and there's ubiquity in it, but also we talk about a lot of different things. Like a lot of people here today brought up many different subjects, or they brought it to the table in a different way that may be more digestible to a mass audience. So I think we that's about all the time we have, unless we have any questions from the audience. I didn't see any questions for you. Um, I'll add one more question. Do you have any sources, books, or anything about the work that you do? Maybe particularly like or not anarchy, alchemy, or something like this. Anything like that that you can give to the audience?
No, unfortunately, not really. I haven't.
No.
I'm not a huge student of the. Like when I think of ideas, I just go look at things sometimes online, and see what's being talked about it. But I've not done any like informal studying of like a bunch of books, like I'm sure you have, and Nate has,
A
and,
lot.
and Douglas and a bunch of other people.
Yes, yes. Well, that's very impressive then. That seems like you're very autodidactic in that way. You are very self-taught. Myself as well. I, didn't get into the literature for a long time, and I just kind of did what you were doing. And you've taken it way further than I ever took it with just doing that approach. So I'm very impressed with that. Do you have any final statements to the conference or to the viewing audience?
Well, I see there's one question here. It says, "What is your
Hmm.
background in education? You appear fairly young for your level of awareness and ability to articulate."
Hmm.
Oh, I
Yes.
appear young. I'm eternally a 16-year-old. That's my curse, I think, or eternally 18 years old. I'm 39, going to be 40, but yeah, I look young. I know I look young, especially if
Wow,
I
you're
shave.
older than me. I didn't know that. You
Yeah,
do look young. You
I
found
look young.
the
Especially
Holy
if I
Grail or
shave, then I
something.
really look like a 18-year-old or 16-year-old or something.
Right. I can see that.
Yeah.
Hmm. So do you have a background in education? Did you
Oh, I'm
Yeah.
just in computer science at like
computer science?
a college in Quebec, in
Mhm.
Canada, and yeah, now I do programming, web development. But yeah, all this stuff has been self-taught, like you said, autodidact. Whatever I was interested, well, I'd go look into more, and you know, we all end up in cul-de-sacs or whatever, and then eventually move on to other things, and that's part of the journey of learning. And now I'm here, now I'm still learning and creating content, and looking forward to learning more from all the great presenters at the conference. So thanks again for having me. I really appreciate it. Much gratitude.
Well, I'm very happy that we got you on board. You did a stellar job. I'm looking forward to seeing some more of your work, and keep up the great work, Chris. And thank you for joining me for the Q&A. And if you're available later, you can always join up for that as well. If people want to see us all together as the Knights of the Round Table, you could say. Yes, have a great night, Chris.
Thank you. I don't know if I'll be able to make it there. I work tomorrow, but 12:30 is pretty late, so I'll see if I
Yeah,
can
it
make
is. That's okay if you can. I understand we're running pretty late. So
Cool. Thanks. Have a good one.
you too, Chris.
Peace.
All right. Well, we're going to get a little bit of a reprieve here with Grant. Again, he has 2 more epic songs coming to us. We're ready for the vibes. I know I'm ready for some music. Maybe some people will get up and dance in their houses. Turn the music up. Feel the vibration, you know, let it synergize your body. So we have Grant from Presence coming in, and I'm pretty sure everybody in here is familiar with him at this point. Make sure to give his work a like and a share, and that includes Chris as well. Give a shout out to all these great, wonderful spiritual beings out here. So let's go right over to Grant and see what we can get kicking.
Yeah, thanks so much for having me, Brandon. Really appreciate you guys and all the wisdom and knowledge you're sharing today. And it's an honor to be here with so many like minds, spreading natural law, spreading truth and freedom. And this song I'm going to play for you is called Express Ourselves. It's brand new. I've never released this on any platforms yet, so keep an eye out. This is going to be coming out very soon at presencemusic.com. This one is called Express Ourselves. Yeah, we must express ourselves. We do the very best that we can with the cards we were dealt. Yes, we must express ourselves. We do the very best that we can, do the very best that we can, oh yeah. Do the very best that we can, do the very the very best that we can, do the very best that we can, oh yeah. Sometimes I feel like life slips through my fingers. Can't get the grip, bad mind, it lingers. Thoughts in winter, am I a quitter? Time feels bitter. Sometimes I'm feeling my soul sucking down in a twister. Can't get the lift, cry turns to a rift. My feet, they blister. Living in light, give myself a middle finger. With the timeline right, I took another step in energetic stride. I get out of the house and feel the air outside. I get out of the head and let the heart be the guide. Searching for a way to a higher plane, where nobody to follow, nobody to blame. Where self-responsibility, the name of the game. Creation is a must in the sacred thing, and we must express ourselves. Hey, we do the very best that we can with the cards we were dealt. Yes, we must express ourselves. We do the very best that we can, do the very best that we can, okay. All my people are unique and they're gonna come through in the words we speak. Words are like swords that cut the cords between the past and the dreams that we all move towards. Rewarded by Creator for our role in the play. Embody everything in which our soul display. Our lives be a reflection of connection, move in higher direction, increase spiritual perception, or break a form of deception. With the timeline right, take another step in energetic stride. Get out of the house and view the air outside. We get out of the head and let the heart be the guide. Searching for a way to a higher plane. Nobody to follow, nobody to blame. Self-responsibility, ability, the name of the game. Creation is a must and the sacred pain. Yeah, we must express ourselves every day, hey, the very best that we can with the cards we were dealt. Yes, we must express ourselves every day, the very best that we can, hey, doing the very best that we can. We gotta do what we gotta do, what we gotta do, what we gotta do to be free, to be free, to be free. We gotta do what we gotta do, what we gotta do, what we gotta do to be free, hey, to be free. Yeah, yeah, yeah. We must express ourselves. Seed conference, doing the very best that we can with the cards we were dealt. Yes, we must express ourselves every day, doing the very best that we can. Hey, doing the very best that we can. We're doing the very best that we can every day. We see it in the truth in the minds of the youths, you know. So that was Express Ourselves, brand new track coming live to you on all platforms pretty soon here. Stay posted on presencemusic.com if you want to get the intel on that. This next song I'm going to play for you, this last song of this beautiful weekend, is called Freedom Rising. This is another brand new track that I have not released yet. So you got to go subscribe to presencemusic.com, email newsletter, or go follow me on Spotify, all that, to get access to this song when it drops. All my music is completely out there for free. I believe in an abundance model where if we just share our gifts freely with the world, then we'll always have enough. We'll always have everything that we need provided to us. So I provide my music for free across all platforms. And I trust that it'll get out there, and then the abundance will circle back around to myself and to everybody who I share the music with. So this next song is called Freedom Rising. And just remember, water does not curve around a globe. What is the purpose that we've come to this earth? For far too long we suffered in silence, and now we experience a rebirth. As the cosmic clock counts down, all the more lessons we learn. No more faith in authority, media, politicians, and governments, we let them burn. Stand together in the power of the magic we hold. They can't divide us anymore. When people sing the truth with the roar of a lion, they're lying, and freedom is rising. They can't divide us anymore. Freedom. Break free from the pain and no more living every day the same way. Caught in materialistic shame. Don't treat sacred life like a video game. And I think of our future, begin to pray. Living in a peaceful, fulfillment way. With the fall of the cabal and the sunshine, a ray of a light on us all, and it's here to stay. In this vortex we dance through our heart. Let us pray our own part. Let our gifts shine like art. Light the path we depart. Let creation impart sacred wisdom and knowledge rain down from the stars. Stand together in the power of the magic we hold. They can't divide us anymore. While people sing the truth with the roar of the lion, they're lying, and freedom is rising. They can't divide us anymore. Want that freedom? Just lose the mind through the body, and when you become a vessel for divine flow, then your inner peace come. Intention designed to grow, and then you will see some visions that shine with the glow, and you know most insane century. Sing and dance to raise vibe and energy. Mind enhance on the righteous sense that we not alone in this life. We worthy of heights, our senses delight. Cherish experience of the melody, the beat and rhythm in harmony. Awaken spirituality, and you know it's time to stand together in the power of the magic we hold. We can't divide us anymore. What people sing the truth with the roar of a lion. They're lying and freedom is rising. They can't divide us anymore. Freedom is rising. Because we're devoted to telling the truth. Because we live this life from our hearts. Freedom is rising. Once again, thank you so much, Brandon, for having me. Thanks, Chris and Leah, for the referral. This has been a beautiful event, and I really appreciate the opportunity to jam out with you all. I hope you all have a beautiful day and enjoy the rest of the conference.
Thank you so much. That was freaking epic. I didn't know you were bringing new songs to the table, man.
Brand new songs, fresh off the printing press, sir.
Those are great, man. I'm loving them. I had me grooving in my seat. You know, my dogs were doing spins around me. They were like, yeah, they could feel the energy coming through it. I really like that. I shared your links in the chat. I also subscribed just now to your YouTube channel. And I'm going to do everything I can to get your music out there. I'm big in the music community myself, so I'll make sure to share as much as I can, brother.
Thank you so much. It's been so awesome being with you guys this weekend. Thanks for spreading the truth in a free and fair and open way to everyone who's out there who wants to receive the truth. It's the one great work, and you guys are doing it. So thank you so much for hosting me this weekend.
Absolutely, man, and keep it up because we need more content like yours as well. The creative approach to the one great work. It doesn't just mean doing slides. It means getting into music, you know, doing art, doing all kinds of stuff, whatever your skills are, and you're doing it very well, man. So thank you again, and we really appreciate your contribution.
Thanks so much. And I just wanted to say as well that, you know, just a few years ago before COVID happened, I wasn't sharing the truth, wasn't using my gifts to be in service to the world. And I was watching a Mark Passio video sitting on my couch one day, and I was like, wow, he was really harping on people for not getting out there and getting active and doing the great work, you know. And I all of a sudden just felt this weight on my shoulders, like, wow, like the statism is falling, the system is falling all around me, and what am I actually doing to help out and use my gifts in service of the collective? And, you know, it doesn't have to look the same for everyone. Everybody has a unique set of gifts to offer, and if I hadn't heard that podcast from Mark, I might not have had the inspiration to get out there and start using my gifts in service of the collective. And now I feel that that is inspiring others to also do the same, and the more we can all just continue to do that together, we could have a tidal wave of truth and a tidal wave of love take over this reality and this realm in a much quicker time than we think is possible. So I just wanted to encourage everyone out there, if you are maybe thinking about beginning in the one great work, as we call it in this community, if you're thinking about using your gifts in service to a greater good and spreading the truth, just go for it. Don't even think about it, because Creator will lead you in the exact places you need to go in order to make that flower and blossom into something that can truly be of service to this dimension and this reality. So thanks again for having me. I hope you guys have a beautiful rest of your day.
Beautifully said, man. Thank you. Thank you so much, Grant. All right, guys. I hope you guys really enjoyed his work. Make sure to share his work with your friends, your family. I mean, come on, that guy deserves some respect for the music that he's putting out there. There's not many people who are speaking truth like that in music, and we need a lot more of that, because, you know, music is such an influential, intimate connection to our lives and how we behave in society. It programs our subconscious mind. I mean, we should be dancing all the time. We should be dancing free. But unfortunately, we can't be doing that all day long. We do have to do some work. And if it is in music, then fucking do that. You know, get it out there. Nice. People are already on it. Yeah, Grant kicked ass. All right. Well, we are running a little bit behind like normal over here at the S.E.E.D conference. I hope everybody's enjoying this. I want to run through one thing real quick. Everybody should know that I do have shirts up for sale for the S.E.E.D conference. Let me pull it up here. This should only take 1 second. Then we're going to get into the next prezzo right here. So let me pull this up. Let me share this, share screen, share my screen window right over here. Here we go. All right. So you can go to seedtruth.com. And if you go right over here to store conference merch, get yourself a S.E.E.D Truth, conference t-shirt. There's also black ones. There's hoodies. I'm going to grab a couple of these for myself, for my family. These are Nathan Nicky's Nathan Cap art. This is his art. And all the proceeds go to directly helping to take care of the production costs, because none of this was cheap. This does take money, unfortunately. It does take resources. And pretty much all this is just coming out of my pocket, and I don't really care. Like, I'll go broke doing this work, but if anybody wants to help, I am not going to slap a hand away for a little bit of help here and there, or just, it doesn't have to be now. If you can do it in a couple weeks, that's fine. These shirts will be available for a long time. I would really appreciate that. And so would the people who are part of the conference, because it helps us to continue to do our work. It helps us to keep pushing forward. And unfortunately, we do have to use the, fiat debt currency of bill, the bill worship, the monopoly over the medium of exchange. So yeah, thank you so much if you have donated. I know I got a couple donations from some people, so I really appreciate that. And with that being said, we're going to get into Will's presentation. Let me stop the screen share over here. All right. So we got Will Keller. He's an amazing, amazing freedom activist, animist, anarchist, public speaker, and father. He's doing great work. He spoke at the last S.E.E.D conference. He did a conscious parenting presentation. He's the co-host of Natural Freedom League. He also is a creator for the One Great Work Network. I know he helps out a lot over there on the back end of the One Great Work Network. He's the reason why we are streaming on the One Great Work Network. He has devoted his life to morality, to teaching morality and increasing awareness to the causal factors of suffering for humanity, to expand the understanding of the current condition by educating the public on critical topics such as consciousness or conscious parenting, human psychology, human behavior, objective morality, natural rights and natural law, universal laws of nature. All of these topics are inseparable for understanding and achieving true freedom. And you can find his work at linktree.ee. It's just Linktree, but /Will_Keller. And without further ado, let's get right into his presentation. I'm going to share his link in the comments there. Thank you guys. I hope you guys enjoy this.
The intention of Natural Freedom League is to expand the understanding of natural law, which is based on objective morality, and to expose the illegitimacy of the belief in authority, and thus the inherent immorality of all government.
We be the Natural Freedom League, cause we become no longer unbegun. We seek in the wisdom, and that's why we did come to this prison of prism. And that's why the beat thumps, and that's why we speak up. We be the Natural Freedom League, cause we become no longer unbegun. We seek in the wisdom, and that's why we did come to this prison of prism. And that's why the beat thumps, and that's why we speak up. We be the
Welcome, brothers and sisters. My name is Will Keller. It's an honor to be back at another S.E.E.D conference, Metamorphosis. I'm looking forward to all the presentations and the feedback. So today, my presentation title is Rites of Passage, Initiation through Natural Law. I'm excited for this one. This is definitely a huge topic, but we're going to get down to some of the fundamentals today, and I think there's going to be a great takeaway message. So, I would like to dedicate this presentation to my dad, Bill, who has supported me through all my endeavors, gave me the freedom to fail well, and the how to learn from my mistakes. He showed me what it means to be a man with honesty, integrity, strength, and moral right action. When I was raised, my dad had a phrase, stop, drop, and think, which meant to be present in the moment, drop the emotional reactions, and use discernment and think. So this is one of my caveats to you all today. Stop, drop, and think. Set aside any emotional reactiveness that might come up. Acknowledge that, but listen to the information. Of course, as always, contemplate on it later on, apply it to yourself, and apply it to the world. This is going to be one of these presentations that you might have to listen to over again, but I'm looking forward to the responses. So, the next caveat is simplify the profound. During this presentation, I will be presenting vast, deep topics and distilling them to the core message, which is always based in truth and nature, and it can be applied in life. Nature has no euphemisms. The truth is simple. It is one's own conditioning and programming that promotes complexity and feeds the unbalanced ego. Perception is not reality. It is the lens by which one views the world, and our goal is to align perception to that which is real, the truth. So set aside your preconceived ideas of assumptions and listen with care and open-mindedness, with a willingness to change. That's what open-mindedness means. So communication is vital, but comprehension is key. This is one of my mottos. I'm taking deep topics, breaking them down. Obviously, my comprehension of the information is crucial, but how I convey that to the listener, to the viewer, and their comprehension. So I like to keep things simple and get right to the core message. So we're on a quest. Quest comes from questions. It's not about having all the answers. It's about asking the right questions, which will lead you on a quest of initiation. The ultimate question is why? Why anything? Whatever the problem, the category, the topic, why is the ultimate question. Because then you're getting down to the root of the issue or the topic, down to the causal level. And today this is going to be a journey of self-discovery. So let's start off with the problem before we get into definitions. So the problem is the world is massively uninitiated into spiritual adulthood with a lack of wisdom, of objective morality, and natural law, which is the foundation of a healthy individual and a healthy society. Instead, the majority of humans are grown children, believing in magical beings and fictitious ideologies that support and condone coercive, violent behaviors that violate the natural rights of others. The belief in moral relativism and human authority are the pillars of societal destruction, leading to the current human condition of slavery. The disconnection to truth in nature has spawned solipsism, narcissism, whereby grown children are stomping their feet, demanding their false parental figures of government and religion to provide safety, security, and survival. Right out the gates, this is the problem. We are uninitiated as a collective. The majority of individuals don't even know what I'm talking about when I use that term, uninitiated. Maybe, a good portion of people in this conference understand what I'm talking about, but we're going to dive into it a little deeper. Pura Artunus means the eternal child. This is what the majority of human beings right now, this is what they are. It's also known as the Peter Pan syndrome. Eternally staying in this childlike mentality, not evolving, not growing up, not progressing spiritually. And when I say spiritually, that encapsulates psychological, emotional, physical. It's the whole gambit. There is no separation between physicality and the spiritual domain. It's all spiritual. It's all one. So this is the problem, and I'm going to provide my dissertation and my solution in this. This title is Rites of Passage. Here's a quote by Friedrich Nietzsche. The snake which cannot cast its skin has to die. As well, the minds which are prevented from changing their opinions, they cease to be mind. This means that stagnation is death. The force of involution, the breaking down, and the force of evolution, the building up, the moving forward, is always at play. Nothing is at rest. So, if you're not working on yourself, if humanity as a collective is not progressing, then our current human condition of control, duress, coercion, slavery will get worse. Guaranteed by law, by the laws of nature, by truth. So, what is a rite of passage? A rite of passage is a significant ceremony or event marking a person's transition from one stage to another, often symbolizing their growth, maturity, or change in status. Cultures around the world and throughout history performed rites of passage with some important common factors. A rite of passage includes a process called initiation. So a rite of passage is an event. It's a transformational marker. We understand cycles in nature, the law of rhythm. Everything moves in cycles. Day, night, awake, sleep, the seasons, birth, adolescence, adulthood, midlife, elderly, and then death. All of these cycles. The ancient cultures and the ancient traditions understood nature very well and the laws of nature. They understood these cycles and they embraced it. There was no opposition. They embraced these cycles. They gave reverence for these cycles as well. And of course, there was ceremony and ritual involved, a lot of symbolism. Now, throughout the cultures all over the world, the ceremonies and the rituals vary, but the common factors, the core intention, are all the same. And even today, we have rites of passage still all over the world. And let's go over some of these because, most people are going to recognize them. Here's to name a few. Graduation ceremonies, weddings, coming of age parties, getting your driver's license, college fraternities and sororities, voting participation, religious confirmations, military enlistment, becoming a parent, retirement parties. Now, these are all rites of passage. Yet all of these are artificial passages with basically no basis in truth and in morality. Sure, becoming a parent. Yes, absolutely. Wedding, the unification. But the intention around that has been diluted, distorted, misguided. Take a wedding, for instance. It's literally a government contract that most people sign. You could have a ceremony without that aspect, of course, right? But getting your driver's license, right? The right to travel is a natural right, except we're in a condition of slavery, and most people suspend those rights and abdicate that responsibility and give that away. So all of these rights, the majority of them are missing core factors that we need to talk about. So before we get into that, let's still go down to our definitions, which mean clarity of meaning, right? You're taking a word or topic with infinite possibilities, infinite meaning, and you're bringing it down to finer definition, the finite. So all rites of passage incorporate initiation. So what is initiation? Initiation simply means beginning. So from Latin, initium, a beginning, an entrance, enter upon. Initiation is the beginning of a transformational process in an individual. Many cultures had different ceremonies, but the intent and meaning of initiation had common factors with a sole purpose. Initiation is the oldest system of spiritual instruction and was deemed vital, necessary, and an integral process for healthy individual development, which leads to a healthy communal survival. So when I say this word initiation into what is the next question, right? What are you beginning? What are you being initiated into? There's context that's extremely important. So when we think about life and we go through these cycles, every major event in your life is an invitation of initiation. It doesn't matter if it's negative or positive. So all major life events, negative or positive, are invitations of initiation. An opportunity to process an experience, learn a lesson, transmute the knowledge, and transform oneself towards evolutionary consciousness, moving forward, progressing. Initiation, meaning beginning, is setting foot on the spiritual path, but to walk the distance is a free will choice. Initiation is not optional, nor the consequences. So the world is not here to make you happy, it's here to make you conscious. So it's important to know, like I stated in the problem, we are an uninitiated culture, species. This lack of knowledge of initiation is vital for our spiritual development and our evolution. So, one thing about initiation is a word that I'm going to introduce to most people that's not commonly named or talked about, and that is the liminal space. Initiation, the process of initiation, always takes place in the liminal space. So, liminal means, adjective from Latin, limen means threshold, and all of, like, related to, pertaining to. So, it is of, related to, or situated at a sensory threshold, barely perceivable or capable of eliciting a response, or related to an intermediate state, a phase or condition. So liminal space is the in-between spaces. For instance, for an example, in the hallway, the space between two rooms. Now, why is this important for rites of passage and initiation? Because there's a process involved with initiation. That process is the liminal space. It's the time period, the threshold where you do the work. You have an event in life. Bam, there's the invitation of initiation, the beginning. The event happened, right? Now you have to do the work. That is done in the liminal space. So, unfinished initiation, something the majority of people on this planet are involved in. So when you ignore the invitations of initiation, the unresolved energy from the lack of integration anchors below in the shadow of the unconscious mind. The compounding of unfinished beginnings, initiations, will most certainly affect behavior until it has been properly processed. This state is also called suspended initiation. Most of humanity resides in this state, which is one of the main reasons victim mentality and narcissism is so prevalent. The world is massively uninitiated. The social engineers call them the unbegun. It's mocking humanity because the process has started. Just look at human life. Initiation started at birth. The event happened, and the work is to be done in liminal space of our life. And then we have death, the fruits of our work, an event that happened, a heart attack, a health crisis, right? Bam, that is the initiation, the process of healing oneself, processing that trauma and integrating it into oneself to learn and learn from that experience needs to be done. And if it is not, then obviously, it compounds, it stacks up in the subconscious. This is what the shadow is. The shadow is all the aspects of unresolved trauma, insecurities, all the issues that we have not processed and integrated within ourselves. And that definitely has an effect on our state of mind. So, the unbegun, the walking dead, this is what the majority of people are doing. They have not processed. They have not go through that stage in liminal space of the process of initiation and integration and transformation, right? So we see extreme situations as victim mentality, the abdication of accountability and responsibility, narcissism, where people are in their own perceived reality where they take zero accountability for their actions, right? They always put the blame on other people. And of course, this is where government institutions and culture takes advantage of this stuff, this kind of state of mind. So let's talk about the phases of rites of passage. The first phase is separation. You have ending, which is also knowledge and also thought and input. Now, I took the phases of the rites of passage and I also incorporated the trivium process, the threefold pathway to truth discovery. And I also incorporated the three aspects of consciousness: thought, emotion, and action. They all correlate and correspond with each other. So you have the first stage of separation. This is a radical severance of worldview and identity. Individuals that have came across the knowledge, that have began to awaken to the current condition of slavery, they have a shattering of their worldview, of their identity. They are separated from who they think they were and how they thought the world operated. That's the old self. Moving over to step 2 or phase 2, you have the liminal space. This is the transition. Also, the understanding stage. It's emotion. We do deep emotional work. And it's also the processing stage. This is the initiation, and the transformation occurs here in the threshold of liminal space. This is where the actual work is to be done. The in-between self. And then moving over to the third phase, which is integration, rebirth, wisdom, action, output. This is where we become a different person. If you think about when you were asleep and where you're at now, you're a completely different person. It's a completely different level of consciousness. Even our physical vessel is constantly changing. So my physical vessel a year ago was completely different. So there's always change. In the phases of rites of passage, there's these 3 stages, right? Separation, the breakaway, the work, the transformation, and then the end result, the rebirth into the new. So the majority of people are stuck in the in-between self. Here's something you can think about. The truth and freedom community. They are stuck in liminal space. The majority of them. Because they are not actually doing the real initiation process, the work that needs to be done of understanding natural law, objective morality, processing that, applying it to themselves, processing that, and then outputting it. Being born as the new individual that's taking action. This is wisdom. Wisdom is knowledge applied. So as you're integrated, you're in unity consciousness, and you embody activation because it is action. So, moving over to a certain type of rites of passage that I think is crucial and vital. Let's lay some groundwork. Let's talk about brain development. So, there are 5 major brain surges of neurons during early human development. These stages are crucial opportunities of growth and transformation. So, we have the first stage, which is birth to 1 year old, then 3 to 4 years, then 7 to 8 years old, 11 to 12, and 15 to 18. Now, each of these stages, something fires off. A huge amount of neurons fire off, and a new portion of the brain becomes activated and comes online. Now, around between 15 to 18. Now, 18 would be the latest. It's usually, 12 to 15. But why that is important is that is the biggest brain surge where the brain is connecting both hemispheres, higher cognitive functions with the heart brain and the guts. So it's pretty much bringing all systems online and activating the being, right? Now, here's what's important about this surge. This is also the time period of puberty, when puberty begins, right? What is important about this time period is that this brain surge strives for something. It's looking for connectiveness, interconnectedness. If you look at boys, boys or girls, I'll touch on the genders a little bit later, but most children want to be part of something big, whether it be loud music, going to concerts. This is a time where if purpose and meaning isn't sparked in the individual that sets them on a path, then there's the most devastating loss of brain cells in this process of development. It's quite interesting because this is also an area where schooling, indoctrination, culture really takes hold and tries to mold children into groupthink. So the process of rites of passage for this time period is vital. This is the time period where a young child is getting to know themselves. Their body is changing, first off, right? Just biologically, but psychologically, spiritually, emotionally, it's a huge uptick. And this is a crucial opportunity that needs to be taken advantage of. And there's a problem. There's ignorance of this type of information and what to do. So let's dive into it. Bridging the threshold. In the tapestry of human existence, there are moments that define who we are. There are the threads that weave the fabric of our identity, connecting our past to our present and guiding us into the future. One such pivotal moment is the coming of age, rite of passage, a timeless tradition celebrated across cultures and continents. It's a transformative journey, a bridge from innocence to responsibility, and a testament to the power of community and tradition, or lack thereof. Every ancient culture in the world deemed the initiation of adolescence into adulthood as the most important rites of passage, the coming of age. This is that area of where the brain is surging, the cognitive functions are coming online, the heart space is activated in alignment with the gut and the brain. So this time period is vital. Now, we obviously have a lack of knowledge when it comes to the coming of age. Nowadays, you can get a sex change. You can do this. You can do all these medical procedures at 12, 13, 14. We can see the issues in the world. We can observe them. And we are at a crisis point. The coming of age crisis. Suicide amongst teenagers is at an all-time high. Why? So the infatuation and urge for death in teenagers is natural because teenagers are supposed to die. But this death is not literal. It is spiritual and metaphorical. Your childhood must die so you can become an adult. Unfortunately, the psychological and spiritual framework for this transformation and transition is disconnected from modern culture. The death urge is then actualized in the physical world as opposed through ritual and initiation into maturity. Teenagers are stuck in liminal space, the in-between threshold, due to their own and parental ignorance of this natural process. So, when the pain becomes suffering, they seek physical death. This unfinished initiation can generate into depression, identity crisis, groupthink, bodily dysmorphia, bodily mutilation, or other diseases, anxiety, all this kind of stuff. So this is the crisis of that time period. When a being is coming into themselves, this natural cycle where, yes, they need to die spiritually and metaphorically. This is the occult wisdom, the esoteric wisdom that is lacking in our culture so much. It's brutal. And because parents don't understand this, they cannot be the facilitators, the stewards of this time period, of this transitional time period. It's devastating. So we see government institutions, modern culture, of course, they step in and they capitalize on this time period. This is why pop culture is so popular. So let's talk about, focused on the coming of age time period. Girls to women, becoming womb men. A rite of passage from girlhood to womanhood is biologically initiated automatically with first menstruation, right? First blood, first moon. Rituals would incorporate the whole community in a supportive ceremony. Mothers and grandmothers expressing veneration for the feminine essence of beingness. Now, young girls, right, there's obviously a biological and automatic process of first menstruation, right? It's unavoidable. But the knowledge and wisdom that comes with that time period has obviously been lost, and it's ignored, and people are completely ignorant to what that means to become a woman. Have that feminine essence of care and beingness, and how vital it is, and how important and divine that this process is. So in traditional cultures, we could look even today, right? There's the Kensieta. There's these ceremonies and processes. But in the ancient cultures, there was a more emphasis on male initiation of rites of passage for the coming age. Boys to men. A rite of passage from boyhood into manhood is very much a physical and psychological ritual. This symbolic spiritual death of childhood for boys is the metaphysical separation from mother and the womb. The biological initiation for boys is the biological initiation for boys is the increased production of testosterone, which is fire, internal fire, which is an extremely active element. Therefore, rituals were led by men to show the boy how to harness their spirit of doingness, action. Now, why the emphasis on boys to men is because, unlike women, boys, even though that energy is building up, the testosterone is pumping and they feel that energy and the active fire building up, they need to be shown. They need to be led, motivated. There's a quote, an old quote that says, an uninitiated young man, an uninitiated boy will burn down the village with his own spirit just to feel the warmth. So the initiated boy is learning how to harness that active principle inside them of willpower and action. So, of course, when it comes to young girls, right? I mean, even in a rites of passage of coming of age, even fathers would play a role in the ceremony. Now, the mothers and grandmothers and sisters were definitely leading the rituals and the ceremonies, which they were highly symbolic, used a lot of symbols in their rituals. It's a feminine quality to be able to harness multiple symbols and the energetic component that comes with that as well. For boys, usually just a few symbols were harnessed in or were utilized in ritual. But for boys, this is why there was the separation from the community, taken out in nature, creating that hardship, right? Sometimes for weeks and months. And so they can kill the childhood, the child inside them, and grow from that experience. Now, this is how it was done in the past. Again, I want to have an emphasis on this is not about reverting to the past. This is knowledge taking a core message that applies today as well. So, the solution, right? We have the problem. The masses are uninitiated. We do not, human beings do not understand what it means to be an adult, a spiritual, mature human being. So, what is the solution? The hidden passage, the rite of rites. The knowledge of natural law has been occulted, which means hidden, for millennia from public awareness. Because when humanity activates this universal wisdom, the parasitical ruling class loses their grip of influence and control. The most important rite of passage is through the archway of knowledge to natural law and objective morality. Here, the initiate can attain higher consciousness of how reality operates via the laws of nature, sovereignty, natural rights, and connection to the divine, connection to nature, which is sole purpose and understanding interconnectedness. That we are not separate from nature. We are part of nature. There is no separation. So yes, it is important that we take action and end the human condition of slavery. Absolutely, because we are a part of this. So this is part of the solution, is understanding the pathway. The knowledge of natural law and objective morality is the core factor that the ancients conveyed and passed down and promoted in these rites of passage. How to be a spiritual adult, how to be a good person, how to take action in the world and co-create freedom. Natural law. Natural law is the governing dynamics of creation, which deliver the consequences of humanity's collective behavior. Natural law is the fundamental substrate of all phenomena. It is real natural order and the objective, absolute truth by which a spiritual, mature human strives for harmony and alignment towards evolution. The knowledge of natural law is bridging the threshold from immaturity to spiritual adulthood, whereby a human being has conscience, which is knowledge, and then willfully exercises conscience by moral right action. This is what it's about. It's about understanding natural law, the immutable, universal, non-man-made laws of nature, the governing dynamics, the boundary conditions of reality, and how that corresponds to self. Meaning that if we are ignorant to natural law, the laws of nature, if we are ignorant to what it means to be human and how to act in the world, then absolutely we are going to get the consequences of that, which will be slavery and eventually our demise. Natural law is the cosmic causality. In every category of life, natural law applies. When I say the substrate of all phenomena, because when you get down to the absolute truth and you are viewing, perceiving reality from this causal factor of natural law and its principles, you will have a deeper understanding of who you are, how you operate, and of course, how reality operates. They're one and the same. As above, so below. As within, so without. So, the wise advisor. Nature is the mentor. So let's define mentor. From Sanskrit, mantar means one who thinks. From Proto-Indo-European, men, to think, and also it's an agent noun of mentos, means intent, purpose, spirit, passion. A mentor is a guide or a wise advisor, a stepping stone to elevate higher awareness or help progress the human vessel, the ship, forward in the journey of life. Mentorship is important for humans throughout life, but especially during the coming of age stage of adolescence. The ultimate mentor in every category is, of course, nature. The laws of nature are a guiding force towards evolution, and the deeper we understand natural law, the potential to live wiser increases. Mentorship is crucial all through life. I've had many mentors. I dedicated this presentation to my father. He's been my greatest mentor. Many others. Mark Passio is a great mentor of mine, not only in the philosophical area, but obviously in the technological arena as well, right? A teacher of how to take action and get the message of truth and natural law out there. He's a mentor for a lot of people and amongst all types of people. I got mentors when it comes to alchemy, gardening, etc. These are stepping stones for our awareness to achieve higher awareness. Now, during the coming of age phase, it's important that parents facilitate this process. One, by understanding the actual knowledge of natural law and objective morality themselves, to be that example, to be that inspiration, to embody the wisdom, right, by taking action within their own lives, but also to influence their children. Educate, to lead them out of the ignorance, the darkness of ignorance, into the light of knowledge. Mentorship, apprenticeship, right? These are all great facets. My homeschool friends, right, understand that for certain families, your child starts to be resistant to receiving information and knowledge from you. That child is seeking mentorship, external mentorship, breaking away from the womb, the family, the nest, the shell, coming into their own, being autonomous and self-sufficient, right? So they're seeking this. And as parents, it's our job to provide mentorship or facilitate mentorship or apprenticeship to the best of our ability. So the stages of initiation. This is where, even as adults, in the truth and freedom community out there, that are stuck in the liminal space, these are the steps of initiation. Number 1, stop lying, especially to yourself. You have to have brutal honesty. Number 2, stop dreaming. Stop the cognitive dissonance. Thinking you are a certain way, living in a fantasy world. 3, learn how to think. The trivium process of truth discovery, grammar, logic, rhetoric. The process of critical thinking. 4, live in the present moment. Practice present moment awareness. So you are balanced and grounded and have a realistic, honest outlook, perception of what is going on within your own life, but also within reality. And number 5, activate the physical body. Because the physical body is the receiver, where we are receiving the signal. It is the vessel. And of course, if that deteriorates, then the mind and the heart go as well. And we're going to need activation in this time period for sure. So beginning the liminal work, the in-between space, this is the steps of initiation. This is what needs to be focused upon. Now, in all initiatory events, have the foundational element of death. Something must die. An old pattern, an old habit, an old identity, perception, ultimately a state of consciousness, a level of awareness must disintegrate for the reemergence of a new state of consciousness into higher awareness. Death before dying. Dying onto yourself. Like the allegory of Odin. Sacrificing himself, dying unto himself for knowledge, to achieve wisdom, to achieve higher consciousness. Think about the 3 phases of initiation. Separation, liminal, integration. We need to let go of our old false ideologies, these belief systems that are obviously not serving us. We need to let those die. But humanity is scared of death. This is the primal fear. All death is based, or all fear is based in ignorance, and mainly the fear of death is the primal fear. We need to embrace this in a spiritual, metaphorical, and metaphysical process. So, initiation is about self-ownership. Discovering your inner authority to own your life. Being responsible and accountable for one's own actions. Understanding your autonomy and sovereignty under natural law. Initiation is becoming a moral human being. And so, initiate means to ignite, to inflame with the fire of truth and right action. This is what initiation is. The rites of passage, the initiation process. It's about self-ownership, being a responsible human being. So responsibility, the ability to respond to what? To yourself, to the human condition of slavery, duress, and violence. What is your response to that? What is your response to yourself, your bad habits, your false belief systems? First, you need to take that on. You need to be honest with yourself and analyze yourself and dissect. Burn it off and reemerge, just like the allegorical story of the phoenix. So, the rites of passage, the initiation through natural law, is about attaining spiritual adulthood. Becoming a mature human being is not just biological, physical development. It is also psychological, emotional, moral, metaphysical, and philosophical, which all are spiritual aspects that comprise a human being who understands the foundational framework of the self, the natural world, and what it means to be a good human being. In modern society, all of these aspects are deflected, ignored, inverted, occulted, and misguided, which can be observed in the aggregate human condition. So all of these aspects, the metaphysical, which means beyond physical, the energetic, the psychological, we need to dive deep into the natural law principles. Mentalism, polarity, vibration, correspondence, rhythm, cause and effect, mental gender. We need to understand these at a deep level because these are the inner workings of nature and the self. This is about evolving. Evolution is the force that is willing consciousness to move forward and expand into more complex forms. It is not just the biological propagation of genes. It is epigenetics, which means beyond genes. The wisdom of morality and the awareness of natural law. Genes can propagate physically, and one can still be devolving due to their opposition metaphysically. A rite of passage is the transference of universal wisdom from generation to generation as a tradition. bringing it to the first principle of natural law of mentalism. It's about your state of mind. This is the metaphysical realm, the causal realm, where every root of any problem resides in the mental realm. So just because genes are being propagated, that does not mean one is evolving. We are evolving when we ourselves are become spiritual adults, moral human beings, and we educate our youth. And our culture transforms into a moral, harmonious culture with nature and with ourselves, where we are co-creating freedom. This becomes the human tradition that we pass down generation to generation. That is evolution, moving forward. It takes some hard work. Facing ourselves is what it takes. Facing yourself. Modern initiation. One does not need to survive in the jungle and fight a bear, or accomplish 20 ayahuasca retreats, or be suspended in a dark cave for weeks to become initiated. In fact, the hardest process of facing yourself is to be done in the mirror. By exploring your internal ecology, your internal environment, breaking down false axioms, illuminating the dark alleys of your psyche, and distilling the soul with pure honesty, courage, and the will for change. That is the great work. The internal process, the initiation process, going through those steps. This is what we need to do. So, of course, go ahead, do the ayahuasca ceremonies. Sit in the dark cave. Those are great aspects, I'm sure, that add a certain aspect of growth. But getting down to the causal, the essence of what initiation is, of becoming a spiritual adult, is facing yourself and understanding natural law and objective morality. That's the hardest work to do. Lifelong process of looking in the mirror and reevaluating your situation and who you are and what you believe and why you believe what you believe. The majority of human beings will not do that. It's our job as individuals to do that work. We have a responsibility as individuals to do that work and to influence others, to inspire others to take that process of initiation. Ultimately, it's a metamorphosis. It's time to grow up, humanity, and relinquish that which binds back our forward progress. It's time to embrace the metamorphosis of real change through initiation, to ignite willpower, exercise conscience, and participate in the one great work of ending human slavery. The responsibility is within your own life to activate true spiritual evolution for truth, love, and freedom. This is what it's about. That internal process, the great work, and activating and taking action in the real world and doing the one great work. The choice, as always, is yours. Ladies and gentlemen, Thank you so much. That is the end of my presentation. There's obviously much more to get into with this, but hopefully I have conveyed the core message of this topic. I hope you enjoyed it. I want to give huge props and respect and gratitude to Brandon Martin and the S.E.E.D Truth Academy, the whole team, for this beautiful conference, and to you, the viewer, for your time and attention. So my name is Will Keller. I'll see you next time. Take care.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that was excellent. Honestly, I think we should have put that one at the beginning since it was initiation, right? but the ending of it just felt so good for the end of the conference too. Almost, we're almost at the end of the conference, anyways. Welcome, Will.
What's up, my brother? How's it going?
I'm doing good. I love that shirt. Look at that shirt.
Yeah, I figured I wore the black one in the filming of the presentation, so might as well throw on the white one.
Nice. Get a little contrast. I'm loving that.
Absolutely.
Nice shirt. How you doing tonight?
I'm doing fantastic. This conference is mind-blowing. I want to just give you a huge amount of respect. Tyler in the back end, all the presenters. I mean, we're talking about, this is the highest caliber of philosophers and content creators talking about the most important messages in the world right now. And it's just, the presentations have been outstanding. The viewership's incredible. So thank you all for putting this on and for the people attending. And it's a great privilege to be back.
Well, I think I can speak for all of us that we really enjoyed your presentation and that we're happy that you were a part of it. You know, you've been an inspiration. You've done a lot of help with this conference as well. You brought in a lot of graphics. You've done a lot of animations. You've done a lot of work for the conference, and we really appreciate that. You know, this is a family now. You know, we're all in a community of freedom in some way, a community of great thinkers, the round table, like what I like to call it, right? So,
absolutely.
Yeah, I think it's great.
That's huge in this endeavor, right? The one great work. It's also about supporting each other, networking with each other. And I love doing that. Even the people that are just starting to do content. I mean, I'm always there. I tell people, reach out to me. I'll give you insight. I'll give you whatever I can to help out, to get you going. And people that have been doing the work, right? I mean, you, Brandon, you motivate me and inspire me. All these other presenters in this conference, they fire me up. They want me to excel and do better. And hopefully we do that for each other. And that's what it's about, creating that ripple effect to get the message of truth and freedom out there.
Absolutely. So I've been asking every presenter this. What turned you on to this work? I know me and you have talked about this before, but, you know, for the listening audience, how did you get involved with being such an enlightened, awakened, motivated being driven by willpower? Pun intended.
Yeah, no, great question. I've talked about this many times in my past. It was honestly almost a physical death. I was in the bowels of addiction. My childhood, I've always been open-minded. I always saw that government, the system, the educational system was all BS. It was all bullshit in my eyes. So I had a really good childhood, even with my parents. We were kind of outside the norm of just modern culture. But it wasn't until, you know, in my early 30s, coming out of my music career, finding myself stumbling into the darkness of addiction, of opiate addiction, and not knowing how I got there, which set me on a path of self-discovery. You know, how do I operate? What is my psychology like? Why am I in this situation? And it was a scary time. Looking back on it, I'm extremely grateful that I, you know, decided to educate myself on myself. How do I work? And ultimately coming out of that time period set me on a path of what is spirituality, what is going on in the world, and, asking those big questions, and, eventually finding a great teacher and mentor like Mark Passio to connect the dots, and then eventually, having him get in our ass as many times as he has to finally take action. And that's what it took. So it took fire for me to transmute myself into doing what I'm doing today.
No doubt, no doubt, and well said. I think we have a question here from somebody. We haven't been getting many questions. I think we have one from Hex Proof Anarchist. Let's throw that one up on the screen. He's asking, care to share how you have brought your own daughter through her rites of passage?
Great question. And, this whole presentation has been happening in a time period where I myself, I'm going through an initiation process with just certain events in my life. There's been family members that have died, almost died. There's been relocations, all kinds of, events that I myself am processing still. My daughter is 10. So even looking back on the Seed 4 presentation was about conscious parenting. I've done a few presentations on conscious parenting focused on the formative years. And now that my daughter is, coming into that age, she's 10, she's a very mature 10-year-old as well, mentally and emotionally. So it's time to transition my mindset into adapting my parenting, my facilitation skills, and how I communicate and operate with my daughter. It's all about relationships in nature, in reality, right? Our relationship, your relationship to truth, to your family, to your kids, to freedom. So constantly focused on my relationship with my daughter. My rules of engagement for children is never lie to your children. I've told my daughter brutal truths and she's sucked them up. She can handle some deep stuff. And just explaining stuff to her and asking her questions, because kids will tell you if they don't know or they're interested in something. This is why there is the quest phase of childhood, the why stage, where they ask you all these questions, which I think in modern culture, it's seen as like an annoying time period. Oh, they're in the why stage. That's a golden opportunity for the trivium method and for, truth discovery. So it's about communication. It's a lot about communication. And my daughter, her relationship with me we're very close. So even, if there's personal stuff that's going on, she's very much open towards me. Of course, she has her mother that she's close with as well, but it's all about your relationship with your child. I'm in a co-parenting situation, so hey, that gets tough for sure. And I get a lot of emails about that type of situation. But again, it comes down to your relationship, not
right.
The other parent and what they're doing. Of course, initiating communication and trying to agree upon principles is very important. But still, what is the relationship that you have with your child?
Right. It sounds like you've built up a relationship of trust with your daughter, which I feel is extremely important, because as children grow up and they realize that their parents have betrayed them, betrayal is so painful. And that people don't ever think about how painful that is onto a child when they realize their leaders, their stewarders, have actually lied to them their entire lives about so many things. And it creates a you could just say a discordianism between you and your parents. There's discord there, and there's going to be chaos because of that, and you cannot put your faith into your parents because of that. And that's why I really like your work, because you're approaching the children, and that's where it really does need to go, is to the children. And that's why it's so simple. A child can understand it, or even adult children can understand it. That's the great part about it, being simple, is that the adult children can really understand it too. Because unfortunately, a lot of people are stuck in the adolescent phase in their mind and spiritually, so they are arrestedly developed. You had mentioned epigenetics. It's something I wanted to bring up in the conference, but I didn't see anybody else bring it up. So you mentioned epigenetics, and I have a little theory that I would just like to throw on the table here. which is I think we've been epigenetically conditioned to accept slavery over thousands, tens of thousands of years. And that is one of the reasons why it's so difficult for a lot of people to get out of it. What do you think about that?
Oh, I agree 100%. Absolutely. This is getting into a lot of people's work that talk about healing that ancestral trauma that has been passed down, right? We have this just through consciousness itself, passing down wisdom and information and conditioning and programming. So absolutely, since, going back to genetic modification, original sin, which I look at sin as separation in nature, right? That intervention theory, the intervention time, where yes, through repetition and programming and conditioning, we are stuck in this liminal space of acting like slaves and believing that slavery is legitimate. And it's something that we need to break. And this is why epigenetics is so important, because it's all about consciousness. And it's stating that consciousness is prime, not matter, right? And that we can have an effect on our genetic expression through our mind and our consciousness. It's a potent topic, very important.
Yes, I would highly recommend Bruce Lipton for the topic. He wrote a great book on this. He's written many books on it. I know you have a beautiful dog there, just like me. The dogs are
she's rolling
always at her
around.
feet. Yeah, they're like, "Hey, what's up?"
They always have great
Yes,
timing too, right?
I know, don't they? It's so funny. So when it comes to conscience, how do you approach somebody who obviously has a broken conscience, and what would you say to somebody trying to help somebody with a broken conscience? What would be a tip for that?
Good question. I think there's some factors that come into play. If there's, actual physical, brain damage, would be one factor. Again, I still think there's, potential solutions even in that realm. But one thing that we need to understand is that people don't know their neighbors. They don't know people in their community. When you're in a communal level, it's very intimate, meaning that they act different, right? It's very different from how it is now, where people just are on social media and just spitting out all types of malarkey and they don't care. When you're actually in a community, everyone is involved, right? Because it's right here. It's a part of you. It's an extension of yourself. And that's another thing that's, we're disconnected from having that that harmony in nature, is the communal aspect, which was a huge section of rites of passage. It was, one half was becoming an adult, becoming an individual, a moral individual that exercised conscious and has that accountability and responsibility, but also for the community. This is why, mostly men were taken away from the community out into nature on their own to disintegrate the loose energy of power, right? To show them that you are not the supreme authority, nature is. So there's this powerlessness that has to be experienced in the male aspect. And then they're, after they go through the initiation, then they're back in the community, and it's more of a communal aspect. It's always about moral education in my book, like where we're at today. A lot of programming and conditioning is being played out. Generational mind control, I talk about this. Cautious parenting, to me, is that one category that if we want to achieve true freedom, it has to be incorporated in the family dynamic. If it's not, then we're always playing catch up, because people are having children. People are putting their children in the indoctrination camps. They're getting conditioned. They're getting programmed. Their parents are ignorant. So they're passing this trauma and these false belief systems down to their children. Their children grow up and do the same thing. So we have a cycle of slavery that is being propagated, and that needs to be broken. And we do that through moral education, more people speaking out, but also parents activating themselves to break the chains that have been passed down for millennia.
Absolutely. Very well said. We have another question here. We have it from cynicism, which is a funny
Mhm.
one. That's Dylan, actually. Will, do you think it's worthwhile endeavor to develop common rites among esoteric occult circles that exist outside of formal lodge settings?
Yeah, great question. I'm an
Mhm.
animist. I'm a pagan animist, right? I mean, so I am very much in tune with energy and consciousness. This is the lens by which I perceive the world. I'm always looking at everything from a level of consciousness and energy. So actual rituals and ceremonies, I feel, are actually very, very important, and they do have an effect for programming the subconscious mind and getting to the heart space. Um, Same thing as, working out. We go to the gym, or we stretch, or
Right.
we walk around our neighborhood. We do these ritualistic things, which ritual in my eyes is just, it's habit.
Yep.
What's your morning ritual? So, being spiritual is pretty much how do you live on a day-to-day basis, right? Are you
Right. Right.
living with integrity, with morality, with higher consciousness, and being in harmony with nature and yourself? So actual ceremony and for the common rites, I think it's important. And this is one of the reasons why I found occultism and esotericism I resonated with it very much. This was about 10 years ago, coming out of my whole addiction phase, which eventually
Mhm.
led me to Mark Passio's work, but very much into symbolism and just the energy work that's involved. We need to incorporate that in our daily lives and in, cycles of life events.
Excellent. Excellent. Well, we'll take one more question for you here. I think this one's a good
Cool.
one. This is from him 89. Do you think some of these adult children are beyond the point of help because they are so ingrained with the horrid mentality that they aren't responsible for anything?
Mm, mm. Um, I personally don't think anyone is beyond help. That might sound naive. I'm not surprised that some people are not going to get it in this life, but I do take more of an optimistic mindset that through education, it might not be through me or Brandon, it could be through someone else, that um, through secondhand knowledge versus direct experience, we can reach people and we can influence them and inspire them. For me, the one great work is all about inspiration. This is why I talk about art, right? We don't need leaders, we need artists. We need
Mhm.
people to inspire others. So, I mean, we don't need to put our hand in the fire to understand that it's hot and it will hurt us, right? So, I take that approach that everyone can be reached. It just depends on the conditions. And it's important to detach yourself from that system of thought, meaning that I know I might not reach certain members of my family, but another content creator might as well. This is why, the more artists that we have for truth, the better.
Absolutely. Yeah, I see when I was in my first initial phases of putting the work out, I went through an ego phase where I was expecting change from people. And I would get very frustrated when that I did not see that change actually take place. And you have to separate from that expectation. Pretty much have to let that side of you die,
Yes.
and just become optimistic and allow it to develop itself. You have to have that kind of wu wei approach about it, where you just put it out there and then it's up to them to do something about that. And it is true that some people will not change until they hit rock bottom or they actually want to change. That is the truth. We can't force people to do the right actions. They have to learn these things through whatever method on their own and start to live in harmony with that through their own accord, right? So I think
Absolutely.
I think what you said is very, very well spoken, and your presentation was great. Thank you for your contribution, Will. Much
Always.
love, and thanks for all the work. And if anybody wants to support Will, make sure to check out his website. It will be in the comments. I would say give his channel a like, a subscription, share it, get in contact with him if you want to ask any more questions about any of this topics or any of these topics. So thank you again, Will. Thank you so much, man.
Thank you, brother. And thanks to all the viewers and all the support. Appreciate you all.
All right. Will's such an amazing guy. Love that guy. Oh, man. Well, I hope you guys are ready. Hope you guys are ready. Sorry we can't take more questions, but we are really, really behind. You know, I think Will was supposed to go on like an hour ago, or 2 hours ago, technically. So we have the one and only, not that we're all not one and onlys because we really are, but we have the one and only Mark Passio coming up next. And I'm pretty sure most of us are familiar with Mark Passio, but just in case you're not, he is a multi-talented anarchist and freedom activist hailing from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. He is a researcher, public speaker, filmmaker, seminar instructor, and host of internet talk show called What on Earth is Happening, which is also a podcast or a videocast. He has dedicated his life to sharing knowledge about the metaphysics, about occultism, spirituality, symbology, consciousness, and just the condition of humanity in general. He has dedicated his life to a higher purpose that most people have never even contemplated on. And pretty much, if it wasn't for him, a lot of us wouldn't be doing this work today. He co-founded the Free Your Mind Conference and has taught live seminars on various topics. He also has the How to Become the True Media, which is an online seminar and about tech, you know, about publishing, about becoming the true media yourself and decentralizing these things. And I mean, I would highly recommend looking into this seminar. You can find it on his website, whatonearthishappening.com. You can, you know, take it each year. And it is just amazing. You know, I took it, I learned so much from it. I know so many people that are gaining so much valuable knowledge from it. And that goes, you know, if you want to learn how to do servers, you want to learn how to do graphic designs, you want to learn how to do podcasts, video editing, it's all in this. And he is extremely well spoken when it comes to this. And he's a great teacher on it. He also has created the One Great Work Network. And obviously all of us content creators are on the One Great Work Network, which is onegreatworknetwork.com. And this is pretty much just a you know, networking place. It's a platform for spreading the message of natural law, where he has, you know, brought in so many great speakers from all over the world to this one platform, and they're all sharing great information. And also there's a live feed there every day of great information like this, from Richard Grove to Will to all these truth speakers. So many. I don't even know how many is up there now, probably 40 or 50, maybe a little bit more. I'm not sure, but there's so many, so much content there. It is amazing. He also released a documentary called Mark Passio and the Science of Natural Law, focused on morality and freedom. And again, his website is whatonearthishappening.com. Make sure to check that out. And his presentation tonight, I think everybody's going to like this. It's a very particular one close to my heart because it's something that I like to talk about a lot. And I know Will talks about this a lot as well. It is called Technology's Critical Role in the War for Freedom. So without further ado, let's watch Mark Passio lay it down. He always lays down the law. Let's get into it.
Welcome one and all. I'm Mark Passio of whatonearthishappening.com. Thank you to Brandon Martin and the other great organizers of the S.E.E.D 5 conference. It's a pleasure to be here today. My presentation for today is entitled Technology's Critical Role in the War for Freedom. This is something that I have been wanting to formalize for quite a while because it's a topic that I think is very much not understood in the freedom community in particular. And this is going to be a short form presentation, and I just want to get out a few general conceptual ideas regarding technology, regarding the technological component to the solution for human freedom. And again, as I said, I've been wanting to do this presentation for a while, so again, thank you to everyone from the S.E.E.D 5 event, and this gives me a perfect opportunity to formalize this information, get it out there to people. So let's jump into the presentation. The question that I have been asking myself and others is why, in particular, is the great work of ending the human condition of slavery not truly being accomplished in earnest in our world? And for those who think that it is moving in a good and or positive direction, and those who are not realizing that we are not winning this war for our freedom, we are losing it, I would say people like that are quite delusional, unfortunately. They really have a skewed and distorted view of the way that things are heading when it comes to human freedom. And the state of affairs in which we live is ever increasing tyranny, and the chains literally are tightening all around us. If you couldn't tell that by the events of the COVID nonsense that just played out recently in our world in the last few years, practically nothing may wake people up from their media-induced slumber. But what I try to do as a person who is attempting to influence people toward a true moral direction in life is I want to ask the question, why are we really not truly accomplishing this task? And of course, the answer is going to come in the form that humanity really doesn't understand natural law and objective morality yet, because these are the only real solutions to ending the human condition of slavery on our world. So, upon the recognition that through studying the occult, through studying the underlying causal factors that drive humanity in one direction or another, either toward true freedom or toward enslavement. One, if they are adept in studying this and they're astute and their observational powers are tuned correctly, they're going to come to that realization that there's only one real solution. You can say there are a lot of different components to that solution. You could say there are social components, organizational components, technological components, many, many different aspects to help you to get there. But ultimately, the underlying causal factors for getting you out of the condition of slavery are singular. They're one thing, and that is humanity's recognition of natural law and objective morality, and then aligning their behavior to those realities. That's the only way we're ever going to get out of tyranny and enslavement and to true freedom, societally, globally. So that is our ultimate objective and goal. There is only one true solution to human slavery. Natural law and objective morality must be communicated to the masses of humanity. If this is not done, it is completely impossible for any truly positive social change to occur in our world in the long term. If people have not made that fundamental recognition yet, then they don't understand the actual universal dynamics that drive this type of change in our world. This is what I have been attempting to communicate and teach to people for the past 16 going on 17 years with what on earth is happening. And unfortunately, many people still don't understand this, which is the core body of the work that I teach at whatonearthishappening.com through my presentations and my podcast series. So that has to be clearly and definitively and deeply understood first. Okay? That's the ultimate solution, the ultimate objective that we're trying to get to. But what I'm addressing here today in this presentation is that most people do not understand that there is a very deeply connected technological component to being able to do this. And I'm going to explain what that is and why it is so. So, people always say they want freedom. This is part of what I've talked about in my work endlessly. What people say versus how they behave. There's a disconnect. Okay? They'll say one thing, and yet they'll do something different that doesn't get you to that condition. They'll say they want a certain condition, but they don't perform the behaviors that manifest that condition in the real world. So this is a incongruity. It's a disconnect between what someone says that they want in their mind, and they're communicating that through their words, and they may even have the emotional state that they really genuinely want to see it come about, but they don't care enough to do the behaviors that are going to actually bring about that condition in manifested reality. That's the real laws of attraction, ladies and gentlemen. It's not how much you wish for something, you want it to be so in your mind, how much your emotions are even in line with your thoughts. It's all about how much your actions are in line with your thoughts and emotions. And are you doing what is required, the requirements for bringing about that condition in the real world? So people who say they want freedom, unfortunately, do not want to involve themselves at a deep level in the very arduous task of communicating the necessary information that other people need to see and hear. See, what got us here into this state of enslavement and tyranny? What got us here were people speaking incorrect ideas to other people and other people listening to those ideas. And what got us here in a major global way is people, namely the mainstream media, communicating through technology, largely television, newspapers, radio, magazines, movies, etc. All of the people who are willing to take a paycheck to lie, deceive, and manipulate the masses of humanity into believing and thinking wrong thoughts and incorrect information. That is what got us into this state. That is what the government uses as a mechanism to enslave the minds of people. Once you control how they think, you control their behavior. This is occult 101. Okay? And yet many people still don't understand that. So when you talk to people in the freedom movement, alleged freedom movement, as I say, we don't have a real freedom movement. We have what we laughingly call the embryonic stage of a freedom movement, but it's not moving anywhere, unfortunately. People will say they want freedom, but then, once again, they don't want to really deeply involve themselves. They don't want to put skin in the game. They don't want to make the necessary sacrifices. They don't want to meet the commitment to creating the circumstances and fulfilling the requirements that actually manifest freedom in the world. They want to talk about it. They want to complain. They want to point fingers externally. But they don't want to turn the finger toward themselves and say, what am I doing to actually make it come about by influencing how people think? If you recognize that all of the lying media throughout the world, the mainstream media controlled by government, controlled by intelligence agencies, controlled by the dark occult, have put out all of this information to deceive and manipulate, and they pay people who are technologically advanced and trained into creating media to influence the minds of the people of the world to think wrong thoughts and ultimately do wrong behaviors. That is how we've arrived at this condition. And people never think in their mind, most people in the freedom movement never think, we have to become the true media that is reaching out to people and influencing them to truly understand natural law and objective morality and align their behavior to it. So we undo this condition of tyranny and enslavement, and we create an actual positive outcome for the human future. It's simple logic, folks. If you just think it logically through, you recognize that the problem is lack of communication of truth to the people of the world, whereas they're continuously being bombarded nonstop with the lies and with disinformation and with deception. Then they graft onto that, they start believing in it, it informs their whole belief system, and then ultimately it informs their behavior. And once immoral behavior stacks up in the aggregate, what are you going to get? You're going to get tyranny and enslavement. That's the law of freedom. If you're paying attention, if you understand how it really works, if you've studied the occult enough to understand those dynamics. And again, most people haven't, unfortunately. So you have a ton of people that sit back for a number of reasons and they keep their mouth shut. You know, it's the speak no evil part of hear no evil, see no evil, speak no evil. And these people sit back because they're afraid. They have a lot of cowardice. They don't want to be singled out. They think that, you know, they have to fade into the background and be quiet, or they think nobody will listen to them. They won't garner any influence. They have no confidence in their own ability to communicate the information correctly and properly, and other people won't listen. And that's why they generally never even begin. Again, that's why the dark occultists call people like that the unbegun. It's not just the people who don't know the information, it's people who know it and don't ever start doing anything with it. Okay? They constitute the, quote, unbegun as well. And the freedom movement is absolutely chock full to the brim with people like this, who they know a little bit, and yet they don't know enough to actually act in the world and understand that what their actual task is to communicate what they know to other people, to help influence their mind and influence ultimately their behavior. Even if someone were to want to get involved, and I encounter these people all the time, they want to get involved, they say, what can I do? I don't even know where to begin. I don't know what I can do to get involved. See, they say that they want freedom, and they know that something must be done action-wise to get involved in the effort to create the condition of freedom, but they have no idea how to effectively communicate the necessary information, and they have no idea how to do that in a very widely distributed way. In other words, it can't just be, I'm going to go and talk to a family member or a friend or a neighbor down the street. That's not going to get the information out there in a wide enough way. And again, this is simple logic, folks. This is not rocket science. This is not extreme esoteric information here. This is basic, simple logic and thinking through how information propagates and proliferates. It's not that difficult to figure out. It's just a little bit of logical thought has to be applied, getting your emotions out of the way of it, and just thinking through how this would occur. And most people never engage in that kind of thinking. They they're all over the place, and their mind is just scattered, and they never focus in and think, how would this be done in a practical way? So even if you have somebody that might be even willing to communicate the truth, they don't know how to do that in a modern form that's going to get that information out to a whole lot of people, out to the masses of humanity in a distributed fashion. When I'm analyzing this problem, I come to the fundamental conclusion, the recognition that just about everybody, the vast overwhelming majority of most human beings on this planet, still do not understand the inseparable role, the absolutely critical role that technology, and specifically how to use technology, what I am calling technological literacy, has to do with human freedom. They are inseparable. And once again, the solution is not technological. The solution, of course, is spiritual. And it's knowledge of natural law, knowledge of objective morality, that is conscience, and then applying it through our willpower, through our free will choice to do what is right over what is wrong. That's really the solution. But the technological component has to come in. How do you communicate that to other people in a widely distributed fashion? That's technological literacy, knowing how to do that. This is as important as, in the past, learning how to read or write, because that was the most effective and distributed way of communicating information to people that you don't know and who aren't around you. That was the highest technology of the past, unfortunately. That's why the world degenerated in the way that it did. We had no connective technology like we do now in the form of the internet to bring this information to everyone. Now we do, and that's a tremendous opportunity that we should not let go by, unutilized. So almost everybody, especially people in the freedom movement, they do not have this technological literacy. They don't even understand the role that technology will play in human freedom. They haven't fundamentally made that recognition, let alone started to hone their skills in how to do that. Most human beings are not literate in modern communications and publishing technology. They just don't understand it. And unfortunately, and I hear this in the so-called freedom movement all the time, I don't want to learn that. I don't want to sit behind a computer desk. I don't want to go through all that technology and the learning curve that's going to take to really grasp it and be able to use it. Well, guess what? You might as well flush freedom right down the toilet for yourself and for all the generations to come after you, if that's your mental attitude about it. Okay, because without utilizing technology and getting the word out to the people of the world, nothing is ever going to change for the better, and you better get over that fact. You better understand that fact, and you better just get over it, ladies and gentlemen, because if you are not part of that solution, you remain part of the problem at large in the world. And people don't want to hear that. And guess what? Get as offended as you like. What I just said is true anyway. If you're not learning how to communicate in the modern digital age, and you're not making media and putting that out there into the world to put your voice and help the voice of truth proliferate, you're not putting your voice out there, and in doing so helping truth to proliferate throughout the world, you are part of the problem of this world, and you are definitely not part of the solution. And I don't care what holds you back from doing that. Unless you have really badly physically limited mental capacity, which unfortunately some people may have, I'll exclude them. And unless you're extremely physically disabled, and some people are unfortunately in a condition like that, we can give them a pass because they're physically just not going to be able to do it. But if you're of general sound body and mind, there is zero excuse for you not being able to do it. I don't really care how big your family is, how many children you have, how many hours you have to work. You can squeeze it in some form or fashion and put your voice out there. Not doing it means you simply don't care enough and you just don't want to do it. Let's be real and drop pretenses and talk on the real, okay? It just means you haven't truly developed the care in the heart enough to actually put your voice out there into the world through technology, because you just don't want to, you don't care enough to learn about it, and you don't want to give of your time and energy and put your voice out there. Bottom line, okay? So the fact is, most people have stayed completely at zero level skills and knowledge on how to do this. They have not bothered to learn one iota. Okay? They've started at ignorance, and time has progressed, and they've remained at the same level of ignorance. And there is no excuse for that. That is an inexcusable condition. And I'm talking about the people within the freedom movement more than anybody else. The people who want to complain, go and protest, hold up signs about lockdowns and shots and all this stuff. And you explain to them, you got to reach people in a massive way, in a truly distributed fashion with information. You can't just hold up a placard at some protest and complain to the people who don't give a damn about what you're complaining about, and expecting them that they're going to do anything. They're the ones who want to bring you into tyranny. And you're going and trying to communicate to them as if they're going to do anything, as if voting is going to do anything. It's delusional child mentality. What you have to do is influence so many people that they never join government, that they don't believe in the moral legitimacy of government, that they'll never try to institute or influence anybody to institute a lockdown, because they will know deeply and definitively that's immoral. That's an immoral behavior. That government in general is an immoral behavior. That becoming a cop is an immoral behavior. That joining a military is an immoral behavior. The people of the freedom movement are quite possibly the most illiterate in the modern day. And as I'm going to define what that means, it doesn't mean you don't know how to read and write. You don't know how to read a book or write down words on a sheet of paper. That's not what modern day literacy is. So when most people in the world hear the words not literate, they immediately think it means you don't know how to read or write. Okay, my question here, what do most people think when they hear the words not literate? When I say you're not literate in modern communication and publishing skills, it doesn't mean you don't know how to pick up a book and identify words on the paper. It doesn't mean you can't pick up a pen or a pencil and scribble something down that's halfway intelligible on a piece of paper. That's old world literacy, folks. That's old world literacy. That's not modern literacy. Modern literacy means you know how to use a computer effectively enough that you can communicate ideas to other people and receive information from other people using a modern day computer. And if you can't do that, if you don't know how to both receive it and publish it and communicate it, then you're not literate. I'm sorry. You are an illiterate person in the modern digital age. Who cares if you're old world literate and you can identify words on a sheet of paper, or you could write words on a sheet of paper? That is practically meaningless in today's world. In today's society, that is practically meaningless, as I'm going to prove. Okay? Just give it another couple of slides and we'll prove that definitively. So I don't mean you can't actually read and write words. I know almost everybody can. There's hardly anybody in modern Western society that can't actually identify words, read words and sentences, understand the meaning of them, write things down on paper. We're not talking about that. Modern day illiteracy means you don't know how to use a computer. Modern day illiteracy means you have no technical skills. Modern day illiteracy means you are powerless to communicate what you know to a wide body of other people through publishing it digitally and putting it on the internet. What I call formalizing the information and then immortalizing it by putting it online. If you don't know how to do that, you're illiterate. So when I say not literate, what I actually mean is you don't understand modern technology. You can't use modern day technology to communicate the information that needs to be communicated out to the masses of people to truly change society. You cannot influence other people's minds at a distance, which is what true magic and true alchemy is in the modern world. And there's no excuses for it, ladies and gentlemen. Zero excuses. As I said, it doesn't matter who you are, how old you are, how many kids you have, what kind of job you have. It doesn't matter. No excuse is acceptable when there is a war for freedom going on. Okay? That obviates all your excuses. You know? You don't just say, I just don't know how to do that. Or I'm not good with computers. You know? That was an excuse that still really wasn't acceptable, but that was an excuse back in the late 80s, early 90s, and we're not living in those times anymore. Okay? So it's like you got to get up off your rear end and you got to start developing skills to be able to communicate that knowledge. And folks, people fight me on this all day long, all the time. I've been trying to explain this to people for going on 17 years. It'll be in 2024. Imagine that. And this movement is that hard-headed, stubborn, and calcified in their thought process that they still don't understand that that is the solution and answer. They want to kick back and watch other people do it, pat them on the back, say, hey, great, good luck with your mission, and that's not me, and that doesn't apply to me. And you know what that is? It's a completely illegitimate excuse, and it's all based in cowardice and fear. Is the real truth of the matter when it comes to that. And I know I'm talking to plenty of people out there even watching this event. I'm talking to you. Yes, you. No, not you. No, it's not you. It is you. Get over it. Get over it. Because you've just kicked back. You've watched other people try to do this. It's not enough effort. Think about how many millions of people worldwide take jobs to lie, deceive, and manipulate through the mainstream media. It's literally tens of millions of people worldwide. And what do we have in our movement? A paltry handful of people that know what's really going on and are trying to communicate it, trying to communicate natural law and true morality and get people not to go and join the sectors of evil that are continuously destroying our rights and freedom? You actually believe there's enough influence in the world to get tyranny and freedom to come to a halt? If you do, you're delusional, and you're even more delusional if you think that's not your job, to try to influence people's minds not to do those types of behaviors. It is your job if you understand anything that I've said over the years, or anything people who are talking about these topics have said over the years. So, if you go out and do a social experiment on the street or just among your friends online, ask them how they became awakened. What was the process by which they really began to understand what was going on in our world? Just ask them, and they'll tell you. So, if you pose this question to people, what are some of the responses that you are likely to get? How did you become awake to the extent that you are awake now? I'm not talking about perfect, awakening where we're not talking about knowing everything. We're talking about you are generally very awake and aware as to what is going on regarding the destruction of human rights in the modern day, regarding globalism, regarding dark occultism, regarding the loss of human freedom, and the underlying causes for that. Namely, the lack of an understanding of objective morality and natural law and not living those according to those principles. If you understand that, you're generally awake. You're awake to the extent that you should be to get up off your rear end and start doing something with that information. Okay? But if you ask people who consider themselves awake in that capacity, what awakened them, what kind of answers are you likely to get? Well, let's start by looking at what kind of answers you're not likely to get. Okay? Are people going to tell you that word of mouth conversations woke them up, that they were just around so many enlightened folks, that they just had so many of these world-changing, paradigm-shifting conversations with people that they know in real life all around them, in their family and friends and neighbors, etc., that just woke them up and they became aware just by word of mouth? Almost no one in the world will say that. Almost zero people. And guess what? If you are one of those, you're extremely lucky, and it's the extreme exception to the rule. Not just a tiny exception to the rule, an extreme exception to the rule. Hardly anybody wakes up that way. Okay? And if you think most people wake up that way, once again, I would say you're a very delusional individual. People do not wake up through word-of-mouth conversations. It's the most ineffective way of attempting to influence someone to wake up. All right? So what's another very unlikely way? A very unlikely way is handwritten letters and manuscripts. Now, break out the fountain pen, folks, and the bowl of ink. You know, that's going to get it done, don't you know? You know, any day now, like just writing down stuff is just going to wake up the world, right? This is why how the old world literate people think. Oh, I know how to read and write. That's good enough for me. Books and letters, that's all we need. I mean, it really is. It really is like a 1-year-old. I mean, it's worse than that. It's like somebody whose like head has been crushed with a hammer. Like they have no ability to think it through logically. That's all I'm asking people to do. Just analyze the situation a little bit from a logical perspective. I know that's asking a lot from most people, but try it. And you just ask simple questions and answer them and think it through logically. Most people have just never done that. That's the problem. Is writing things down on paper how people woke up? No. Okay? So this is old world literacy. It's irrelevant in the modern world. How will people tell you that they woke up? Some will tell you that they woke up through books. And that's a legitimate claim. That's a legitimate answer. Okay? Books very much were instrumental in my awakening, but then I accelerated it with digital media. Once the internet came online, and then, high-speed internet came online and allowed for the distribution of audio and video content very quickly, that was it. I mean, my learning curve went from this to this. It shot up exponentially. Parabolically, and that's what technology does. That's the effect that it has in our lives if we utilize it correctly. So some people are going to tell you, yes, they woke up by reading books. Wonderful. Okay, I have a huge physical library myself, and that's valid. But how many people themselves, if they have a tremendous body of knowledge to communicate, would know how to publish a book? Most people wouldn't even know where to begin, let alone the software to use, how it would actually get printed, how it would be distributed, etc. They have no means, no mechanisms, no know-how on how to do any part of that